Oh, well, let me just see if this is working. Let me see on the TV if this is going. Let's see. Shush. Look like a homeless guy there. Let's see. It looks like it's all working. Let me just get on this and make sure. There we go. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Shush. So it looks like it's all going tickety-boo. Let's see if we can get back on this so I can turn the volume off and see if I can see myself, make sure I'm always on focus. That's really, oh, there it is there. I'm a bit out of focus, am I? Right, I think that's it. Let me just get in focus and make sure, because I didn't think this was working very well. So, my goodness, I thought it was a wee bit off. Settings. No, we don't want that. No, we don't want that. So, let's just see. That looks better, doesn't it? Probably take that back a bit. Yeah, that looks better. It looks better on this than it does on that. I think that's good enough. I'm sweating like a fat guy in a sauna here. I don't know what's happening. Must be going through the menopause. Let's just check. I just want to check the sound and make sure the sound's okay, and then we'll crack on. So interesting doing this. The pattern, the thought pattern, the curve pattern for having to do your own lighting, green, blue screen, everything that goes into making this look like a homeless. So interesting doing this. Seems to be a rustle there. I'm not quite sure what that is. Lighting, green, blue screen, everything that goes. I'm not quite sure. Let me know if you get any reverberations on the back of this. Let me go into here. Let me pop the chat and then we'll get crashing on this. Lighting. It's quite incredible. Let's share that on X. And let's get going. I'm not quite sure. Let me know if you get any reverberations on the back of this. It still seems like I'm not on the actual. I wonder if I can do it this way. It looks better on this than it does on the TV. I don't know if I can see me, but anyway, I don't want to take too much time on doing this. Go live. Runcorn. Let's pop the chat. And let's get cracking. Oh my goodness. I think it's I think that's it done.
Every week, I get hours back while working less. My secret? An AI tool that plans my schedule.
And let's get crack. Right, that's good. You'll have to excuse the washing machine. Right, let's go. This is up. So, what are we doing today then, guys? Oh, I nearly forgot that. Just give me 2 seconds. What's going on, David? What's going on? We are celebrating. Let's have a wee, bit of champagne. Not done this since Angela Merkel left Germany. So let's celebrate, shall we? To England, St George and whoever else. Because I think England has just broken the back of 2D globalist politics. Absolutely tremendous. Big shout out to the English. And happy St George's Day. We're now celebrating the demise of globalist politics. Like the mafia, I don't think that this has ended the globalist politics, as the WEF is still ongoing. But I certainly think it has. It's going to change globalist politics, although Mark Carney, who's a shill for the globalists, the Canadians unfortunately elected him, and he's now in power in Canada. So, and he was our Chancellor, probably because he was in the WEF. But today, regardless of what the result is, why are you celebrating before you even know the results, David? They could be so different. Regardless of what the results are, we've still won. It doesn't matter if Labour hold Runcorn. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how many seats Reform get. Doesn't matter. Why does it not matter? Because it doesn't matter because the amount of seats or even the winning of Runcorn doesn't really matter. What's going to matter is that this is the end of the two-party state in the UK, and we'll be able to see potentially other people with other ideas come forward and get into politics. We've got some right doughballs like the Greens, the Village Idiot Party, the Gimps, the Islamo-Marxist Party. But today in England, the English have broken the back of the two-party state, and salute to them. Happy St George's Day posthumously. It tastes so good. The sweet, sweet taste of victory. Well, this is only the start. Don't forget, this is just the start of the winning. We're going to be doing a lot more. It tastes so good. It tastes so sweet. And all the doughballs in the Labour Party, oh dear, 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 they're all finished as well. Labour in Scotland are sitting in 5th place. Or 4th place, could be in 5th place. Oh, tasty. And it doesn't matter how many seats Nigel gets today. It's still a win. Doesn't matter if he increases the vote share in Runcorn, it's a win. If he increases or reduces the size of the margin of losing to the Labour Party, it's a win. If anything happens, if the reduction in the Labour vote, it's a win. If they win, it's an even bigger win. I mean, everything, even in Runcorn losing, regardless of how much he's going to lose, it's still going to be a win. I mean, it's incredible that that's going to be the size of it. Anything that happens now in the next 24 hours, probably maybe slightly longer than that, to get some of the votes in the way that they've been counting, that it's still going to be a win. So everything that happens now is still a win for Nigel and for the whole of the UK, because this is now the breaking of the back of the two-party system, which is absolutely fantastic. It doesn't matter now what happens. It is now a win, which is quite incredible. Let me see. Let me see him move that out of the way. Yeah, so it doesn't matter. It does not matter. Today, regardless of the result, is the breaking of the two-party system. And that's what, so anything else that will come after that, don't forget, a lot of people are saying Nigel's not the finished article. He doesn't need to be. And this is what people have not understood. All he has to do is break the back of the two-party system. That's really Nigel's job. And that's what's going to happen today. The Conservative Party are sitting about 23%, even if these percentages are wrong. And that... I don't know why it still looks blurred. It's quite weird. It doesn't matter if the percentages are wrong and there's more to the Conservatives or more to Labour. It's still going to be a loss because Nigel's coming from nothing. Now I understand that there are reform MPs or councillors. Sorry, not MPs. Councillors. And it's still not sharp, but I think it's better than nothing. Reform, I've got councillors, and but this is the first full election that Reform has taken part in, which means that because this is the first full election, that they're going to be able to. I think it's because there's no autofocus. Quite interesting. Every one of the things looks actually somewhat different. That these guys are because this is the first one, they're going from nothing to something. Still going to be a win from them, the councillors. They've been pitching high and pitching everybody else low to make it look like, oh, it's not quite a win. But when you're actually starting from 0 to something, then it's going to be a win. Please configure both primary. Please configure both primary backup streams correctly. The comparison stream failed because of the stream's invalid comparison.
Warning. Please configure both primary and backup streams correctly. The comparison of the streams failed because one of the streams has an invalid configuration.
I don't know what that means. Let me know if you're getting this, guys. It looks like it's coming through loud and clear here, but I'm not quite sure if it's going your end.
The comparison of the streams failed because one of the streams has an invalid configuration.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. Let me know if you're getting this, guys. It looks like it's coming through loud and clear here. Yeah, it looks good to me. Not quite sure what they're talking about. So let's go over and let's start looking at the commentary. So imagine celebrating before we even know if Runcorn has gone to reform. Imagine celebrating before there's one councillor in one of the, never mind an actual local authority one. Why are you celebrating before we even know the extent of the number of councillors actually done, even though the Labour Party undemocratically cancelled your local elections down in England, and especially in Essex and places like that. They deliberately knew that you were not going to vote anything else other than reform, and they cancelled your election. I would have been hopping mad. I would have been absolutely livid. I would be doorstepping the MPs at that point. But even regardless of that, this is still going to be a decimating night for Keir Starmer. This is, forget about it. This is completely done. He's toast. He might hang on, and you probably want him to hang on because he's that bad. He's lied in every one of these election pledges. And now we're going to see whether or not he's able to hang on. Let's see this. To England. I'll try and give a shout out to the news groups. This is from GB News, so I'll try and give a shout out to the news groups and the feeds that I'm using, regardless who they are, to acknowledge that they're streaming it. Now, there's already been allegations of vote rigging in Canada. Don't forget the Labour Party have been using postal votes to vote rig the constituencies as well. And they're meant to be trying to rig the vote in Runcorn as well. So the voting should have shut at 10 o'clock. So this guy's looking very worried here. We'll just have to read faces because nobody's actually given us any indication of how bad the vote is. But this guy's looking really worried, as if, I can't believe we've only got 12 votes for Labour. They have a good laugh in these things. So there's a lot of votes getting counted there. So let's go, let's see if there's anybody else. Let's go with the Lotus Eaters. They're great, these guys. Fantastic bunch. Can't wait to come on. Where are you? Where the hell are these? Where the hell's the Lotus Eaters? Oh no. Thought you guys would be doing something. Let's go, let's see.
Lotus Eaters.
Arcad. Daily. Let's see if Carol's doing something of his own. More decisions. Would women be afraid of being housewives? Bend the kneecap. Bend the kneecap. I can't believe they're not on here. That's very disappointing. Let's see. I'd love to talk about Diddy. That would be great for the viewers, but stick to politics, Dave. Runcorn. More Diddy. Oh, look at this! Look at this! Dave's got caught.
Imagine entering your name and a few
I think we told you this a few weeks ago.
details, and all of a sudden, all of your car finance agreements that you had between 2000.
Hi, welcome
Dave's a great YouTuber, Silver Fox. Hot takes. Just go over and subscribe
to another episode of Hot Takes, and it's getting hotter and hotter as the day goes on, isn't it? But Brian Leishman is a Labour MP in Scotland, and he has said that it is likely that Labour will, in the next Holyrood election, come fourth, and not in the biblical way, as in, come forth and collect your prize. No, literally, come forth. That's how bad Labour have fallen. And that, of course, would be absolutely devastating for Anasawa, personally. It could see the end of his reign of error. And it would also be bad for Labour generally. But it would also reflect badly on Labour down in Westminster. So, it's all up to the good people of Scotland. Fourth, put your mind to it, guys. You could make them.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Great. Great. Let me just reduce the size of my head. Think about it, my head's absolutely massive. Let's just take a wee bit less head. That should be better. Oh my goodness. So Labour are in 4th place and going down the stank. This is the Daily Express. Still not doing very much. Now, the counting only shut at 10 o'clock. So there's not much happening here just now. And it'll take a few hours to count. So in a few hours I might be plastered and talking absolute nonsense. But it'll be interesting to see how well I handle my drink tonight and how much nonsense I might end up talking at the end of it. I hope this is actually working. You guys are actually hearing this. We can't apologise. Oh, here we go, GB News, here we go. Oh, no, same thing. Local elections, here we go. So this is local elections from Captain Swiss.
And they've become intensely unpopular very quickly into their time in office as well. So yeah, it's no wonder people are going other places. I have finally managed to add our other guest. So is it Cameron or is it Tom? Which one could it be? Would you like to say hello? Starmer has fallen.
That does sound like it could be a Tom one, maybe.
We shall see. We shall see. I don't know if they're having internet trouble because they've been popping up and dropping off. So we'll see if they say hello. I'll do a few more comments that we've got here. Frank says, "I know it's a bit of a vibe killer, but could you dedicate a 5 to 10 minute segment to the elections in Canada that just happened?" Yeah, we can talk about that for a little bit. Certainly while we're waiting for some results to come in.
From my understanding,
John.
ACAD Daily.
I need to talk to you. We need help. We're being pushed to our limit by wars and...
Across many parts of England are heading to the polls to take part in local elections that will determine the makeup of councils and mayors across several regions. It's a significant day for local democracy, giving people the opportunity to have their voices heard on issues that directly affect their daily lives. From council responsibilities like waste collection and housing to big picture leadership from elected mayors, this is a moment for communities to influence how their areas are governed. In addition, a by-election is being held in the Cheshire constituency of Runcorn and Helby.
as the hours have ticked by today and polling stations inch ever closer to closing, Britain finds itself yet again at a hinge point, and today's elections are local in form but profoundly national in implication. Yeah, I'm not too keen on him, but
Voters across many parts of England are heading to the polls.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to a new video. Today we'll be discussing the 2025 UK local elections and my final predictions for these elections. I recorded this.
No, I've not done any predictions. You know, I always get my predictions right when it comes to politics, but it doesn't matter. It's already a win for Reform. It doesn't matter how many seats they get, councillors they get. It doesn't matter if they win Runcorn. It's all a win for Reform. Anything that happens tonight, unless they get a lower amount of votes in Runcorn, which I do not foresee coming, the Reform's already won, because even if they get 100 councillors, 50 councillors, it's 50 more than they had. So, and they've got the most councillors of any of the parties is 1,624. So they've got 99%. The Tories have only got 97%. Labour's only got 94%. Liberal Democrats 85%, and Greens 73%. The Greens are the village idiot party, the tranny, commie, gimp, globalist Islamo-Marxist party. They're just gimps. So it's already a win for Reform. That's why I'm celebrating already. Doesn't matter what the outcome. Any outcome will be able to be spun in any way that they choose to spin it.
This video twice already, so forgive me if it's a little bit disorganized, but today we are seeing this at 7:45 a.m. if this is uploaded correctly. Since this is a final prediction, it's uploaded early, but we will have the 2025 UK local elections. I will be streaming this starting at 4:55, I think, is when the stream is set. EST, since UK polls close at 5, EST, different country. Yeah, we're moving fast right after the Canadian election, which, by the way, the video cut out yesterday. This was how I graded myself. I don't know why it cut out. I hope that doesn't happen for here, but here we are. But you will have quite a few important elections with 1,641 council seats, most of them conservative. Conservatives are expected to take losses. Reform is expected during this start. I should have done this video twice already, so back to new.
Let's see if we can get that results. So this is the Statesman. Sorry, I'm keeping quiet here. This is the Statesman local English elections. Cookies. Confirmed choice. That's quite good, isn't it? Is that all the councils? I'll open that in a new link here. Let me do this. Local elections, open that in a new link. See if Sky's got anything. Oh, here we go. We've got Sky's got it on the ball as usual. Yeah? Fantastic. Let's scrape. No, we don't want that. No. Reject all. And here, oh, well done, Sky. Sky's on top. Hey, old Rupert. To Rupert. Sky's got it. So as you can see, we're still massively early. It's now coming up for 11 o'clock. I started a wee bit later, but we have now got all the constituencies. So they cancelled a lot of the ones down in the home counties because they knew that Reform were going to slaughter them. Reform is already either at the same level as Labour and Conservatives, or it's a lower level and Reform are out in front. What this will do is give us an understanding of how badly the Conservatives are doing. So they might be stronger in certain areas and certain councils than others, and we'll be able to see if the actual opinion polls has a reflection in the councils and the councillors that are elected. If there is a correlation, then both Labour and the Conservative Party should be very worried, and Conservatives should be actually thinking about moving to Reform, especially if they're ahead at the next election and they want to keep Labour out. They would have to jump to Reform, which again is going to increase the Reform UK's votes, which means it will go from maybe just getting a couple of hundred seats to be having an outright majority if there's a switch, because Reform are ahead and the Conservative Party would be holding back and potentially giving the election to the Labour Party again after they're making such a mess, because they've still got another 3 years to go and every one of them looks like they have escaped from the loony bin. So that's basically what the situation is just now. It's very surprising. Where's the top chart? Is it? Where can you get the top chart? What's that? Live chat? Oh, live chat. So a difference between live chat and fan chat. Oh, I like that. Fan chat. Live chat. So we're going to see here them all coming in. It's going to take a period of time, but this is massive today. This is just an incredible day for British politics. This is the end of an era, the two-party state, and we're now going into a multi-party derogation. I like that word, derogation. I know it's not the correct word though, but it sounds good. Diversification of the political spectrum that has now happened, and that's probably why I am so grateful for the fact that Nigel is now going to turn over the two-party state. And a lot of things can happen in the back of that. A lot of growth, political growth can happen, and rather than the restrictive process of the two parties that we've had in and out who have done less and less for the British people. So to Nigel, so good. So yeah, that's us. We're just waiting for some interesting stuff. Let's go back to GB News and Runcorn. So the count's on, they're starting to count. So the last, I think, for the international audience, the last votes would have been in about 10 o'clock tonight, and they would have had to vote it today. This is the sixth safest Labour seat. If the Conservatives, if Reform take over this seat, there would have had to be at least a 16,000 swing, and that would have meant that no Labour Party seat in England is potentially safe from Reform. This is a massive turnover, and this will also be echoed in the number of local councillors that are now going to be turned over, probably from both Labour and the Conservative Party, predominantly Conservatives, because most of the councils are Conservative, and Conservatives are down to 20 to 23 seats, which means they think they could lose probably about 50%, because we're at 40%. You can lose 50% of the councils and councillors, as well as Labour losing a lot as well, because everybody thinks Labour sucks.
So I don't know what to calibrate. Sure. All I'd say is what we can see. It's great. I'm very proud of the campaign. I've got hundreds of and by the way, not just this parliament. No, I run this. If this was held a month from now, we'd have to spread. We'd have to find an alternate path, which is why they held it. But then equally, that's why you need to get it. And it's I mean, listen, we're very fair. I think it's going to be, yes. I think if you win the campaign program, it's just an amazing campaign. There's so much genuine exactly one of those frank I want to be frank frankly not and she is she's huge recognition right there's a lot of
Yeah, it's not the most interesting thing, just sitting waiting for the boxes to come in, which will be coming in from all over the county. I'm obviously not talking to the British viewers who already understand this. I totally get this, but there's obviously international viewers who might not be as au fait how the British politics works. So this is a by-election for Westminster. And the local elections are for our local councils. Let's see this, GB News.
VE Day, all day Monday and throughout next week. Only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion.
That was Aaron Banks there, who's also running, who's neck and neck just now. Apparently in Runcorn it was neck and neck, so you have to understand, that was earlier on today, you have to understand that if the Reform overtake the Labour Party because they're doing such a bad job, that they will be absolutely devastated.
Join me
it doesn't even matter if they don't win the seat. If they have a massive reduction, which will definitely happen, of the overall majority, it means that at a general election that seat's in play.
Friday on Spotify,
as well as the ramifications for every other Labour seat in the UK.
By Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
So there's also another by-election in Scotland for Westminster at Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse, which I might go down and do a bit of filming down there, see who's about.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun. No, he didn't say that, Dave. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News.
Wee Nana.
News channel.
Right, I don't think this is... Come on, we want to see some action here. Let's get some action. Where are we? Go on. What's going on?
News channel.
Oh.
Mayoral elections, in local elections, and in one crucial parliamentary by-election. But what exactly...
There he is. There's my man there.
Have they decided? That is what this show will bring you tonight. And through across the night, we're going to bring you those...
Jacob would be better ditching the Conservatives and joining Nigel. That's what he would be better doing.
...results around the country, with a team of experts to guide you through the way.
Am I one of the experts? A foreign correspondent?
tonight. Will Labour maintain their hold? Will there be a reform earthquake? Or could the Conservatives make a shock comeback?
That's the change that Labour makes. So
release the sausages.
Bring change to Britain and vote Labour on May the 1st.
It is only with Conservatives that you get better services and lower taxes. Don't forget to get out and vote for your local Conservative candidates today.
We are going to do better than any of you in this room right now can even believe. There will be an earthquake. We are going to do phenomenally well.
Thousands of council seats are up for grabs, as well as major metro mayoral seats.
Well, I think there's about 1,600, but okay, I'm not getting it. Hundreds of council seats.
One crucial key by-election will bring
dozens of councils.
You every result as it happens, with top analysis from major political figures.
There's also mayoral elections as well.
Tonight is Labour's first major test. No governing party in modern times has seen its popularity collapse so quickly. Will voters stick with them, or will they twist and turn?
So basically Labour's popularity is in the toilet. It's like a jobby.
And to reform
this can't flush.
Or others. I'll bring key analysis on every significant moment.
Oh, here's a wee woman at Runcorn.
Counts for Runcorn and Helby, the only by-election of the night. Reform has put immigration centre stage. It's a dogfight between Nigel Farage's party and Labour. But could Reform take their 5th seat tonight, right here? We'll have the results very soon.
6 mayoral seats are on a knife edge right now. Here in Lincolnshire, voters will decide their first mayor. Could it be Andrea Jenkins, the former Tory MP who defected to Reform? We will know in the next few hours, and we'll bring you the result and the reaction live.
And as Britain bakes in the sun, will the hottest day of the year have affected voter turnout? Well, don't miss a moment as we bring you every result live throughout the night and into the morning. Now, joining me tonight, the Labour MP...
I wondered why I was sweating. Hold on a minute, I'm going to get the AC. I'll just let you chat on with GB News for a second. Hold on.
For Derby North, Catherine Atkinson. Of course, the GB News presenter and former Conservative MP, Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg. And the Reform UK councillor for Epping Forest District Council, Jamie McIver. Well, get ready, Britain. The excitement of election night starts right now. This is Vote 2025. The people decide. My name's Tom Harwood. Welcome to Vote 2025. Let's get stuck in. Because, Christopher Hope, I'm going to start with you. Clearly, huge expectations across all the parties tonight.
Huge, and it looks already like it'll be Reform's 24 hours. The Tories have got most to lose, maybe 500 council seats. Reform gaining 400, 450 power at a local level for the first time in this, what frankly right now is barely more than a protest party. The Greens doing well, don't forget them, they're to the left of Labour, they're being overlooked, but they have as many as MPs, I think, as Reform UK, and they'll do well locally. Labour up or down 25, not where they want to be, so near to their landslide last year, and Lib Dems up maybe 70 or 80. This is an aftershock from last year's general election earthquake, but it felt in a different way. The minor parties will benefit.
And yet, Catherine, we're expecting Labour to win hundreds of seats, perhaps, because the last time these seats were elected was the height of Boris Johnson's popularity.
I think Chris is right. I think the Conservatives have the most to lose. I think 20 out of 23 councils that we're having elections in are Conservative-led. Some have been Conservative-led for decades. And I think it will be a real test of Kemi Badenoch's leadership and whether or not the Conservatives have learnt anything. I don't think they have.
I think Kemi's not a bad leader. I'm pleasantly surprised at Kemi's leadership. I don't think she's been bad at all. She's got problems from our policy point of view because she was trying to let in everybody as well. She can be trusted in immigration, just like the Conservative Party at large. But yeah.
That's a big question to put to Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Well, as you rightly said, the last time these councils were contested was when Boris Johnson was at his peak of popularity and Keir Starmer contemplated resigning the leadership of the Labour Party. This time round, it's a plague on all your houses of the two main parties. I think we will see potentially the worst national share of the result for the two main parties in political history, potentially even worse than the last general election, which was very low.
It's 59%, I think.
And that's very important, because if it's lower than that, you're opening it up, as Christopher was saying, to minor parties, and people think the Greens may win the West of England Combined Authority, which in my view should be abolished anyway, that Reform is where I live, that Reform could win in Lincolnshire, the by-election could go to Reform. It's a very, very interesting night, and it's a change politically.
Jamie McIver, sky-high expectations for Reform UK tonight. That's a big sort of totem to set up.
Well, it's really exciting, isn't it, for the Reform Party, because this is our first major election, of course, test since the general election. But, you know, we've fought a very strong campaign, and actually, quite frankly, I'm sitting here and I think the two major parties are far more fearful of the results than we are. We have everything to gain in this election, but the energy on the doorstep that I've experienced this week and throughout the campaign has been quite extraordinary. And I think the people in the Reform Party right now, we're really excited actually to see what happens.
Now it's interesting, every Reform person I've spoken to over the course of the last week thinks they've clinched Runcorn and Helby. Every Labour MP I've spoken to thinks they've clinched Runcorn and Helby. Back to you, Catherine. I mean, it is a fascinating dynamic in this seat. Where do you think this evening will end up? We're expecting the results perhaps in the early hours.
I think that the results across the board, I think the only thing that people can predict is that they're going to be unpredictable. But, I mean, a lot of the pollsters said that the Reform were in pole position from...
Threat hunting is proactive.
That we're seeing a lot of Conservatives worried about losing to former Conservatives. I think like Jamie, we've got so many former Conservatives who are now Reform, and we've actually got a fair few Green candidates who are former Conservatives as well. And I do think that people will be really frustrated ultimately when you've still got a lot of people who are really Conservatives, especially if they start working together. And we saw what happened to the Liberal Democrats when they went into coalition with the Conservatives. It didn't end well for them the following election.
Interesting. Well, Jamie, we're going to have to get you to come back.
Nothing concerns me about ideologically conservative-minded people wanting to work with each other to bring down council tax and stop the excessive wastage that we're seeing across county councils. But, of course, it's right to mention the point that a lot of these county councils are, of course, Conservative-led, and Nigel Farage has made our position very clear on that. But I think it's a very damning indictment on this current Labour government that a by-election in the 16th safest seat, this is a majority similar to that of Hackney, and there is talk that Labour may lose this seat. You know, the fact that that's even a conversation is a damning indictment on the Labour government, but, you know, not a surprise, because I can't think of anybody I've spoken to since Labour have been in government that have said they're doing a good job.
Well, that is the start of a very, very big conversation, and we have a long night ahead of us. So let's just take a pause here, because we are going to go live to Runcorn and Helby, the count for that constituency, where the chairman of the Reform UK Party, Zia Youssef, can join us. Zia, welcome to the programme.
Hello, good to be here.
Zia Youssef, it's Chris Hope in the studio here with Tom Harwood. How confident are you of winning Runcorn and Helby?
Well, as you can see, they are counting votes as we speak, Chris. What I can say is that we have fought an incredible campaign. Sarah Poachin, the Reform candidate here, has been phenomenal. We're incredibly excited about the prospect of her becoming a Reform MP. We've had hundreds of activists here today, and I don't think we could have possibly run a better campaign. As was just said there in the studio, this is one of the safest Labour seats in the country, a by-election being run just 9 or 10 months after the general election when they won a huge majority. And we're a start-up party that had 0 MPs around 10 and a half, 11 months ago. So the fact that we are seriously in the running of winning this seat is an astonishing feat and testament to how much support Reform has built in the last 10, 11 months.
But we've been here before with Nigel Farage's party in previous by-elections, getting so close but not quite over the line. Why might this be different?
I think there's a few reasons. Number one is the mood of the country. I mean, I've spent a lot of time in Runcorn here campaigning, and the word betrayal and betrayed comes up a lot on the doorstep, actually. More from lifelong Labour voters and people who voted Labour last year than even from Tories now. I think Keir Starmer is going to go through a period much like what the Tory party suffered, where his own supporters, his own base, feel that he has totally betrayed them, that he doesn't really stand for anything. And of course, the Tories, after 14 years of catastrophe, people aren't going back to them anytime soon. So I think this is going to be, and many have said, that this is going to be a historic set of local elections in this country, probably the most important that have ever run, because the stranglehold that the two old parties have had on British politics is going to be decisively broken.
Voting's finished now. You can be honest about what your forecasts are. How many of these mayoralties might you win, and what's your forecast for council seats?
I think we're going to win hundreds of council seats. I think we stand a very good chance of taking control of some councils. The first time, obviously, that would have happened for Reform. And I think we might win one, maybe even two of these mayoral contests, partly, again, because of our incredible candidates. Dame Andrea Jenkins has been absolutely unbelievable since joining Reform, and has fought a brilliant campaign. And obviously Luke up in Hull, he's an MBE, he won a gold medal for his country. He's adored up there. Spent time with him a couple of days ago. He was getting an incredible reception. So look, we've got to see how the dust settles in a few hours. As you know, Chris, the first past the post system, it rewards you for nothing other than coming top. But I think we're going to win hundreds of seats. I think we're going to we stand a really good chance of winning this seat here in Runcorn and Helby, and perhaps taking one or two of the mayoralties as well. But again, let me be really clear. Last summer, the general election, Reform won 14% of the vote share, 14.1 to be precise. In this set of elections, Chris, I think we're going to be well into the 20s. And in terms of our target of getting Nigel into number 10 Downing Street, flanked by 350 to 400 Reform MPs, we only need, I say only, it's not going to be easy, but we need another 6 to 7 percentage points from here. We've got 4 years to do it, and that's what we intend to do, to keep banging the drum of our patriotic, optimistic message for Britain.
If what you're saying happens, it will trigger a crisis for the Conservative Party tomorrow and...
trigger a crisis for not just the Conservative Party. The Labour Party is going to be in crisis regardless of whether they win or lose Runcorn anyway, because I believe it will be a lot closer. Whether or not Reform win is actually irrelevant, and the fact is that although the majority of councils were Conservative councils, which if they're down to 23%, I think unfortunately Kemi is going to get her jotters, as a Conservative MP said. But yeah, I think it was Michael Forsyth. So yeah, there's big problems there.
Over the weekend, and there'll be more talk about how Reform UK and the Tories must come together. Are you saying you can do this without them?
Absolutely. There'll be 350 to 400 Reform MPs. And look, you've reported cases, actually MPs now calling for a pact with Reform, a merger with Reform. It's never a Reform person who is making that argument. And the reason for that is we have all of the upward momentum. The Tories are in terminal decline, and frankly, as they should be. Are there some good people in the Conservative Party? Sure. But ultimately, they spent 14 years absolutely destroying this country. They took taxes to a record high in terms of the tax burden since World War II. They threw open our borders, brought 6.5 million net new people here through legal migration, hundreds of thousands through illegal migration. They betrayed every principle and value they were elected to uphold. And let's not forget, Nigel, our leader, has some memories, of course, and some experience of doing a deal and doing a pact with the Tories, as he did with Boris Johnson. And what happened? He was almost instantly betrayed. The promise of Brexit was betrayed. So there won't be a pact with the Tories.
I'm just going to ask you quickly, where is Nigel Farage? Is he in the pub somewhere?
He is, he...
Interesting stuff that we've learned there. We'll get a sight of Nigel Farage at the Runcorn and Helby count. Now, of course, Catherine, Keir Starmer hasn't been to Runcorn and Helby throughout the course of this by-election. It's fairly unusual for a by-election early in a term for a Prime Minister not to visit.
I think he's been getting on with running the country, and we have been seeing NHS waiting lists coming down month on month. We're rolling out breakfast clubs, and we're actually seeing a return to neighbourhood policing. So I think he's been a bit busy, and it's not like at them. And I think that especially with the fantastic work that he's been doing on the global stage, when things are so uncertain, I could understand why he might have had one or two other things to do.
Too busy to visit the first parliamentary by-election in this parliament?
I think there are elections that are happening across the country, and I think the only thing that's somewhat surprising is that actually there is nothing new with Nigel Farage winning votes. He's done it with lots of different parties. In 2014, he got loads of votes, more votes than anyone else, and more seats in the Euros. In 2019, again, 5 million votes. But what did he do with that? What can he actually say that he's achieved for anyone? What positive outcome can people see?
It was quite a big achievement.
And he's been disowning it ever since.
No, we left because of Nigel winning so many votes in 2014 and David Cameron promising a referendum. We'd never have had it without Nigel. He's achieved a great deal, but I think...
And he has been disowning Brexit ever since and saying it's not right.
Your efforts on the line to take are absolutely noble. I really admire you for that. But I've never known a Prime Minister to be too busy to campaign when his party's doing well. When his party's doing well, it fits into the diary. When things are bad, Prime Ministers run away from by-elections. John Major never went anywhere near by-elections because we lost them all. Boris went out to them because he was good at winning.
Jacob Rees-Mogg, on that point, Kemi Badenoch has not visited Runcorn and Helby either.
We're not runners in it.
You have a candidate.
Of course we do, but we're not getting third.
You came with 100 or so votes of being second in the general election.
A close third is complete irrelevance. And in by-elections, there are always two parties that have momentum. One is the party that is incumbent, and one is the challenger.
Tell that to the Liberal Democrats. The Liberal Democrats, by-election after by-election, have jumped from third
because they have been the challenger to an unpopular government. In by-elections, there is only ever, we're first past the post system, there's only ever a point in one party really working for it. We've done nothing in Runcorn, quite rightly, because we were never going to win it. And it's much, much better that Nigel should win it than that the Socialists should win it. It's much better to have somebody who leans to the right in Parliament than another Socialist.
And yet this is interesting, because I've been speaking to some Labour sources today who say that one of the big strategies for the Labour Party in Runcorn and Helby has to target Tory areas, traditionally Tory areas, affluent.
I've not been saying very much, been fascinated by the chat there. That was absolutely excellent there, very educational. Let's see if we can get something else other than GB News. Doing a fantastic job, ladies and gents. I want to go back to that. The Sun, oh there we go, the Sun. So it usually takes a few hours to count all the votes. The ladies and gents that count the votes do it very well. Obviously, Tony Blair invented cheating by the postal vote. A lot of some of the Muslim Pakistanis have been cheating for Labour because of it. And they also go around and harvest votes, which should be made illegal as well. So all the people around will be and people who are connected to the parties who overview it, but I don't know how protected the votes are coming into the ballot from the ballot place. In Canada, there was people holding big bags of ballot papers, just like they cheat in America. So obviously the Labour and the Conservative Party have known how to cheat because it just goes back and forth between them. This is why today is going to be such a great change in British politics. So, come back again. Let's go out there. It's actually very boring. It's very boring watching. It's very boring doing it. It's very boring. Let's see what this is. So this is...
This is nice.
Hi, John. What did you do this morning?
Good morning, UK. And we'll have a wee look at this. This is, I think, yesterday. We'll go back to GB News later.
Audit the finances and then...
He's widened its lead in the polls ahead of the...
So he's making some very good points here.
The party out in front of Labour and the Conservatives. If there was a general election for MPs, potentially...
If that's the votes coming in, the Reform are going to get massive number of councillors, although it might be particular to an area or region. And they'll get a massive number of councillors, get a couple of mayoral candidates who could even win Runcorn.
A breakthrough moment.
The party is contesting most of the council seats up for grabs in...
Oh, there you are there. There's my pals there. How we going, guys? Never saw you there. Hey, there you go, Beauty Andy. Baby Guerilla here. Thanks, mate. Good to see you. Hello, good evening all. Hi, Tim. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, Baby Andy. There you are. The Hank. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
It's tomorrow's poll.
Tomorrow's poll, yeah.
Yeah, along with the tightly fought by-election in Runcorn and Helby, which was won by Labour last year. Joining us now is the Deputy Leader of Reform UK, Richard Tyson. Very good morning to you.
Very good morning to you. Yes, we're the biggest party in terms of number of candidates.
But you're...
Over 1,600.
Yes, you
Remarkable.
are. But you are tiny in terms...
That's incredible. That to be the largest for a party... Okay, it's on the back of Brexit Party, but for a party that's gone from 0 seats to be the biggest party in the number of candidates that are actually standing, which will then also bring out the vote in every seat. I think they only lost a few seats, which would obviously come for slippage. If they had got every seat, 100% of that, they should have backups for slippage. But I mean, what a tremendous job just to get the candidates out to allow the vote to come out.
Of what you do in local councils currently.
Well, at the moment, but this is...
I like Richard Tyson, a nice guy. I spoke to him before. He was a nice fella. Hopefully get him on the Guerilla TV channel for a chat.
It's the big opportunity for us, and that's why we're saying to people, if you want change, if you're sick and tired of the two unit parties failing Britain, breaking your councils, breaking the country, you've got to vote for change, and that's the big difference.
Okay, that's interesting.
The message
I'll do a podcast on Reform and Rupert Lowe, because I think that might be interesting.
Hearing on the doorstep.
Because so far, you really represent a sort of protest party in local government, don't you? You're saying if you're sick of the two main parties, then vote for us.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're saying. We're saying we're absolutely sick of the two main parties. That's it, bingo, spot on, in the show media as well.
And isn't it exciting that people have got a genuine different choice?
Yeah.
And that's what we're hearing on the doors. And we're getting a fantastic response. So and that's why we're leading in the polls.
OK, so if you're not just a protest party and you're not just don't vote for them, vote for us, what can you point to in local government that you have achieved?
What we point to is the failure of the existing two parties.
No, sorry, that wasn't my question. My question, because anyone can point out failures of other parties. What have you achieved in local government?
But they haven't done anything local government because the Reform UK has only been set up. It's not even for a one election, so it has had some councillors defect, but that's not really the same thing.
Government.
What we're doing is saying to people, look, your councils are broken, we will fix...
And this is why the show media ask stupid questions. I mean, that's a horrendously bad question if you know anything about politics. That's like almost a childish question.
We will come in, we will save money, we will audit all of the expenditure, find out where the money's going, the well-procured contract, but the many badly procured contracts, wasting hundreds of thousands of pounds on ergonomic chairs, all this stuff.
You've currently got 128 councillors. What have they achieved? This is what you're promising, but what...
The 128 councillors have not even been in a term of their own term. These have been defects, people who have defected from their actual original political parties. It's nonsense what she's saying. This is the stupidest argument ever from the supine media.
What have you achieved in local government so far?
It's not. That's a really bad question. They've not even stood in a full slate, because even today there's only a limited number of councils that have been allowed to vote. Some of them haven't been. We should always tell them that they're actually denied these these councils in the outside London, preventing them to vote. And I would have kicked up a stink, man, honestly. If they had prevented us from voting up here, I would have absolutely kicked up a stink about it. The fact that the people down south have been so placid about it, when again Reform would have dominated a number of councillors and won councils down there, and they've actually cheated the Labour Party with the commie Starmer the globalist shill, it means that they haven't actually done anything. They haven't got the right to vote. So they've compromised democracy while talking about everybody else being fascists and Nazis, and they've compromised democracy. They've compromised freedom of speech. They want to bring in blasphemy laws for a paedophile death cult.
What we are achieving is giving people the opportunity to say, we're done with the two main parties, someone else has got to come in, save some money, audit the finances, and then sort things out, because we can't keep spending more than we're earning and expect it to end well. At council level, councils are going bust up and down the country. Labour councils, Tory councils, this can't go on. We need some honesty about the state of council finances. In the same way, the country is going bust. We need some honesty about the state of the country's finances.
I think what we're trying to get at here is what the difference is, because we're asking you about what you've done, and you are saying that the others have failed, and that's kind of what protest parties do. That's what kind of opposition do. That's what outsiders do. That's fair enough. But I mean, at the weekend, Kemi Badenoch said something I think was really interesting. You, I think, have always been a politician who basically says that the Tories have kind of lost their way and we will be a better version of the Conservative Party. She said, Coke versus Pepsi, very similar, and that's the real choice. I mean, is that right? Are you basically a better version of the Conservative Party, Coke versus Pepsi?
They have their chance.
I think we've got a uni-party, including the nationalist parties in Wales and Sinn Féin in Northern Ireland and the Scottish National Party. There's no change in policy. Hopefully we're going to see a change in policy with all the rest of the dough balls out the equation.
They made a load of promises to the country, and at every level they blew it. We're different in terms of our immigration policy. We're different in terms of our net zero policy, where we've got newfound fans like Sir Tony Blair agreeing with Reform UK, listening and learning to what we're saying about net stupid zero. We're different in...
I mean, you've got to understand that I've said a lot of this, and I don't mind people taking ideas that I say. I've got no problem with people constructively taking ideas. I've no issue with that at all. I do no issue taking them for their own, but a lot of the stuff that I've been talking about for the last 7 years is stuff that is reiterated through not just this. I'm going to show something about Georgie Porgy, but not just this, but the fact that the Guerilla TV channel hasn't got a reverberation through politics is for the birds. We're a very small channel. We're a very elite channel. We have a great laugh. We've got some great baby gorillas, but the thought that we don't have a reverberation through politics now is just for the birds.
Just like to point out, so Tony Blair would, I'm sure, point out he does not agree with Reform UK.
He agrees with baldy Dr. Evil in Davos.
We disagree with the Tories on things, for example, on the nationalisation of British steel, so that we protect that strategic national asset. These are key fundamentals.
So one of the things they should come out with is against the closure of Grangemouth or the nationalisation of Grangemouth. Anything they would actually done in this, they should have come out with. The fact that the Greens, Scottish Green Party, the Doughballs, we, Lennon, wanted to close down Rosebank, and we Nippy wanted to close down other fields and tried to screw up when they were all saying, we've got tons of oil, we'll be rich in the oil, stop oil because of the retards in the Green Party.
It's really interesting to me what you just said there, because I thought of you as being a better Conservative than the Conservatives, not a Trumpian, bit like Nigel Farage, but, a better Conservative than the Conservatives. But nationalising...
I would have said that his balls is basically saying, I think they're Thatcherites, and I think that's right. They're probably... I don't think they've got actually hardcore ideologues. This is why it's quite difficult to pin down, which from a political point of view is a clever move. I can't really pin them down, but they're basically Thatcherite with some edges and some other things that, like the nationalisation. And they've obviously been listening to that to placate the Red Wall, etc. So... and left-wing voters who are attracted to them as well. Oh, don't forget the Red Wall is small C Conservative. They might be more socialist in their economics, but they are small C Conservatives.
A British industry. I mean, that's what Labour did in the 1950s and the 1970s. I know Nigel Farage is a sort of populist, big state, Boris Johnson style guy.
We've been calling for British Steel to be properly invested in for 6 years. I said to the Tories, don't sell it to the Chinese. They negligently ignored our advice, sold it to the Chinese, and we are where we are.
Nationalisation with reform.
Thanks to Nigel and I, we've saved British Steel, and we need to now invest in it.
How much is that going to cost?
And those are the opportunity.
How much will it cost?
It's cheap at the price compared to...
I like the fact that Ed Balls is now worried about nationalisation when all my life the Labour Party were always pro-nationalisation.
But how much? What is your costing of the cost of nationalisation?
I've got an expert advising me. We're producing
and what's he told you on the cost?
Well, I tell you what, it will be a lot
you
more
wouldn't come on our
cost-effective.
programme with uncosted policies the day before an election. That would be totally irresponsible. That's what the other parties did. What is your costed proposal?
My dear Ed.
What is your... No, don't patronise me, answer the question. What is your costed proposal to national...
And that's a very good point. But don't forget, the Labour manifesto, they've lied in every one of the policies. So costing is a very good point, but I would also say there has to be a liability. There has to be a liability. That's interesting. There has to be a liability for... there has to be a liability for not honouring your manifesto pledges. So the Labour Party has gone back in every one of those. It's like you might as well have just made up a lot of bullshit and just put it forward to the populace. Oh yeah, we're going to do this, and then we again we're not going to do any of that.
It will be great value because we will protect and create a great
Do you not know the
national
cost?
asset. We are working on a plan.
Do you not know the cost of a policy? You can't run an election on a policy and not know the cost and say you're different from the other guys. That's what bad politics did.
And patience is a virtue.
What is the
and we will
cost
come out with a plan.
What is the cost?
We will come out with a...
Yeah, but it's also difficult to cost the nationalisation and public sector things, but there should be public sector accountants from the very top of government to local authority government, and we should be knowing what the spending is, a breakdown of the spending as well.
A strategic
so you
plan
don't know the cost of nationalising British Steel?
I do have a good idea about it, and we're working on it.
Also, there's been claims that the selling of contracts at local government and probably national government as well has been gerrymandered as well. So we need an improvement in how the auction of services and actual services and products and whatever goes out to tender.
But here's the point.
Yeah, but tell our viewers, they want to hear. They want to vote for you tomorrow.
No, what they want to hear, they want to hear someone who's consistent, who's always said, don't sell British Steel to the Chinese, invest in it, invest in those blast furnaces. We're the only people who want to invest in those blast furnaces, and that's the right thing for British industry. How much will it cost and
who's going to pay?
It'll be great value for the taxpayer
the thing is,
and the country.
If you're in opposition, if you're a protest party, you can just say what you like. People said Jeremy Corbyn used to do that, but grown-up politicians who want to be in government have to have costed proposals.
Yeah, well, that's fine, but the Labour Party have not actually honoured any of their manifestos, so I would be very careful what you were saying about that, Ed.
To say where the money will come from.
I do agree, but no other political party has had a good costed proposal, and that's something that should have been done.
Successful business people who come into politics, right, who get stuff done, who audit things, who tell the truth about the failure of finances at national and at council level, and then say,
so I'm going to go back out of this. It's quite interesting, that one. Here we go.
If you've been wearing glasses more than 5 years...
And John is a political strategist and commentator and a former political advisor to Tony Blair. John, does that put you in the Labour camp then?
Yes, it does, always.
OK, well, let's get that one clear and out in the open. What do you make of what the predictions are that Reform is going to do well?
I think in a way it's not a surprise. Since the last general election in July last year, Reform have been rivaling the Tory party on the right and the Labour Party on the centre-left for popularity.
The far left.
Those three parties, Reform, Labour and the Tory party, have been broadly on 25% in the polls for the last 9 months, 10 months. So yeah, Reform are on the rise. They're a real political party, and their leader, Nigel Farage, is seen correctly by voters, as one of the most charismatic figures in British politics. And that's really what's drawing the support towards them, I think.
That's good analysis for John. That's correct. Everything you just said there's correct.
There is a by-election happening at Runcorn and Helby up in the northwest of England. It's not that far from where I grew up, so I know the area quite well. I've got family there. Farage has visited the constituency many times. He's one of these people who likes to press the flesh, to use that phrase, put himself in the face of people and try to sort of use that charisma. Is that something you think that could end up carrying that constituency for Reform, or can Labour fight back and hold it?
Yeah, look, I think one thing about Nigel Farage is he's very comfortable in his own skin. He's very jolly. He's very friendly. He's the kind of politician you go, well, I wouldn't mind having a drink with him, wouldn't mind having a pint with him, wouldn't mind having a glass of wine with him, because you just know there'll be the bonhomie and the generous character will lead to decent company and a good conversation. And I think that goes a long way in modern politics, because modern politics is so technocratic, so technical, and often so dour. It's about bad things happening. Whether it's the trade wars that are erupting coming out of the US, whether it is climate crisis, whether it is the inflation, the pandemic we went through. A lot of things are very dour and downbeat in politics, and Nigel Farage doesn't have that. He represents change. That's what one of the voters in your package said. He represents change. His party is called Reform because it's reflecting a fact that people in Britain do want change. They voted for it last year with the new government, the Labour government, and they've not seen that change manifest yet through the record of the current government.
And that's John being very honest. He seems like a nice fella, a former advisor to Tony Blair. So this is somebody who's probably has or does support Labour. But correct analysis there from John.
Reform has 4 MPs. Farage stood many times to be an MP and only succeeded on the last election in July, so 4 MPs. They could make it 5 if they win Runcorn and Helby. Of course, Labour has a massive majority of over 400 MPs in the House of Commons, so this isn't going to change Labour's actual ability to govern at this point. But you mentioned about Farage being this jolly character. Behind that, though, there are some very distasteful things, given his politics comes from, the far right wing.
You keep saying far right wing. Farage is certainly not far right.
Look, one thing that Nigel Farage has been very clear about is he is leading a modern right-wing party, not a far-right party. The far right in Britain, Tommy Robinson, who's in jail because of breaking the law, Tommy Robinson tried to give support to Nigel Farage and his Reform Party, and Nigel Farage rejected it. He said there are extremists on the far right who don't have a legitimate role in British politics. Farage has got his 4 seats in Parliament. He's pursued a number of causes in politics. The longest one was not just his running for Parliament, but actually, Brexit, Britain leaving the European Union. He's probably the most consequential politician of the last half century in the UK, along with probably Margaret Thatcher and Tony Blair. And extraordinary for a man who wasn't actually in Parliament to achieve such a huge...
Until I said that Aaron Banks Or well, I just said in general that they should pick a constituency that was going to vote for Nigel, which they then did, and he then got elected. I mean, we said that. I said to you, don't vote for Labour. People voted for Labour. Everything I've said prior to it actually happening. And then they do it, and then it happens. But yet we've only got tens of viewers. I mean, it's quite incredible. We say the thing happens, and then we've got a restricted viewership on YouTube. Sometimes we don't have sound, sometimes we do. Everything I've said to you has been correct.
Public policy change, such a huge change in. Are
you guys saying anything? Oh, you're a bit quiet. Hi, Hanky boy. Good to see you, buddy. Jim, how you doing? Andy, brilliant, mate.
Direction. So people people in the Labour Party campaigning do try to throw accusations against Nigel Farage. He has to be beaten as the politician he is, not with attempting to create some fear about him for policy he doesn't stand for. Yes, he's on the right, and yes, he's beating the Tory party on the right, and create a block of 25% of the vote, which, taken together with the Tories' 20 to 25% of the vote, is a majority of the country. So he's led a movement and has to be taken seriously from that point of view.
Indeed, for people who don't know, you could probably say that Farage was extremely influential in Brexit happening. Clearly, his UK Independence Party, the one before this current one, campaigned on that sole premise, and when Brexit happened, he just left the party. That was that. He's tapped into a sense which I think is going on in many countries, including France. The people are fed up with how things have been done, and they want things to change. They feel they've been left behind, and they think that the people who are saying what they want to hear can actually provide that. I suppose the proof's always going to be in the pudding. If Farage were to ever get into power, as supporters are saying he will one day be.
Well, I said he was going to get into power at the last election, so I was premature. First time for everything. But I was premature, but there's a strong likelihood he's going to win the next election. So can you imagine me saying the election before that I was off with 4 years. I was premature for 4 years. Premature for 4 years. And he's now going to win.
Prime Minister, that might be the thing that he'll find the most difficult.
Oh, look, power is the most difficult thing for politicians, because instead of making the claims you might make as an opposition politician that things could be better.
I would absolutely gobsmack he doesn't invite me down to be a policy advisor.
Better. You have to actually practically make them change and make them better. And that is the most difficult test for any politician. How do you make the changes that you claim are so easy and that the current government that you're opposing doesn't make so well? And I think that Nigel Farage has one limitation, among others, but a kind of fundamental one, which is the force, the electoral force, the discontent, the tide that he's surfing. That discontent is really a discontent with the current modern settlement of capitalism, the neoliberal capitalism we've been living in for decades. That's been rejected by the British people in Brexit. It's been rejected by the British people when they threw out Boris Johnson at the last election. But I don't think that many of the far-right parties...
They keep saying far-right, but you're losing a wee bit, John, in this one. Neoliberalism should be where I'm, libertarian liberalism, but the neoliberals are not neoliberals. They are actually authoritarian liberals who follow Baldy Dr. Evil and the corporatists in Davos, who present corporatism for them and socialism / communism for you. The neoliberals aren't liberal, or I wouldn't class them. Certainly, if they are liberal, or certainly authoritarian liberals, and certainly not neoliberals, which I would have thought would be classical liberals or libertarian liberals reinvented from the original liberalism of the Scottish and English Enlightenment. The like most things, the bastardised words to actually say something else that isn't actually correct.
Across Europe actually are articulating and Nigel Farage definitely isn't, that they want to replace this form of neoliberal capitalism with a different form. I think when you look in detail at what people are saying, they want a kind of social democracy to return, the kind of settlement that was in most countries between the mid-1950s and the mid-1970s. Now, that was a good time for most workers, most families, most communities across Europe. People are nostalgic for that. Nigel Farage
I'm nostalgic for the 1990s, screw the 50s and 60s.
Into that nostalgia, and maybe his move.
And I would have said that was more libertarian. Certainly the 1960s was, maybe it was a more conservative than the 1950s. 1960s was more libertarian, as was the 1990s. Different types of libertarianism, but certainly freedom of speech, freedom of choice, freedom of individual expression.
In policy terms, because just recently, not all of your viewers will know this, but just recently he started to articulate a defence of nationalisation, a traditional social democratic left-wing policy.
Which was rejected by Ed Balls, the Social Democrat.
And so there's some signs he understands the space he's occupying.
Yeah, because he's trying to placate the left as well, which I told him to do as well. So, very clever politicking.
Is of what it might be a traditional social democratic voters, traditional Labour Party voters, and that's true, I think, in France and Germany too. Traditional working class communities of all sorts are trying to get a recreation of a social democratic state that they used to enjoy.
Well, I'd prefer a libertarian liberal state. Big shout out to the Social Democratic Party, which Craig Houston and the Silver Fox Dave are part of. I'm not obviously that far being from them politically being a libertarian liberal. I think the SDP are more of a libertarian party, and SDP libertarian, but as close as they can get. They're certainly probably closer to me than they are to Tony Blair, who again would probably be a neoliberal social democrat. But Tony Blair had some pretty far left opinions, like Keir Starmer as well. He had some pretty far left opinions back in the day. How far he travelled from that far left? He certainly became corporatist and a globalist shill when he went over to Davos and became a shill for Baldy Dr. Evil. And we saw, who's that, Gary Southgate, that poof. He was walking hand in hand with Keir Starmer, and he'd been shilled out by the globalists, pimped out like P. Diddy's boyfriend. He got pimped out as the England manager.
John McTernan, fascinating speaking to you, sir. Thank you very much indeed for sharing your knowledge and your analysis. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
There we go. Allegedly, I should say. Overhyped, here we go.
Yeah. I switched from due dates to due dates.
So this is TLDR. Now, I quite like these guys. These are explain politics quite simply. If you don't really understand politics, we're a bit more advanced than this channel, but they explain it very well. If you weren't really au fait with politics and didn't really understand it, they do give a sort of neutral-esque background to politics, and they're worth listening to.
Made me go from weeks behind to weeks ahead of my deadlines. You see, I used to just...
Reform doesn't exactly appear like the... Mouse crowdfunding ends on Friday.
Unless you're paying me, you're not getting advertising.
That's why we think you should...
For goodness sake.
Brought to you by Brilliant. Much has been discussed, especially on this channel, about the rise of Reform UK. Considering how recently they've entered the political scene, it's unsurprising how much attention the media gives them. At the moment, they're polling in the same region as the Conservatives and Labour. In fact, in certain polls, Reform have polled even higher than the two major parties, leading some journalists to begin asking questions about whether Farage could be headed for number 10. Now, we've already made a handful of videos on this very prospect, but something we haven't really queried is whether this is all just a bit of media speculation. After all, Reform did well in 2024, but they only won 5 seats. And it's not as if it's unusual for Farage's outfits to poll really well temporarily and then fade into irrelevance. So, in this video, we're going to have a look at Reform's current polling, and whether it's actually overhyped. With your help, we've put together a full... One of the most recent and most significant polls to give them an edge on the other parties was April's More in Common MRP poll. On the surface, the poll showed what all other polls show these days, a tie between Reform, Labour and the Tories. But as an MRP poll, which surveyed over 60...
So that could be that Reform are actually in the lead, that both of these parties are much reduced. And don't forget, there's not as much enthusiasm to come out because the Labour Party's full of liars, and as is the Conservative Party.
15,000 people. It also predicted
at the top echelons
how many seats each of the parties would win in a hypothetical election. Astonishingly, it showed that Reform would come first, with 180 seats, with Labour and the Tories in second place on just 153. This would mean that Labour would lose 246 seats. Obviously, this would be utterly devastating for the two main parties. But even more than that, it would demonstrate the end of an era for British party politics. No longer would elections be dominated by the Tories and Labour. No longer would small parties be largely ignored. And for many voters, no longer would their vote be determined by who they assess to be the least worst option. In other words, it could utterly destroy the two-party system as we know it. However, as we see it, there are three reasons that Reform support may actually be overhyped: a lack of popular policies, internal political problems, and the historic treatment of smaller parties. Let's look at these in turn. Now, Reform UK as a party are clearly trying to imitate the right-wing populist wave that has swept across the Western world in the last few years. There are, though, two main issues with this. The first is that Reform's policy platform just isn't as geared towards the younger generation.
Yeah, that's great political analysis there. So that's something that they may have to be a rejigging over the contract and help younger people. But if you're putting people ahead of young people because they've got a roof over their head by giving people in Glasgow, which I was talking to Alistair McConaughey, with regards to asylum seekers, and they're getting accommodation which they shouldn't be getting ahead of the indigenous population, which I can guarantee that some of them are not asylum seekers, then you're not even preventing younger people from getting bought houses, but you're also preventing people from getting council houses.
As populist parties in other countries. In France, for instance, Marine Le Pen's National Rally has promised that it would eliminate income tax for under 30s, give young people up to €300 a month for training and apprenticeships, and expand interest-free loans for first-time home buyers. This isn't something that Farage seems to be doing. While Farage does make an effort to engage with the younger generation on TikTok, Reform ultimately has few policies aimed at Gen Z. Housing is the second most important issue to 18 to 24-year-olds, behind only the economy. Despite this, Reform has no big policies designed to attract those that feel that the Tories and Labour haven't done enough on housing, or, for what it's worth, on the personal finances of the younger generation. This is an issue.
Yeah. Reduced regulation, access to capital for start-up businesses, and decrease and kick out illegal immigrants.
One of the big advantages of being a populist is that you can attract voters who feel that the political establishment aren't doing enough for them, such as the younger generations. The fact that only 6% of 18 to 24-year-olds backed Reform in the latest YouGov poll shows just how little headway Reform have made. The thing is, though, it's not just the younger generation that Reform is failing to capture. A number of their policies are just unpopular with the electorate at large, mainly their climate stance and ideological closeness.
How's the climate stance going to work if China's putting out another coal station every week or month or whatever it is? If the UK fell into the sea, it's not going to make any difference in the CO2 emissions.
To Trump. Analysis from More in Common found that a plurality of Brits are worried about climate change, and that, by a margin of 6 to 1, Brits back investment into renewables.
So, there's already the greening of the desert by the Arabs in Saudi. There's the greening in Africa, the Great Green Wall, which is great as well, by the Africans. I don't know what they're doing in Australia, but obviously they could green Australia as well. If there's a significant reduction in CO2, and CO2 is being accused of warming the planet, then there could be a great freeze. So explain to me, in Northern Europe, as we're Northern European, and more people are killed of the cold and the heat, how the wind turbines are going to turn if we have a cold phase, or how solar panels in Scotland are going to produce electricity if we've got snow on them for a greater period of time. How's that going to work? How's the electricity going to be generated for Scotland if the renewables, if there's a freeze in the ocean and the wind power, the wave power's not working, the wind power's not working, and the solar panels are not working? How's that going to work? And then they want to block out the sun. I mean, is it like retards are us?
With even Reform voters backing green investment by a margin of 2-1. Similarly, a majority of Brits agreed that Farage was best described as the British Donald Trump, and that such a description is negative.
Oh no. But we've got a guy who was on the watch list for being a Marxist as the Prime Minister. Nothing to worry about there.
If Farage is serious about power, he needs to come up with some policies that can actually excite the electorate. Anyway, moving on to the second main reason that Reform may be overhyped: internal political problems. As we saw earlier in the year, Reform doesn't exactly appear like the most united party. A rift between Nigel Farage and Rupert Lowe, another of Reform's MPs, caused something of a factional fight.
Imagine entering your name and a few details, and all of a sudden, all of your car finance agreements that you had...
Now, to be fair, this wasn't actually in the news all that long, nor did it cut through and negatively affect polling. The issue is, though, that it shows that Farage is already starting to experience the same problems he experienced as leader of UKIP and the Brexit Party. New political upstarts tend to attract candidates that are individualistic, as they have little historic ties to the organisation itself. The biggest problem with this is that members of the party can quickly get fed up or frustrated with the leader, and the lack of spotlight on themselves can breed infighting and splits. Sure, so far we've only seen one of these, but it's quite possible that this is merely the start, and the party goes the same way that UKIP did. The other internal problem Reform is struggling with right now is funding. Between now and the next general election, the party needs to raise...
See what you said there before that? I'll cover the Rupert Lowe situation in Reform and explain why this might be the start of another party. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't have voted for Reform just now. The Reform just now in the short to medium term is in, but that doesn't mean that there might not be another party with an alternative policy platform.
Between £30 million and £40 million in order to build a large enough support base to actually win a majority. According to the FT, so far, Reform's efforts to attract donors just haven't been all that successful, and they've failed to attract many large donations. If they want
but that's potentially going to change, because if they're getting and getting more councillors and they're in line to become the ruling party, people who are in the know will actually fund them.
Taken more seriously, they're going to have to seriously step these efforts up. So, moving on to the final reason...
It's not they're going to have to step the efforts up, it's political momentum.
...isn't that Reform may be overhyped. Historic factors. As we've mentioned in some previous videos, this isn't the first time in history that a third party has been...
Yeah, and I think it might happen tonight. I think it might be overhyped today. But it doesn't really matter, because any movement is going to be a positive movement, because they're starting at zero. So anything plus zero is obviously positive.
Polling well. Back in 2019, the Brexit Party and the Liberal Democrats...
It would have to be an increase in the Labour majority in Runcorn for any plus, or they're going to try and spin it like the reduction in Labour and Conservative councillors or even councils as a win, but it's certainly not.
We're polling at a similar level to that of the Tories and Labour. Following the decision by the Brexit Party not to field candidates against the Tories, the polling effectively returned back to normal. What this shows is that changes on the political scene can wipe away strong third-party polling. At the end of the day, first past the post just tends to produce and perpetuate a two-party system.
Yeah, but not if it consistently means that the UK Reform are in first place. By the next election, they'll be able to say that the Conservatives are going to hold us back of winning a majority, and it's better to not vote for the Conservatives, which is going to reduce the number of Conservative seats and increase the number of Reform seats, because if they're polling above to the Conservatives and Labour, they're going to say to everybody, both Conservatives and Labour are holding the reform vote back.
In political science circles, this is known as Duverger's law. Essentially, while reform looks pretty good right now, the system itself...
If Labour continue like this for the next 3 years, they're going to look like a bucket of water in the desert.
...will work against them in the long run. So, all in all, it looks like things certainly do look good for reform right now, but they could find maintaining...
and it could be even better in the next 3 years if Labour continue as badly as they've started.
...this strong position difficult in the long run. At TLDR News, we're always trying to help you learn more about the world around you. Luckily for us, our sponsor this week, Brilliant, shares this same commitment. Their thousands of interactive lessons in maths, science, programming, data analysis and AI are designed to help you learn by actually doing, rather than asking you to mindlessly memorise stuff. For instance, each lesson is filled with hands-on problem solving that lets you play with concepts, a method proven to be 6 times more effective than watching lecture videos. This helps you build your critical thinking skills and ultimately become a better thinker. Brilliant's newly updated maths courses to help you establish a strong foundation in algebra, then helps you build on this, teaching you how to conquer calculus, all while maintaining an emphasis on problem...
That would be great when I was at school. I would have loved that, seeing a more interactive lesson. That's absolutely terrific. We should definitely be doing that in Scotland to show kids and allow them to study. Manchester United beat Atletico Bilbao 3-0. My goodness, could be in the final. What's this? I'll let you... Oh, what's he saying? I have no idea. I have no idea. I love it when the plan.
Did you know that you could be generating 10 grand a month or more by simply teaching other people what you already know, extract that into an online course and...
Well, let's bring in John McTernan. John is a political strategist and commentator.
Well, here we go.
Because we are going to go live to Runcorn and Helby, the count for that constituency, where the chairman of the Reform UK Party, Zia Youssef, can join.
But there's been no appetite. I agree with the point that, of course, it looks like it's Reform's opportunity to take it more than the Conservative Party. But I'm sorry, that is embarrassing for both the two major political parties.
We're going to come back to this. So just a moment on that, is that if we campaigned hard in a first-past-the-post system, we'd have helped Labour. Why should we want to help the government?
God damn it, I can't
Both Labour and the Tories are fighting against the surging popularity of Reform, who are...
Yeah.
Because we are going to go live.
Big shout out to the New Statesman. Historic moment, 90 minutes. Come on, I want to get some consistency. Conservative win. AfD surge to most popular party in Germany.
Reform UK leader Nigel Farage has downplayed his party's chances in the upcoming elections.
Well, but anything's a positive. So... I guess because they were trying to hype it up and say that we're going to get 500 seats and things like that. So that just seemed unrealistic. But anything's a positive here because they're starting from zero and anything's a positive. A reduction in the majority that Labour had is a win as well.
Despite a growing surge in support, some political analysts believe a new wave of tactical voting could impact Reform UK's progress, especially in the Runcorn.
Put the seats up and then we could take like 8 refugees somewhere they need to go in Europe.
So political politics social.
It was a fantastic setup. Anyway, I got to his and I forgot what the problem was. I don't know if I was delayed getting to his or what happened, but basically I just remember I missed the train and he was like, it's all right, we'll drive up to Peterborough, and I didn't quite clock how far it was from Hemel Hempstead. So it was a bit of a trip, but I did manage to get the train in the end. Otherwise, I would have been spending the night in Peterborough. And there was a very lovely woman on the on the platform. They have a little coffee place there, and they said they were closed. And I said, oh, I just wanted to. Can they just get some hot water or something? And she ended up making me a coffee, which was really nice. So I have nice feelings towards Peterborough because one person I met there once on a lonely platform was nice to me, and that's why you should be nice to people, everybody.
Definitely.
Oh my God, what a soy boy this character. Come on, jeez. Oh, what the hell? Oh, here we go. Oh, notify me. Oh, no. Oh, here we go.
Huntress managed ITDR.
It's going to change the narrative dramatically. Let's deal at a national level, first of all.
This is the Radio Times.
Nigel Farage, you will not be able to escape from beaming all over every single newspaper and television programme.
Now, this time next week will be very exciting if you're a political geek like me, because we'll be busy chewing through the results of the local elections. Predictions of a reform surge and a Tory wipeout have amplified talk of a potential pact between the two parties to unite the right of British politics to fight against the Labour Party. Now, earlier this week, the Tory leader Kemi Badenoch was forced to play down comments by the Shadow Justice Secretary Robert Jenrick, who in this leaked recording obtained by Sky News said that he was seeking to unite the right one way or another ahead of the next general election.
The right is not united, and then you head towards the general election where the nightmare scenario is that Keir Starmer sails in through the middle as a result of the two parties being disunited. I don't know about you, but I'm not prepared for that to happen. I want the right to be united. And so one way or another, I'm determined to do that.
How interesting. Well, since then, Robert Jenrick has denied that he was suggesting a pact with Reform.
Why would Reform have to have a pact? See, when you split in the first past the post, split the vote three ways. If Reform continue on the way that they're doing, they're up 70%. If they go up another 7%, even to 31%, and both of Labour and Conservatives are on 20%. It means they're going to get probably a majority.
And Kemi Badenoch has also ruled out. She has been quite consistent.
It might be 33, but I mean, there would be a way of working it out.
On that, to be fair, but she has admitted that the local elections are going to be very difficult for her party. Now,
it would also depend on the disparity, not the spread of the vote over each constituency.
Just before we came on air, I sat down with the Conservative peer and pollster Lord Hayward. He gave me his predictions.
The Conservatives are going to do badly, but that's because they did.
I would say that the Labour Party and the Conservatives going to. There's a lack of motivation for the Conservatives and Labour. You've got notoriously for local council votes, only about 40% come out. Ash, that Preston journalist, said that there could be 60%, which means that those that are motivated have come out, and that will be reflected in the local elections, the mayoral elections, and also in Runcorn.
Did unbelievably well in 2021, and this is the cycle that one's following. It was at the point of the vaccine bounce for Boris Johnson. So Conservatives losing lots of seats. Labour will not regain those seats, which normally you would expect to happen. It is likely that Reform take the vast majority of the seats, whether they're in Tory territory or in Labour territory.
Wow. Could be, I mean, we could actually be under egging this. As I said, it doesn't matter if it's a bloodbath or not, but it could be a bloodbath. Could actually be a total, and the fact that they prevented councils and council voters. I wouldn't pay my council tax if I had been denied a vote at this point and I was down in Essex or one of the home counties. I wouldn't be paying my council tax. I would have absolutely been disgusted at that. And don't pay your council tax.
But I also foresee the Lib Dems doing reasonably, and the Greens as well, but from very much lower bases.
And we'll come on to Reform in a moment. I just want to pick up on the Greens and the Liberal Democrats, because I feel they get quite squeezed in the media conversation. Are they, again, who are they benefiting from? Are they benefiting from the Tories not doing well or Labour not doing well?
the Lib Dems in particular will be benefiting from the Tories not doing very well. They've been absolutely clear their objective is to pick up the seats, the council seats, in the divisions that they won at the general election last.
So I think we're going to see a sucking of the Conservative Party, and those actual Conservatives will go to Reform UK, and those Liberals will go to the Liberal Party. So we'll see a vortex, a sucking of Conservative members until the Conservative Party have destroyed itself because of Conservative Central Office bringing in non-Conservatives.
Last year, and I think they will be broadly...
Just globalist shills like Mark Carney in Canada. We have penetrated the parties and the offices, so... Mark Carney's definitely been penetrated.
Successful in that.
So they're kind of solidifying their success from the general election.
Absolutely. Normally the Liberal Democrats build a local base and then go on to Parliament. This time it happens to be the other way round. The Greens, they've got a very, very small base in terms of county council seats, and I think their victories will come all over the country, not concentrated in any one particular place. Although I think where there is an academic centre,
so we've got a whole bunch of academic students or gimps.
Disenchantment with Labour in terms of welfare and aid and the like means that the Greens and probably the Liberal Democrats will benefit in those sorts of places.
And look, let's pivot back to Reform. It's expected that Reform is going to have a good night. What is that going to do for the narrative in British politics?
It's going to change the narrative dramatically. Let's deal at a national level first of all. Nigel Farage, you will not be able to escape from beaming all over every single newspaper and television programme. His success is going from effectively no seats, the few defections, right up. I think they will win the most seats. I'm not convinced they'll win the most votes. I think that may well be the Conservatives. But in terms of seats, the Conservatives are going to lose control of a large number of councils, and in many cases the really hard work for Reform will not be smiling on the front of a newspaper, but the willingness or otherwise of Reform councillors to work together, because most of them will not know each other, and then they will be asked to be in coalition with whoever.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult. You have to have people who are coherent. Oh, look, there we are. There's some people watching. Hello, my baby gorillas. And we have to have people who are coherent in the council. Nigel, which is a clever move politically, but also a not very clever move for coherence, is that he's brought in Liberals, Conservatives, so all the councillors who have been clever enough to jump ship because they see the way that the tide is shifting. That's like me saying, "Oh, I'm a Labour supporter now," or "I'm a Conservative supporter now," and just jump ship to make sure I retain my power. You're not actually changing anything at that point. Same with certain MPs. There's certain MPs like Jacob Rees-Mogg who would actually fit into the Reform, and there's other MPs like Generic who is just postulating as a Conservative and is actually just probably a wokey wefter himself. Oh yeah, we'll do something about it. Ah yeah, so you have done nothing. She's quite pretty. I quite like her.
Missing teeth ruin your life. I know because I work with patients daily who have lost all or...
The Conservatives are one leadership election away from destruction. If they were to do this again, the public would think, right, we've really had it with you guys.
I don't even think that. I think they're so adrift of what their underlying actual ideology is. They don't actually know which side is up. I mean, I have been guilty of doing this to them, but the fact is that apart from being greedy Tories, like with their snouts in the trough, they've got no ideology that's consistent. They keep saying one thing and doing another. It's a bit like Labour. Liars.
This is all you see able to do. Just you seem to be a strange, not so much a party, but a kind of death cult that only elects leaders for the joy of tearing them apart. later on. And I think if they can't basically keep it together now, they'll never be able to keep it together.
Now, every Friday here on Drive, we're lucky enough to get a little sneak peek of Fraser Nelson's newest column for The Times, and today is no different. Fraser, good afternoon.
Hi, Laura.
Hi, so you've been writing on Kemi Badenoch and Robert Jenrick, and you've been added to a very interesting...
Fraser's another wokey wafter, man. I don't know how we're producing all these wokey wafters.
WhatsApp chat.
Yeah, this was a couple of weeks ago where, I mean, I'm a bit surprised if you weren't added as well, Lara. It seems quite a lot of people were added.
I wasn't added. Should I feel left out?
Oh, well, you should be getting serious FOMO because there were something like 600 people in the end added to this mysterious WhatsApp. And I thought, this is great. I'm going to be it's like the equivalent of that Signal chat in America with the Yemeni bombing. And I couldn't work out what it was for. Why was Robert Jenrick adding me to this chat? And then one of the messages was RJ for PM.
Why is one wokey wafter adding another wokey wafter to a WhatsApp chat run by a wokey wafter?
So, this is a leadership coup, great. I'll kind of just keep quiet and see what unfolds. Now, journalistically, it was quite the treasure trove. You got pretty much the contact information for the entire shadow cabinet, Jenrick donors, millionaires, Boris Johnson, the whole lot. But eventually, Jenrick, I think, realised what he'd done and then started to boot everybody out. But he did it in alphabetical order, so it took him about an hour to get to the F's for Fraser. So for that period of time, you just caught a glimpse of the kind of strange world of Westminster plotting. Now, it could well be, as he said, this was simply a support group because he wanted to run a marathon, It could well be. But it also fits the pattern of kind of Tory plotting ahead of an expected leadership defeat, or election defeat. And that's what they do expect Thursday next week with local elections.
And how much should we read into that exchange at PMQs this week where Starmer was trying to goad Kemi Badenoch over Robert Jenrick wanting to take over the party, and then we saw from Jenrick today saying that actually he thinks she's doing a very good job, obviously trying to distance himself from the idea that anybody's being critical of him. But wasn't there an anonymous piece this week in...
I like her. I think she's nice. I think she's a good journalist. And I like the other bird with the blonde hair as well. She's all right.
The Critic magazine by two Tory MPs talking about how they wanted Robert Jenrick to be the leader of the party. Is this natural at this point? I mean, the locals are obviously going to be very difficult, but they haven't even happened yet.
Well, the funny thing is, it's natural for the Conservatives, who this plotting seems to have this kind of vampire-style lust for a leader's blood all the time. So this is the strange thing, but I think this is dangerous because the public are looking at the Conservatives and thinking, God, really, you guys at it again? And Jenrick is being so overt in this. In my column, I say that...
So he's basically... Jenrick's came from a liberal to, do this, this is all the bad stuff. They do this every time. It's an MO. We're going to do this, we're going to do that, it's going to change, everything's going to change, we're going to do things, and they don't do anything. It's a bit like Labour. It's just bullshit.
A chairman of a Tory association had to write to him saying, please stop contacting me and please stop your leadership bid. This is a bad look for the party.
Wow.
So you're getting activists right now. But I also saw a WhatsApp group of the Tory council leaders. Now, they've got their head in their hands looking at these MPs' antics, thinking, look, can you please focus on the election we've got on Thursday, not on whatever madness you guys plan to knife each other after Thursday. So it's got so overt now that Keir Starmer is able to tease Kemi Badenoch for it. I mean, there is hardly anybody who doesn't know that Jenrick's behaviour is entirely consistent with a leadership campaign. He started to write these long articles about things nothing at all to do with his brief. My personal favourite was last Easter Sunday, where he was saying how Britain should take Christianity more seriously, etc., etc. And he berated Number 10 for not celebrating something he called Sam Sunday. Now, I think he meant Palm Sunday, but this kind of shows you the way that he's going after specialism in a way which isn't a great look for the Conservatives.
And that shamelessness, I mean, how, if you're Kemi Badenoch, do you deal with that? What is the right strategy if you have one of your number who, yes, is successful on things like the Sentencing Council or enforcing the government to have a register, a league table of migrant crimes, for example, but is obviously and blatantly and quite shamelessly challenging your authority on a semi-regular basis?
Well, it is difficult. I mean, the Sentencing Council thing, let's not forget, that was a deal that came to light under the Conservatives. So if Robert Jenrick had been half as angry about it as he was back then, he could have just called his friend Alex Chalk and said, look, let's kill this idea. No, we didn't hear a word from any Conservative. And the idea of this as a Labour thing is a bit of a stretch. But Kemi Badenoch's got a difficult situation. She needs to keep her party together.
What's left there?
Fires him, that'll be his allies thinking they're out in the cold, and then this
All the Wookiee wafters kidding on his right wing.
kind of cycle of reprisals will just start again. So she needs to be kind of Gandhi-esque in her forbearance towards her colleagues who are playing up, and just hope that they might listen to the pleas of the other activists who are saying, look, can you guys just please stop plotting against each other for a while and let...
I quite like her. I'm going to listen to her some more. I'm not sure about Fraser, but
Let's focus on the opposition.
And what do you think happens after the local elections next week if they are a very...
I have to say, I quite like a received pronunciation voice, English voice. I like that. I don't know what it is, but something about received pronunciation I quite like.
A very, very difficult night, as is predicted for the Conservatives. They're obviously defending these seats that they won at the high watermark of Tory support.
Don't know how they would deal with me being a Glaswegian, mind you.
In 2021, if it does come to pass that they're a disaster for the party, what does that mean the next day? Does it mean anything? Are there any real consequences for Kemi Badenoch in that situation?
Well, the disaster is kind of baked in. I mean, the polls suggest they'll lose about half of the councillors there.
Wow. It's going to be the night of the long knives for the Conservative and Labour Party. Less so possibly with Labour, because they cancelled all the constituencies. They might have lost more down south. Anti-democratic scumbags.
And all these elections are taking place in the relatively Tory-ish areas. And the last time I had an election was 4 years ago. But of course, the natural Tory reaction now is when in panic knife the leader. But in my opinion, the Conservatives are one leadership election away from destruction. If they were to do this again, the public would think, right, we've really had it with you guys.
And as I said, I like Kemi. I think Kemi is probably one of the better ones, but she's questionable as well on a lot of things, as are the Conservative Party as whole. They say what they should be doing and then don't do it and do something else. In line what they're told with Big Ears, Magoo, Tony Blair and whoever the twat is that's in for the Conservative Party.
This is all you see able to do. Just, you seem to be a strain, not so much a party, but a kind of death cult that only elects leaders for the joy of tearing them apart later on. And I think if they can't basically keep it together now, they'll never be able to keep it together. So I do think things are quite delicate, not because of the election on Thursday, but what follows the election. If you start to go after each other then, I think there won't be much left by the time they're finished.
And what do you think about the suggestions that Jenrick was making about working more closely with the Reform UK Party? Is that something that you think that they should consider doing? This kind of is a perennial question that faces Conservative ministers and, of course, Kemi Badenoch, but it seems now they had relatively different positions on this for a time being.
Yeah, well, this is the big debate in Conservative circles right now. Should you cut a deal with the Reform? The code for that is unite the right. Or should you simply try to defeat them? Now, Kemi Badenoch has been quite...
Well, they've been coming from behind. And if it's coming in the next 3 years that they're still behind, then they're going to lose even more seats because it's going to be pointless as a Conservative voter, vote for the Conservative Party to allow the doughballs in the Labour Party, the village idiot people to get back into power.
Quite straightforward in this. She thinks that she will deal with Reform by crushing them. She's saying this is a party that barely existed this time last year.
Yeah.
So why on earth?
That's what's even worse. It barely existed this time. Like it didn't exist, virtually. And now there's more and more councillors defecting. Never mind getting elected today. Never mind Runcorn.
We merge, one of the world's oldest political parties, merge with one of the newest, and one that can't even keep itself together with the Rupert Lowe debacle.
Rupert Lowe's only one guy. Rupert Lowe's got a distinct set of policies. Not some I agree, some I don't. But Rupert might have to form his own party. But what the UK Reform will do is break the back of the two-tier political system, which will allow alternative voices to come in.
Robert Jenrick has always been more certain.
That champagne's and the oranges, Buck Fizz is playing up in me.
Respect in this language. Although today he actually did say that he didn't think a merger would be a good idea. Now this I think was drawn from him because we know Sky News had the recording.
Are you guys saying anything to what you guys saying? 6 people watching. Oh my goodness. What's happening, guys? Hartlepool Council by-election win for Reform. Wow. Northumberland, another win for Reform. Wow. Is that individual councillors? Is that the full council? Let's have a wee look and let's go and see. Interesting, Fraser. Thanks for coming. Wow.
The mayoral contest, that's the key word just last year. That's what the opinion poll...
36, that's 15, 16, 17 points down. 17 points, I mean, they're within 1 point. Oh, wow.
That's what the Britain Predicts model is telling us right now. Doubling where they were, up on me. They think there's a lot of apathy there.
Wow, let's go into the BBC. I'm loath to do this, loath to do it. It's like sacrilege. BBC doughballs. What's going on? Where's politics? Where's politics? Oh, she's absolutely useless. What's going on? Tariffs. Oh my God. Are we set to see a Man United Tottenham final in the Europa League? Wow. And Rangers was really better than Tottenham and Man U as well, man. Wow. Just shows you. If those two penalties had been given for Rangers, they could have been beaten Man United 3-1. Right, politics. Where's politics? News. Let's try news. Oh, come on! Where I don't understand where politics is. Culture, art, blah blah blah. Search. BBC should be privatised. Polls closing Devon 2 hours ago. This is rubbish. What a rubbish service. What's going on? Is there no UK news? Come on, yeah, you were having that. Oh, right, let's say iPlayer. God damn it. BBC iPlayer. Sorry, what? Sorry, the iPhone is absolutely useless. Useless. Right, forget them. Screw them. ITV. Let's see STV.
BBC iPlayer.
Local election results. Fourteen councils beat it. Where's there's none in yet. How are you getting there's no results in. Seats politics. Oh, here they are. Here we go. Here's the morons here. Apart from Nigel.
To look at the circumstances of what we inherited. We've got 40-odd bills going through Parliament at the moment. It takes time to deliver the planning reform, the regulatory reform, to get the...
Well, if you weren't important everybody in the world, you might have more houses, you doughball.
Investment into parts...
Wow, oh, what's going on? Why is the key phrase now? 18 Conservatives,
We've said from
1
the outset
Labour,
that
4
we do not accept
NOC.
that the only way forward for our country is more tax or more cuts. There is a third way forward, which is to get growth, but it'll only happen if we can change fundamentally regulation population planning, the way we structure
So you can
our economy.
You can see that the Reform are coming from 0 seats. Although they do have councillors because they've defected, they're coming from 0 seats. So anything's a win.
The way we invest in parts of the workforce, the way we get skills developed and into the right parts of the country, the way we're on the
you talk shit.
Side of those people who are...
Nobody believes you. You're just talking shit as usual.
Spinning out innovations, creating wealth and jobs and new businesses for our country.
So you can see that actually Reform's got more councillors sitting than the Conservatives.
Can't do all of that in 10 months, and people recognise that.
What do you think about that? They've had 10 months.
I mean, Labour in 10 months has cut growth, increased borrowing and destroyed business confidence.
And increased taxes and allowed people to come in and sit in 4-star hotels.
Keir Starmer has been spending all
and stock children at primary schools
of his time in the day job achieving that. It'd have been far better off if he'd been in Runcorn on the doorstep, as the country would be thriving then.
I mean, the only thing I'd say to that is, I take Graham's point, but it's a bit rich because the Tories have literally been missing in action in Runcorn. I mean, the Tories have pretty much given up. And what's been fascinating about watching how the Conservatives and Reform have interacted at Runcorn is that there almost has been like a kind of unofficial pact where the Tories have kind of stood back to let Reform do quite well. And I think that's quite interesting, particularly when lots of people are in the background. We had Ben Houchin, there was a recording from Robert Jenrick just a week or so ago saying that actually at some point there might have to be some kind of deal between Reform and the
But we were in
Conservatives.
3rd place last year at the general election in Runcorn. You won the seat with a huge majority.
Sure, but it is interesting.
So us being missing in action isn't quite the same as the Prime Minister being
But
missing.
it is interesting that the Conservatives have not tried at all to win that seat, given everything you've just said.
We weren't going to win that seat. It would have been remarkable. I mean, it was remarkable 4 years ago we won Hartlepool, but that was in quite unique circumstances.
But it is telling to sort of not turn up at all. And also, I mean, there are
Keir Starmer
there are
hasn't
other
turned up
seats.
at all.
Well, who cares, man? Nobody cares if you don't turn up. It's actually a bonus if neither of you turned up. Let's see what's going on. Oh, no, that's not that. What's going on? Live results. That's not results. You're just trying to get views. Runcorn, here we go. The sun.
8 Sleep's brand new Pod 4 is truly incredible right out of the box. Installation.
They're doing nothing, these guys. They've not got any votes to count. Are they on strike? Is this a trade union meeting for the bins? Oh, here we go. I take that back. That's me being very cheeky to these lovely ladies, man. But it's unfortunate the cameras are just pointed at them. This is a Labour woman saying we're screwed. Get rid of Keir Starmer quick.
America great because when you were down there.
We've got the Constitution installation on that side and all the flag on that side.
So 13 hours ago. What? I can't believe I've got nothing updating here on and we're up to, oh my goodness, come on. There must be some more better news than this. Nothing, absolutely nothing. What sort of service is this? Let's go into Google.
Results by Council Map UK.
Useless. Not even predictions. Oh man, I'm sick of this. I've got to go down each individual button. And you've got a shit website. Aye, that's brilliant, Oh, here we go. Wow. Look at that, look at the reform. Wow. So what they're trying to do is bring in refugees to change, and they're bringing them in all these counties to change the actual demographic. So they stop voting, they vote for the globalist shell parties. That's what they're doing. It's nothing to do with refugees and bullshit like that. They're deliberately doing that. The globalists are deliberately doing that. Nothing. Come on. An hour. So it's shut 2.5 hours ago. Oh, talk about frustrating, this. There's not even predictions or exit polls. PBC sucks, man, honestly. Oh, here we go. To reform. Wow. Labour down 2. Here, oh my goodness. 2 up, 2. That's not a good start for Labour. Whoa, Labour could get no councillors and just be like the special needs bus.
Just gone on air, and I thought it's early to say it's early in the night. Blimey. However, so result number 2 is here, evidence that we are early in the night. Let's show you the second seat in Northumberland. Fastest fingers first in Northumberland. They're going quicker than anybody else. The second seat has gone to Reform there. The Conservatives have got 1 seat. They're still counting, but the Tories won it in the 2021 local elections. And we can show you what the change has been so far. What's changed hands? Reform have gained 2. Labour have lost 2.
We want to see percentage. We want to see percentage of the vote. What's the percentage of the vote? Come on! Oh my God! What's going on?
So far, this is my favourite bit. Reform on 39%.
Wow!
The Tories on 29%. Labour on 31%. And the change in the share: the Tories down 8%. Labour down 15%.
Wow.
All very interesting. It is very, very, very early. That is absolutely true, but still the numbers are very, very interesting.
And the people voting for the retards and the Greens, I think there might be a lot of retards in the UK. I think that's the problem.
Interesting as they come in. And we have another new important number, a number from Witness, which is where the count is taking place for the new Runcorn MP. Let's go back to Damien, because there's a new number for us. We were talking about turnout a bit earlier. I think you can spill the beans.
I can. We just had the returning officer come and tell us 46.33% the turnout for the by-election here.
Wow,
so
that's shit.
We were told was 32,700.
Wow, that's really down. That much. Usually it's about 40% at local elections. And that's what I thought. The Labour Party votes not been motivated to come out because Labour sucks. And Yeah, we could see an overturn in this seat in 40%, because the Reform members and other people would have been motivated to come out. At 40%, that's horrific. That's what the sort of percentages are at a by-election. A local election, not usually a by-election.
Odd votes out of the 70,000 in the constituency. I think that's probably higher than many people might have thought. So
say that again.
46.33. If you think
that wage rise due to the increase in the national living wage. So we are starting to make change, but we were very, and they're going quicker than anybody else. The second seat has gone to my favourite bit. Reform on 39%. The Tories on 29%.
Here, so that we were told was 32,700 odd votes out of the 70,000 in the constituency. I think that's probably higher than many people might have thought.
No.
So 46.33. If you think back to the general election, it's 59%.
But 49, 53, well, it's not really that much, but it's closer. It's only 53% of Runcorn came out to actually vote. So people died to actually get the vote, guys. Come on.
Maybe a sign of, the sort of competitive nature of this election. And that may, Reform may think, the UK may think that is something good for them, given that if you think back, this was a very safe Labour seat, traditionally sort of Labour area now. So this turnout might suggest that, there is a lot of people sort of thinking there is something at stake in this by-election. We will wait and see. Down here, they are now in the process of beginning the formal count, having verified the ballots. So ballots being sorted into different piles, and then the sort of counting of those will happen. That is a process that could...
Now, there was a lot of penises. There was certainly a number of penises drawn in ballot papers, and I actually thought that was my votes that just couldn't get it in the box that said David Ballantyne. I was trying to say to the returning officer, I think they're my votes.
Take, I think, maybe a couple of hours now. We will see, but first indications, that turnout, a little surprising.
It's very interesting because that's really healthy for a by-election. From the people you've talked to there, Damien, is that because people feel they've had motivation because there's been a national focus on this, given it's the sort of historic first by-election in Keir Starmer's parliament? Or perhaps it's even tactical voting we've touched on a little bit because Reform have been players and people on all sorts of sides have been getting involved?
I think possibly a little bit of both. It's interesting, just hearing sort of voices around. You hear some who say,
"Wow, Labour and people who are retarded have voted Labour, and they've got 3 votes, and people who have smelt the coffee have got 3 Reform votes." Oh, wow.
You were talking a few minutes ago about the sense of disillusion. Well, that pervades parts of the constituency here. People are a bit disillusioned with what's been delivered so far or not delivered by the Labour government. People disillusioned about the state of the high street and the area. Others, though, equally you hear saying, well, I would never vote Reform. People, Labour voters saying, no, I absolutely don't want to do that. I don't want to switch. And hearing from them that maybe, the smaller parties' supporters might lend votes to them in order to try to stop Reform. So in a way, there's kind of motivation all round, if you like, and that may explain some of what we're seeing in that turnout.
Really interesting. Damien, thank you for bringing us that number. So interesting, whatever the final result is in Runcorn, the turnout there, just to remind you, is around 46%.
That's not high. That's not high. Usually in a general election, it's over 60%, maybe 70% in some. But at a local election, that's about right for a local election. That's certainly not high. To say that again, how much? 40-odd%? It's not high.
Some disillusion. Well, that pervades parts of the constituency here. People are a bit disillusioned with what's been delivered so far or not delivered by the Labour government. People disillusioned about the state of the high street and the area. Others, though, equally you hear saying, well, I would never vote Reform. People, Labour voters saying, no, I absolutely don't want to do that. I don't want to switch. And hearing from them that maybe, the smaller parties' supporters might lend votes to them in order to try to stop reform. So in a way, there's kind of motivation all round, if you like, and that may explain some of what we're seeing in that turnout.
Really interesting. Damien, thank you for bringing us that number. So interesting. Whatever the final result is in Runcorn, the turnout there, just to remind you, is around 46%.
46%? That's absolutely shocking. That's exactly how much a local election. So that means that 54% didn't bother to turn up, which I would suggest is pretty bad for Labour. Anyway, I'm going to powder my nose. We'll be back in a minute.
And that is very healthy for a Westminster by-election. Often in by-elections, turnout is far below that. So it's not a million miles away from the kind of turnout you might expect to see in a very safe constituency in a general election. So that's an interesting footnote to that story as it unfolds. We have our third result in, so we're going to show off one of the toys that we have, is our tower, which will look a bit more impressive by the end of the night in terms of the numbers, but seat number 3 has also gone to Nigel Farage, but the Conservatives also now have a seat on Northumberland Council, who are doing the fastest counting of the night so far. So congratulations to the counters in Northumberland Council. Let's just touch on this basis, on this notion of tactical voting then, because it's already come up along with the fragmentation and splintering when you have lots of parties who are competitive. And Sarah Olney, you were nodding very vigorously when Damien was talking about people making decisions away from maybe their own natural choice in order to influence the overall effect of the ballot.
Yeah, and I mean, that's definitely what we've been, the Liberal Democrats have been finding on the doorsteps. And as I was saying before, there is a significant number of voters out there who really don't want a reform councillor or a reform mayor, and they will vote tactically. I believe they have been voting tactically, as far as we can tell.
So your data's telling you that?
It's not so much the data that we're collecting, it's much more conversations that we're having. But I think that's one of the factors that will have been very difficult to pick up in the polling. You'll be able to see the people who say they will vote reform, but the polling doesn't show you who is going to vote on the basis of, wanting to keep reform out. And we saw in the general election last year, there's a high propensity for tactical voting. People will switch between, say, Labour and the Liberal Democrats last year in the general election, depending on who was most likely to beat the Conservatives. I think we're definitely going to see that again this year, but equally, I think we will also see it against reform.
Emma Reynolds, have you picked that up much? I mean, a couple of your MP colleagues who've been to Runcorn in the last couple of weeks were saying to me this week, actually, they felt some people would come down the garden path and say, I'm really cross with you, but I don't like the look of Nigel Farage, so actually I am going to go out and I am going to stick with Labour, even though I'm going to hold my nose to do it. Have you picked that up?
Yeah, we've picked that up in Runcorn, but it's still much too early to say, and I think it's going to be very close. Let me just put that health warning
that's interesting.
on there.
So you think it will be very close? Because actually there's a few whispers from the count have said to me that it is looking genuinely very tight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to try and call it either way. I think the electorate are very smart. They do vote tactically. They did at the general election last year. I mean, I actually live in a Liberal Democrat seat in Chesham and Amersham, but I represent Wickham next door. And certainly at the general election in my own constituency in Wickham, there were a number of people who might have voted for some of the smaller parties who we were able to bring over to vote tactically against the Conservatives. So,
Can I just say, actually, I spent quite a lot of the last week in Chesham and Amersham and speaking to voters in Buckinghamshire, and it's one of the areas we think we're going to make some quite significant gains. Later tomorrow. We probably won't see them this evening. But again, Buckinghamshire is solidly Conservative, and we think we might see some significant gains there.
Can I just come back to Runcorn? What does it say about the Labour Party? It's your 16th safest seat. You have a 15,000 majority. If it's close, what does that say about where you are and how unpopular you are?
Well, it was very challenging circumstances. We've talked about that earlier. Let's see what happens. We've seen
it's very challenging because you've lied about every manifesto election pledge.
People's lives worse?
Well, actually, as I've just said, wages are going up more quickly than prices. We are absolutely determined to get growth going again, to to kickstart our economy, to make people better off. The figures don't show what you are suggesting. Interest rates have been cut 3 times since we've been in power, which for people who've got mortgages or people who are renting, that is a substantial difference to what we saw under the Conservatives, where we saw 11% inflation and a mini budget that caused chaos in the markets. So I absolutely reject what you're saying about making people worse off. We know there's still a cost of living pressure on people. Of course there is, but we are starting to see some progress there. So we're determined to make progress on the economy, and we already are.
It's simply not true, is it? You took the winter fuel allowance off elderly people. You've made it much more difficult for SMEs. No one in the cabinet has ever run a business, so you have no experience at all. I have run an SME. I know how difficult it is.
How do you know that nobody in the cabinet has run a
Because
business?
that's my understanding, that none of you have. None of the cabinet have.
I've worked in the private sector.
Have you run a company? Have you run an SME?
No, but there will be other people in the Labour Party.
You see, you haven't.
Yeah.
So, in terms of the SMEs...
so none of you're absolutely useless when it comes to start-up businesses. Absolutely useless, and so is the HMRC. I'll come back to that later.
You're the only
the
party
SMEs are the
party
backbone of the economy. This is what we need to encourage. And what we're seeing is these companies cannot afford to keep the staff on. We're going to see young people not being taken on by those companies. We're seeing the decimation of the high streets. I have been in Runcorn. We're given an amazing welcome with Nigel up there and Sarah Pochin. And people want change, and they're desperate for that. And they feel very, very let down and abandoned by Labour.
Well, we doubled the employment allowance for national insurance. So actually some of the smallest businesses, because of the request from the Federation of Small Businesses...
you need to get HMRC to pay on time.
Taken out of paying national
But you have
insurance
whacked nearly every business in the
Yeah.
country, and including some public sector organisations, with higher costs to employ people. And many
do
people
that.
watching might think, actually, if you want to grow the economy, making it more expensive to give people a job is not the way to go about it.
We were very clear that was a very tough decision that we had to make.
But it
because
was
we
a
needed to
choice.
restore-
It was a choice.
Because we had to restore economic stability, but also put the necessary investment that we need into our NHS, record levels of investment, £22 billion into the NHS, and invest in our schools. Our public services were on their knees. We had to raise taxes in order to do that, but that was a once-in-a-generation budget.
Well, you could have raised other taxes if you hadn't gone through all the way through the general election saying you weren't going to raise any taxes.
Why not want to reduce taxes? Because you're paying £5 billion for hotels for fake asylum seekers.
Well, on working people, we haven't raised taxes, and that's what we said. We
It
wouldn't
was in the
increase
footnotes,
income
Emma
tax.
Reynolds. It was in the footnotes.
No, it was in that was in that commitment in the manifesto. We would not increase income tax, VAT, or national insurance on working people.
People who run businesses, not working people.
Well, that is different to what we said in the manifesto. We did take
people
a
know
tough
it was
choice
different
there.
to what you said in the manifesto.
No,
That was that's the issue.
Everything you said in the manifesto was BS.
Felt when you did that, it was different to what you promised in the manifesto.
No, what we promised on the manifesto was about taxes that are directly on individuals, and that's what we made clear in the manifesto.
Okay, I'm having
we did
déjà
have to
vu.
take a tough.
Everybody
we did
probably
have to
is.
take a tough choice on that. and we
Northumberland,
understand that that's
another
been
win for
difficult
reform.
Okay, well, we're expecting the results
Hartlepool
from all the wards in
Council
Broxbourne
by-election
shortly.
win
That's
for
part
reform.
Of
Wow.
Hertfordshire, and it's the part of Hertfordshire which is normally very, very conservative. So we'll bring you those when we have them. It's another place we'd expect the territory to be quite fertile for Reform UK. But let's just talk to Andrew Bowie about what we've been discussing. You were rolling your eyes while Emma was speaking, and you were raising your eyebrows while David was speaking.
Well, yeah.
So, you know, which is it? Where should we start? Eyebrow raise or an eye roll?
Eyebrow raise or an eye roll. Look, I mean, the fact is that when Labour came in, they inherited the fastest growing economy in the G7, with inflation down at the Bank of England's target of 2%.
Well, after you'd almost blown it up
came
under
in,
Liz Truss.
and since they came in, what have we seen? We've seen pensioners robbed of £300. We've seen businesses whacked with the national insurance increase that where they were promised was not coming. And we've seen growth stall. Confidence in business, or confidence in the economy from business in this country, is now at near record lows. That's the record of this Labour government. And the reason people are voting or turning away from Labour in their droves today is because they don't like the
But why are they
change
turning away
that's
from
being
you?
implemented
But why are
by
they turning
Keir
away
Starmer.
from you?
Well, look, we're coming...
a couple of liars.
This from a very high point from 4 years ago, an almost record result for us in terms of local elections. It was a record result for Labour as well, a record low point, a point so low that Keir Starmer actually considered resigning as leader of the Labour Party. And yet in Northumberland, we see them losing 15%
But
from
why
that
is it, Andrew
low bar.
Bowie, if, as you contend, that Labour has made such a mess of its first 10 months in office, Why is it that they are turning to people like your neighbour in the studio, Dr. David Bull, and Reform, rather than turning back to the Conservatives?
Well, we've got to be, realistic and clear-eyed about this. It's only been 9 months since we suffered the biggest defeat in our history. We are beginning the hard work of turning that ship around and regaining the public's trust. But what's quite clear is that the British public do not like the change that's being brought in by Keir Starmer.
But why are they turning to a different party rather than to you? That's my question. Of course, every opposition party wants to attack the government. That's in the job description. But my question is, why do you think people are looking to Reform UK from these very early indications and months of opinion polling, rather than being willing to say, oh, Kemi Badenoch, she looks quite interesting, maybe I'll take another look at the Conservatives?
Well, Laurie, you just said it's very, very early on in the evening. Polls closed just over 2.5 hours ago. We don't actually know what the results here are going to be. And Kemi and the rest of the team in Parliament, and indeed our fantastic councillors up and down the length and breadth of the country, are working very hard to regain the trust of the British people, so that over the next few years we can demonstrate that we are that effective opposition.
That's obviously the last... since probably Thatcher, you've been talking shit to the British people.
And that we can demonstrate we could be an effective party of government yet again in a few years' time. But that work takes time. We recognise that, and we're beginning that hard work now.
Dr. David Bull, if you are as successful in local government as you hope you might be, you take lots of councillors, you maybe run some councils, or maybe you make friends with local Conservatives and you run them together. What would Reform UK actually do differently in county halls?
I think you have to look at the excessive spending that councils have engaged in, so 12.5 billion
quid. Now,
this
is completely correct. There should be a Doge both at a local level and at a national level, and even an international level, where the money's going for foreign aid and things like that. I'm sure there's people who have been sucking on the public teat who may be going to jail.
They're over their budget, so the interest on that is 1.3 million a day. So I think, first of all, you have to have an audit of the spending that's going on.
Well,
you need
most people who work in local councils would say that they don't.
I've already said that. I said it before. Doge in America, and I'm sure the great President Donald Trump actually listened to the GTC, and he understood, and he did exactly that. For each for Labour and Reform.
Have enough money.
The Conservatives, Liberals, independents are getting 90, and the Greens, the tranny commie party, the Gimps.
And they're short of cash.
They would,
not
but
because they
then
overspend,
also
because they don't have enough money.
But there's
for
also enormous profligacy. So, for example,
Okay.
on DEI initiatives that's been going on across councils. For example, we also need to get to grips with the illegal migration crisis that's going on, the housing issues that are going on. There are 1.2 million people waiting for social housing. The Labour government says they're going to build 1.5 million homes in 5 years. That's the same target by the...
1.3 now. It's already.
Oh, it's gone down.
It's gone down already.
Well, I thought it was
1.5 million. But in the spring
1.3.
statement, it was scored as 1.3, but that was just the first stage of the planning reform. We were promising 1.5 million.
Sarah only, if your microphone didn't pick it up, you were almost hissing with fury when David Bull said that.
It is ridiculous to claim that, firing a few diversity officers is going to do anything at all.
Oh no!
Towards filling the massive financial.
What about the 4,000 staff who earn over 100,000?
Let me finish.
No, quiet!
Massive financial black hole in local government, which is by and large come about because councils are not properly funded to fulfil their statutory obligations. The things that central government tells them they
I like this lady up here. She's very studious.
must do, but doesn't fund them properly.
But if-
it has got nothing whatsoever to do with the number of equalities officers that are employed.
Well, I think it has.
And I think
also,
it's completely ridiculous
well, if you have
for you to try
4,000
and claim...
people earning over £100,000 in local government, that is far too much money. But also, just in terms of tax receipts, if you go down the line of reducing tax for those businesses, lowering national insurance contributions
But that's
for
not a
employers and so on.
council's responsibility,
No, but then you
is it?
have more money to fund those councils.
Right, but I mean, you're
it's all
trying to
joined up.
claim that the people in charge of the county councils, the people that are being elected today, are going to have anything at all to do with
Do you
national
think
insurance
councils are well run?
receipts. There are well-run councils and there are less well-run councils,
Can
but
you
the
name some?
financial problems that most councils are facing go far beyond the individual
So
competence
why are
of
people so upset
councillors.
about the way their councils are run?
Because they're not getting the services that they want to see. Their pavements aren't being properly fixed, their bins aren't being collected, all the things that we know about. And the reason that is happening is because so much now is being spent on adult social care. And that is true for every council across the country that delivers adult social care. And that is because it's a statutory requirement and they have to spend that money. And that is why. And it's because they're not being properly funded.
But with an ageing population, we do have to get to grips with
the idea that your reform councillors that are being elected today to county councils up and down the country are going to make a significant difference when councils are not being funded properly. I mean, I'm sure some of them will be very good and very competent, maybe even better than the people that they're replacing. But the idea that they're going to make a significant difference by firing a few equalities officers is complete nonsense.
Well, I think you need to have a full and proper audit of all of these councils.
Well, can you tell viewers tonight what Reform Council would not do and not provide in terms of services that people actually get? I don't mean admin costs or diversity officers. And if you look at the evidence, the amount of money that comes out of the pie chart for council money on admin is a fraction of the money that goes on services. Which of the services would you actually get rid of?
Well, you'd have to keep the essential services.
Now, the gerrymandering, I was thinking about this when I was in the toilet, as strange as that may seem, but I was thinking about the ability to steal elections by getting postal votes and all the stuff that big lugs Magoo, Tony Blair brought in. But you also have the ability to prevent votes happening. So if you didn't put votes into the count, etc., that's another way of gerrymandering the fix.
For the councils, I think what people are saying on the doorstep is they're sick and tired of paying so much money and not getting what they pay for. So you have to have a full and frank audit. There's clearly money disappearing somewhere, and actually what people want is change, and that's where Reform UK comes
and that should be a criminal fine, criminal action.
But can you tell there's a huge lack of public sector auditors, which is one of the problems that we have across the country. In terms of getting a clear financial picture of what's going on, but it's simply because there are not enough auditors or audit firms who are prepared to do the work because it doesn't pay enough money.
Can you tell people though, David?
Well, obviously there's money being raised for whatever the situation is. I don't know what that thing's happening there.
What service people might lose if you want to cut their council tax.
I
If they're paying
think
too
you
much.
have to look at every.
So it's very important that people understand that raising tax rates does not increase potentially tax receipts. What you want is an increase in tax receipts, not per se the raising of tax. Sometimes if you raise tax, you get less tax receipts. So what you want to do is get to an equilibrium or a balance between tax returns and tax receipts, or tax bans and tax receipts, and that's where you get the maximum amount of tax and the minimum amount of taxation.
Single council individually.
Or the minimum amount of tax receipts and the minimum amount of taxation.
Do a full audit and then decide on what those services are.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is the big challenge facing reform. If the results that come through this evening and into tomorrow do go the way in large part of reform, they are going to have to demonstrate that they're not just a party of protest, and they're going to have to start delivering and be answerable for decisions being taken in town halls up and down length and breadth.
Well, for the last 40 years, you've not been answerable to Nanty.
They will be judged.
Another bunch of sell-out globalist shells in the Labour Party.
On their performance in town halls, just as they will be judged in a performance elsewhere as well. And that will be the biggest challenge for a party that has thus far just been a party of protest.
OK, well, we will see what happens. Let's bring you another result.
So 5 councillors each between Labour and Reform.
Or 2 from Northumberland. They're providing us with all sorts of evidence as we just get into the results section of this programme. They're in Northumberland, still counting, but Reform have gained 5 seats now, all at the expense of Labour, who have dropped 5. So the early results there.
Big shout out to Northumberland.
From Northumberland, but at this stage, Reform sort of continuing their march. Emma Reynolds, I just wonder, do you, as some of your colleagues might privately say, not that they wish Reform UK success, but they might appreciate it if, come early Friday morning, Reform has a new thing, a record that they have to defend?
Well, I actually do agree with something that the Conservative spokesman just said, which is, at the moment, Reform UK are a party of protest. We have no idea how they would govern if they, for example, got control of a council. The idea...
Can't be any worse than you two, though, Balls.
Yeah, that, you know, councils are in trouble because they spent a lot of money on equality and diversity. I'm sorry, if you speak to any council leader, whichever colour they are politically, they will not agree with that. And, you know, we know that councils have been under huge...
because you're all shells for the globalists, that's why.
Huge pressure.
And diversity, equity, inclusion just means less white people, doesn't it? Why is that? Why am I paying for my own ethnic cleansing in jobs?
To deliver statutory services, and there's huge pressure on social care, there's pressure on SEND, special educational needs for children. There are plenty of very difficult issues that councils across the country are grappling with, and this is just simplistic nonsense from Reform UK, and that we will have to see. If they do win many seats, if they do win control of a council, we'll have to see whether they can actually deliver anything and improve people's services.
OK, well, let's ask an expert whether or not that is how voters see Reform. Do they see them as just a party of protest? We can talk to Professor Jane Green from Oxford University, who joined us from central London. Thanks for staying up for us. Is that how people see Nigel Farage's latest party?
Oh, I think it's a really excellent question. And a part of the answer to that is absolutely yes. And a part of the answer to that is that it's also rooted in the kinds of concerns and grievances and issues that also mobilise people to support the Brexit Party.
I thought she was going to say absolutely no, which I would have thought she's definitely hedging her bets there.
And to support UKIP. Now, the crucial difference now, though, is that those people that supported UKIP and those people that supported the Brexit Party tended to go back to the Conservatives in a general election after high vote shares in local elections, or if you remember the 2019 European Parliament election where the Brexit Party topped the poll. So we saw these voters demonstrating their concerns and their protests, but then going back to the Conservatives. Now, of course, the Conservative Party have lost so much trust with voters, including those voters they lost to Reform UK, that's now the big question. Are they going to go back to a mainstream party?
And people do vote in different ways in local and national elections, of course. People develop that habit over years and different political moments. Just as we're talking, Jane, we're just still showing people the pictures of what's happening around the country, and there's some quite pantomime-style scenes going on at the count for the Runcorn by-election. The Looney Party leader, a giant rosette. I don't never want people to miss out on any of those kinds of images on election night, because it's all the fun of the fair. So just as we chat, we'll carry on showing people those pictures. And oh, look, they're little button badges of President Trump and Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer. That, I'm told in my ear, is Howling Lord Hope. So, welcome to the election programme, Howling Lord Hope, who's got some of his chums in the background behind him and a policeman who looks like he's enjoying the whole thing. Jane, sorry, to get back to that point of people's habit of voting different ways in different elections, do you think that the sort of learned commentary right now about our political system genuinely being fragmented is something that's kind of going to last, or actually is everything now just much more temporary?
That's great enough for that.
So bad, as I said earlier, Keir Starmer considers his position.
But these are the
and on the
shires,
the results right now, you've lost 6 seats already. And
we've only had 8 or 9 seats, Andrew.
Yes, but that's 6 down and 7 down. Live information on where you were even against that.
These are Tory heartlands. You know, Buckinghamshire back in 2019.
Well, hang on, Northumberland. Labour has all of the constituencies in Northumberland.
Yes.
It's completely dominated in Parliament by Labour.
The other ones that we're looking at, Buckinghamshire, Lincolnshire, you know, other parts of the country, they are some of the strongest Tory heartlands. Hertfordshire, until 2024 was very, very Tory dominated until Labour.
Wow, Reform's up 9, Conservatives down 1, Labour down 7. Oh my goodness, what a disaster.
Liberal Democrats did well there in the general election.
Indeed, it's a point we've made already. It's absolutely true. Most of these elections are happening in places that are traditionally, at least, they might not feel that way by the end of this weekend, but traditionally at least, are considered to be Tory heartland. Just on the screen there, you can see the latest numbers in Northumberland. Reform up by 9, Labour has dropped 7. So Reform going gangbusters so far in the first council, in the first 10 seats. So let's not get too excited or too disappointed in whatever way you see the world. Sarah Olney, I think we're going to say goodbye to you now. It's been great to have you with us in the first chunk of the programme. Thanks very much indeed for being with us. Dr. David Bull, I think we're also saying goodbye to you, but you will return to us later in the evening.
Yes,
okay, well,
like
there's a promise, and I'll try and hold you to it. But the two of you, thank you very much. They held an awful lot of sway, but they expect, and it is highly likely, really, that they might take an absolute pasting, but we'll see.
Wow.
But Lincolnshire is also the scene of another one of the new mayoral contests, where Dame Andrea Jenkins, formerly, briefly, a government minister, close ally, once upon a time of Boris Johnson, joined the Reform UK party and is running to be the new mayor of Greater Lincolnshire. And there has been a lot of excitement among Reform about the chances of her taking that seat. So Lincolnshire, Grimsby, counting going on there. That's one of the results that we will have tonight in the next few hours as these results start to flow in. The first mayoral result we're likely to have is actually North Tyneside, not so far from Newcastle. We're expecting the Runcorn result maybe about 2:30. The Doncaster mayor result maybe around 3 a.m. West of England mayor maybe around 3:30. And about 4 a.m. we would expect to have the result of the Greater Lincolnshire mayoral contest, where you can see the counters starting their work on trying to get that result there. So lots done, an awful lot more still to do. You can see there just the beginnings of the tally as we get through the night. I want to welcome a new guest to us, Baroness Ollie Grender, Liberal Democrat, member of the House of Lords. Lovely to have you with us. And we say hello again to Alex Wilson, Reform UK, member of the London Assembly. Alex, firstly to you, from what we've seen in Northumberland, you must be rather delighted.
I am. I mean, been sat out in the green room tracking the initial results as they've been coming in, and I think Northumberland's looking very positive, and I think that also bodes quite well for the neighbouring county of Unitary in Durham next door, which I think is counting tomorrow, so which is one of our key targets. So looking good in the northeast. Very, very pleased with that. Also, been trying to keep tabs on these sort of dribs and drabs of council by-elections in these areas which don't have the full elections. I mentioned Hartlepool earlier on, but following that, we've also gained seats in Harlow, in Norfolk, Rochdale, and I'm hearing good. Oh, and Thurrock as well, which is where I was out campaigning today. I had fantastic response from the doors, got 50% of the vote there. I'm also hearing some good things from one or two other places as well, which I won't tempt fate by naming them yet, but...
oh, go on.
Well, no, I'm, as I said earlier on, I'm usually a pessimist, but so I don't want to blow it. But no, it's looking really, really good, and yeah, looking forward to some more stunning results to come.
What about Runcorn, though? Because suggestions are that it is looking incredibly tight. What are you hearing from the count?
Exactly the same, that it's looking very, very close indeed, and it's simply too close to call. I mean, God knows, we could end up with a recount. I hope not, because it's the last thing we want is to drag it on even longer. But no, that's looking very much on a knife edge.
Oh, I think recounts make things even more exciting. And there's a recount in a ward in Hertfordshire. You set me up for this. A recount in Flamstead and Turnford ward in Hertfordshire. So that might be what's holding things up there. Ollie, I'm just interested, this idea that the margins in lots of places might be incredibly tight. You know, you're suggesting that might be the case in Runcorn. That's what we've been talking about. But do you think we're going to see a set of results where actually it could have we might see again and again the parties really bunching together?
No, we're not going to see that at all. It's rubbish. What are these guys saying? So this is politics social. Don't know if these girls are fighting in this one. This will be good. Oh, here we go.
Basically, and she disappeared overnight pretty much. The entire royal household peeled the wallpaper off the walls of the place, took it all to Windsor, took all the furniture, all the carpets, everything to Windsor. So we inherited this empty dump of a building. And then it needed to be restored in the 60s. Or they decided to restore
it. I don't know even what they're talking about, man. Talk about politics. What's that? Count. Oh my God, I don't know how many times counting this. UK local elections. See this guy?
It's May the 1st. That means one thing. That means the local elections are on. If you can vote, if you're lucky enough to vote in your local elections, please get out there and have a say. Do you want change in this country? Do you want our borders shut? Do you want our kids to come first? Do you want to work hard and see your money go somewhere? Well, if
I don't know who this guy is, but I would vote for him. This guy seems fantastic. Nice fella as well. Oh, here we go, here we go.
We're discussing the 2020, at least into 15, 16, just polling. It's now Conservatives have a chance. But yeah, we did have Norwich. This was Labour winning this by 1 vote.
Norwich.
Which, let me check the swing. This is, they went down 30%.
Wow.
From last time.
Wow.
Woohoo.
A conservative voter base only cares about that they get infinity care workers from overseas for their retirement homes, whilst their house prices appreciate in an economy which doesn't build enough homes. You seem very cringe and you're not nuanced, and you should get better talking points. Workers' Party of England is basically an Islam party for Pakis. Yeah, pretty much. Much Reform UK supporters is actually from India. Yeah, there was a Reform UK candidate who's just like this Bengali that was complaining about how racist everyone was in England to him, and that Reform was fighting against racism.
Reform
that's the kind of country or the party that Reform is. I think it's funny how Canada is simply getting more polarized with the smaller parties dying, while England is seeing third parties get way bigger and higher share. That is interesting actually to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's Canada. Like here, I think general election 24 was just people were fed up with the Conservatives. It was pretty inevitable. But Canada, like, you did see a lot of people. It was kind of almost a U.S. election in as much as, like, it was defined mostly by, do you hate Polyev or do you hate the Liberals more? Obviously, Token Kidding would disagree with stuff like Mark Carney. But, like, to some extent, he did go down in approvals, and I think that most Conservatives cast their votes instead of for Polyev against the Liberal Party. So that meant that a lot of NDP voters actually flocked to both sides, to Conservatives.
Yeah,
Tired of looking in the mirror.
Wait, like those guys.
Sunshine.
Hello, Rockers.
இன்னைக்கு யூகேல லோக்கல் எலெக்ஷன் நடக்குது. அதுக்கு நீங்க முதல்ல கவுன்சில்ல போய் ரெஜிஸ்டர்.
Welcome back to the UK Bulletin, your trusted source for break. Millions of voters across England will head to their local.
Talking to you as if you're a retard.
Anxious about some of the social developments. They are anxious about job and job security in an era where there's a new industrial revolution happening. So we want to focus on those core aspects where people are saying they want more security, and we will set about delivering it.
And the Prime Minister says that week after week at Prime Minister's Questions. Why then did he not go up to Runcorn to tell the people of Runcorn and Helby that fantastic election pitch that you just told our viewers and listeners? Why did the Prime Minister not go there and make that pitch?
It's quite unusual for a Prime Minister to go to a by-election campaign, but also the Prime Minister's been busy saving the steel industry by negotiating and hopefully delivering soon trade negotiations with India, with the EU, with the United States, by standing alongside President Zelensky, by working on our public services and getting the plan for change out there delivered so it actually puts money in people's pockets and gets our public services running. So I think people realise that the Prime Minister's been pretty busy these last few weeks.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the channel. Look, that's the picture. It would be a terrible result for the Conservative Party into their new government. Look, I've said for a long time, it's very, very interesting British politics at the moment, and please do, as I say, subscribe to the channel. We'll follow.
Voting booths in local elections
and Labour for me is a huge shift.
This was a big day of elections.
with Labour standing still despite coming from that low 2021 base. The winners are likely to be the Greens, the Lib Dems, but especially Reform UK. And in 4 mayoral races, YouGov have the Conservatives ahead in 1, but the Green in another, and Reform in 2 more. It feels like our political landscape is shifting beneath our feet.
It certainly looks as if a larger section of the public than we've been used to in the past are dissatisfied. They were pretty fed up with the Conservatives and chucked them out of office in no uncertain terms last July. They haven't been very convinced by what Labour has done since it came to power now, only less than a year ago. So they're going, is there any...
Yeah, they're out as well, man. They suck.
Stop using ChatGPT like everyone.
Well, Tom, since the last time we spoke, that count has finally gotten underway. Of course, when we last spoke, that verification process was still being undertaken, but now you can see behind me the counters are sifting through those ballots, counting them up ahead of the results later on.
Are you joking? Have they just started counting? It's now 1:20, and they've just started counting. What were they doing? What were they verifying?
This morning, but I can tell you that we now know the turnout was 46.33%.
Well, that's like a low turnout in a local election, or relatively low. It's usually about 42, but that's horrendous. That means 54% of the Runcorn and whatever the other place is electorate didn't turn up,
which represents a turnout of 32,740 people. Now, our viewers at home may be thinking that less than 50% turnout seems quite low, but in fact, for a local by-election, this is not a general election that we're talking about.
Well, it sounds like a local council election.
This is a localised by-election. And that kind of turnout for this is, in fact, unusually high. Now, of course, those local residents...
Think I might get unusually high.
When they went to the ballot boxes yesterday, they'll have been taking in all kinds of national issues like the NHS, like immigration, but they'll also have been thinking about what matters to them on the ground in Runcorn and Helby. They'll have been thinking about what matters to them in their daily lives. Now, I spent some time in Runcorn.
So, voter turnout in Runcorn and Helby down by down to 46.3% from 59, so it was under 60%. If 41% of that electorate turned up at the ballot, the voting box, unless the other 41% agreed with the majority, that would have won the seat if they had a different opinion. So every one of the 40.3% would have won the election if they had voted a different way from Labour.
In the build-up to this by-election, I spoke to local people and found out exactly what matters to them, and this is what some of them had to tell me.
The problem with Runcorn, there's been no development and investment in the infrastructure. There's been many new houses, there's insufficient doctors.
Someone that actually cares about the community.
I'm a mum and I've got a 2-year-old, and I think for Runcorn at the minute there's not a lot for kids to do at all. The park's mostly damaged, vandalised, the swimming baths got closed down, that was quite sad. There's just not much here for kids anymore, so hopefully that'll be looked into.
We need lots more facilities in Runcorn. Nothing. Widnes has everything, Runcorn has nothing.
And those concerns is in fact something that are reflected when you walk down the high street in Runcorn. Many people telling me that they feel that there is nothing in that town for them, that they have to outsource from other larger cities like Liverpool and Manchester, for example, that in their hometown they feel like there's nothing for them. So that is the gauntlet that has been laid down by local residents for whomever the successful candidate is. We know in fact that it is going to be either the Reform candidate or the Labour candidate based on what we've been hearing so far, but whichever of those two is the successful candidate, they will have that on their plate. The local residents want them to do something about that. They feel that Runcorn simply doesn't have a lot to offer, so that will be something that they'll have to hit the ground running with and start delivering with as soon as possible.
OK, Sophie, and you know, I'm always forever interested in the body language of the various camps at account. You never know if they're trying to put a poker face on it or if they're stifling a smile. Or have you been able to spot the sort of demeanour of the Labour lot and the Reform lot?
I just said that earlier on. Somebody's watching me.
So far this evening.
I'll be really honest with you, Tom. I haven't seen either the Labour or the Reform candidates as of yet. We've seen the Conservative candidate, and he's wearing quite a large smile, perhaps unprovoked. But the party that seem most confident, based on their body language, is the Monster Raving Loony Party. So I don't know what that tells you.
Well, Sophie Reaper will be back with you, of course, as we...
It'd be funny if the Monster Raving Loony Party actually won a constituency. That'd be absolutely hilarious.
Learn more throughout the course of the evening. Now, Chris Hopkins of Savanta, you're a pollster, you've been looking at the numbers. There have been, unusually for a by-election, a few polls out for Runcorn and Helby. And what are they saying?
I mean, I think Reform have been the bookies' favourite really from the get-go, and I think they will continue to be so. Like I say, I think that high turnout is probably good news for Labour, but it's really hard to say at this point because I think Reform UK's general strategy, at least what we're seeing in polling in terms of where a lot of their votes are coming from in national opinion polls, is from traditional non-voters, and I think it's really hard to say at this stage whether they can really motivate those individuals to turn out. And to be completely honest, Reform UK give pollsters like me an absolute headache because they're so hard to gauge.
Such a nightmare. It's a similar effect that pollsters had with the Trump election in the United States, with people who've sat out the last 5 or 6 elections trying to wait whether or not they're actually going to turn up and vote. And then we look at a raw number, like a reasonably high turnout for a by-election, that could easily be an anti-reform effect, engaged, seasoned voters who've all turned out to vote to stop reform. Or it could be people who've never voted before suddenly coming out because they can vote reform. I mean, to some extent, we're all stabbing in the dark here, Anna.
But you're absolutely right. It's one of those two things because the Conservatives are not competitive in this. We came third. So that...
Threat hunting is proactive. It goes on the offense. It doesn't wait.
Want reform, or they're coming out because they do want reform. and in a way, it's what you were saying earlier, Chris. When you've got 3 parties now, Reform, Labour, and the Conservatives, all on not in this by-election, but generally all on a broadly similar percentage, with first past the post, it becomes incredibly difficult to predict.
Oh, absolutely, and you get some of these new projections for or some of these what are known as multi-level regression and post-stratification MRP polls, where you're trying to guess one seat where you've got 3 parties basically level pegging, and you just need to throw a dice at some point. But let's turn now to one of the other counts elsewhere in the country. We're going to jump to South Basildon.
Come on then.
And East Thurrock. Sorry, no, and we're going to speak to James McMurdoch. James, one of the...
for a guy either Scottish or Irish, he speaks very good English.
Lesser talked about elements of this election is how many parts of the country aren't voting. Of course, the Reform Party made a big play of the number of areas that are not holding elections tonight at the start of this contest.
Yeah, and I hate to admit it, but I think they were smart to do it. I was at a by-election just half an hour ago where Reform have romped home both seats that were up for grabs. And what was interesting is one was Conservatively held and one was held by Labour. And they've both earned less than half the votes of our candidates respectively. So we knew what they were doing from the very off. They're Labour-held seats here in the local councils, and they just made the decision to go with the devolution excuse. And where 2 by-elections have cropped up, we've won them both.
It is interesting. It's those sort of reform-friendly areas of Kent and Essex and sort of Suffolk Norfolk, I think, as well, that have been cancelled. And yet, there are some very alive elections tonight. And I know you, as one of 4 Reform MPs, will have your ear to the ground over what internal things are going on up there in Runcorn. Now, can you give
possibly say?
I mean, it's just you and me here, James. No one else is listening or watching. What can you tell us? I mean, you seem pretty happy about the way the night's going so far.
Yeah, and I think we have good reason to be. I see this as a no-lose situation for us. We've already put ourselves on the map and demonstrated that we're doing what we said we'd do in terms of professionalising the party. I think it's a staggering achievement that for the first time in basically a century, one party other than the 2 main ones have put forward the most the council seats. It's an extraordinary achievement. It does say something about how serious we are and how hard we're working. And also that, remember, we can't magic these people out of thin air. They have to be real people that have to step forward. And it's not always as simple as, everyone who does step forward being appropriate. So it really does show how hard we're working.
So they've got a sort of ability to find out who's appropriate and who's not. So that's similar to what's already going in with Labour Party and the Conservative Party.
And look, I can't give anything away, and also, just like everyone else in the room, I can't see the future, so I don't know. But what I will say is, there are areas where I would not have expected us to do especially well, such as Runcorn, where I would not be in the least bit surprised if we did win. In fact, and it does help that Sarah is such a fantastic candidate, I think I'd be disappointed if we didn't.
Yeah,
have had enough.
Right, that's quite enough of that. No, that's not it. Where's Sky? Oh, 12 down, Labour down 9. Wow, Reform up 12, Conservatives down 2, Independents 1. Wow, the illiberal, Liberal and Democrats down 1. And the Commie, Tranny, Gimp Party, Greens 0.
Local politics is such a sort of complicated patchwork these days, isn't it? Thank you very much indeed for explaining that to us. Have you got any idea when there might be a mayoral race, because a mayoral result in that race?
I think we are running quite late tonight. They still haven't officially started the count. What? They've been verifying the ballot papers behind us for about 3 hours now. So we haven't yet started counting. They tell us they're just having a break. They've been given some little lunch boxes from the council with muffins, crisps and fruit. So they're just having a bit of a breather. And we're hoping the actual count will start very shortly. But from the initial indication from the parties, as we say, they've been looking at the tellers as they've been doing the verification. It's looking really close.
Very, very interesting indeed. Lucy, thanks. We'll be back with you a bit later.
Yeah, that's great analysis. It's looking close. Well, who's looking a wee bit further up than the other people? Oh my goodness, what's going on? What's going on with Sky? You were doing so well there. Live coverage, let's go. Where's the guys talking? Oh, here we go. Oh, there's that wee, the Tranny Dyke bird.
Help stop hay fever before it stops you. Perilieve, new to Piri.
What's going on here?
Hey, Dad. I have an idea. You know, I've been investing for a while. From insurance to wealth.
It's all yours now.
And retirement. We can help solve life's financial puzzles.
You're gonna do great.
Making it click? It takes Aviva. Selling your car made easy. It's not magic. It's motorway.
At Money Supermarket, our mission is to help you be better off. That's why we'll give you a £15 reward when you switch your car insurance. And when you keep switching your household bills with us, we'll give you even more rewards. See how much you could save today with Money Supermarket.
Amazing deals this month at Currys. And with our price promise, if you find it
hurry up!
Cheaper, we'll match it. Save £70 on the HP Smart Tank 7006 all-in-one.
Pricks.
Well, he's been quite busy doing lots of other things.
Busy reducing growth, increasing borrowing.
The truth, Peter Kyle, is as we know, it was a loveless landslide, wasn't it, for your party at the general election, the lowest voter share of any government since World War II. You've had the opportunity to.
What's going on with Sky?
Damn Jack in the Box.
Hi.
She just pops up and makes noise.
Elsbeth starts 12th of May on Sky Witness.
Hello again, you're with Sky News. You're watching our Vote 2025 election special. 23 councils, 6 mayoral elections, 1 by...
Hold on a minute, how have you got no seats?
Election. There's plenty going on throughout the night. With us here in the studio throughout the night is our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. Good to see you, Sam. And there's lots of results coming in.
Yes, there are council by-elections, and they're telling a story that we didn't quite expect, that we weren't quite braced for tonight. Yes, Reform has been doing very, very well tonight. They seem to be eating the lunch of the 2 main parties. You can see, in fact, they even, you'll be interested to know, Jonathan, won a couple of seats off the Liberal Democrats. And it's but mainly at the expense of the Labour Party and the Conservative Party. But the surprise so far is that the Labour Party are actually suffering more at the hands of Reform than Tories so far. Let's see whether that trend continues. It's quite an unusual spread of results that we've got so far. But the big question that I think that is now going to dominate Labour politics is, have they got the right strategy? Because I want you to just have...
Or do they just suck?
Look at this. Here is where Reform is winning, and here and the Greens are winning, and Liberal Democrats, and here is where they're taking seats from. And what you can see is that just from these early results, there is quite clearly all over the country places where Labour is losing to Reform. So losing to a right-wing party. And if we're being honest, the Labour Party, number 10, have been trying to stem that flow for a lot of the years, with a lot of this year with the cuts to international development aid and other moves to try and appease Reform voters. Hasn't worked in some areas. But this is the interesting thing. At another part of the political spectrum, you can see Labour seats actually going to the Greens.
Oh, one bunch of retards to another.
Now, really crudely, that means that there is a challenge from people who perhaps are more to the left of British politics, abandoning the Labour Party and finding a political home somewhere else in the Green Party. And so the big challenge, what this tells us, is that Labour have a fundamental, arguably even an ideological problem that they're going to have to work through, which is they've got a challenge from voters who perhaps don't think that the Labour Party is... they think is probably too progressive, and then there is a challenge from some voters who think that the Labour Party is not progressive enough and wanting something a bit more to the left, and they're turning to the Green Party for that. So you can see an attack on the Labour Party from both sides, people who don't think it's left-wing enough and think that it's too left-wing, and that is a really difficult challenge, I think, for the Labour Party to deal with, because if they move to just tackle Reform, then they'll lose voters to the Greens. If they try and hold that coalition that delivered them a landslide last time...
Same as the Conservatives. Conservatives stand between the illiberal, undemocratic Democrats and Reform. Again, another scissor. It's brilliant.
Jonathan, then they're going to suffer at the hands of Reform. It's a really difficult question.
It is, but it's a good question, Sam, and luckily we have a Labour MP here to answer it.
Almost as if we planned it.
James Murray is with us in the studio, joining our panel. He's the Exchequer Secretary to the Treasury. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in at this...
You suck.
Early hour. What do you make of that, then, that basically Labour has an ideological problem, potentially, too progressive for some, not progressive enough for others, and they're turning to reform?
Well, these are obviously very early results, so let's not draw too much into a few results at this early stage. And I think, if you look at what happens historically in terms of local elections, particularly early in a new government, opposition parties, tend to benefit at the expense of the government. That's not a new phenomenon. I think what was quite interesting in that lineup that we just saw there from Sam is that there were no Conservative victories there. And actually, whilst the opposition, typically you'd expect opposition parties to benefit at the expense of the government,
look at these two idiots down here, man. They're really if you got the special needs bus, these two would be on it.
Conservative Party are not capitalising on that. Again, these very early results. But in terms of the more general polling that we've heard and more general feelings that we've heard from people, people are focusing on the fact that Conservatives, the leader may be a problem. They haven't really moved on since the general election.
They're very high base, though, aren't they? A really high base.
Well, but let's look at what the Conservatives have been doing in office, in opposition in the last few months. They haven't really been offering a coherent narrative from Kemi Badenoch. There's been a lot of infighting and so on. And so if you would expect them to be capitalising on the natural kind of fact that opposition tends to do well in local elections, again, at the expense of the government, that's not what we're seeing here. And I would also add that, personally, from my experience of knocking on doors today and in recent weeks and months, I definitely got the sense that people really want to see and feel that change that we talked about in the general election. And, I've been explaining to people, look, let me talk about what we've been doing in the first 9 months. And people say, yep, I hear you about the NHS waiting lists, the national minimum wage and the triple lock and so on, but I want more. And actually I say, yes, I do too. We want to deliver more. We want to get on with it as well. We want to go further and faster to make sure people can feel that change. And that's the real feeling that a lot of us have through this election.
But in Runcorn, 49th safest seat, it looks like you could well lose that in an hour's time or so. And people there are saying the winter fuel allowance was a terrible decision. The cost of living crisis hasn't been solved. Immigration, they don't see any movement there in terms of fixing that.
I like this guy. He's nailed it all there.
We want to see immigration come down.
Yeah, you're full of shit. You let 10,000 people just walk into the border. Absolute full of shit. Absolute scumbags.
We want to make sure we've got more money in people's pockets. We can point to what we've done in the first 9 months in terms of increasing the national minimum wage, in terms of what we're starting to do in terms of the boats, all the stuff we're starting now in the first 9 months. But I think there is a really big feeling amongst people I've been speaking to that, yes, we can see evidence of what you've been doing the first 9 months, but we want more. And actually, that's where we as politicians and voters have the same feeling, because we both want more. We want to deliver more as well, and we want to get on and meet those manifesto pledges that we were elected on last year.
What do you make of that, Graham?
Well, I have to say, illegal immigration has gone up, not down, since the last general election. So I think that's one of the reasons, this huge disappointment. Of course, my party failed in government to tackle that problem. There's no question about that. The Labour Party was promising something radically different, promising they were going to tackle this very quickly. It was a little bit like Donald Trump saying he'd end the Ukraine war in his first day. Actually, the delivery hasn't been there. It's gone backwards, as it has with inflation, as it has with unemployment and the number of jobs available in the economy. Business confidence has suffered. People are feeling that things are getting worse rather than better. I think...
I can't agree with a lot of...
Seems to be what the results are.
What's just been said there. And I think you've got to remember the context in which we took office, where, we inherited the public finances in a mess. We inherited public services on their knees. We had to take action to fix the public finances and to make sure that we can invest in public services to lay the foundations for growth.
The economy is not in a great place.
Well, if you look at what happened at the spring statement, so the most recent statement the Chancellor made in March, the Office of Budget Responsibility, the independent OBR, said that the reforms that we've been making to planning, for instance, are now going to create growth. They are going to build hundreds of thousands of homes. They are going to boost the economy. They're saying, look, our plan, what we're doing in terms of reforming the way the economy is working, is going in the right direction. And, I just don't think, and actually this is something that came up several times for me on the doorstep today when I was talking to people, when I said to people, so did you think that we were going to make all the changes we promised in the first 9 months? And they said, of course not. You need time to make change. I understand that. And actually, that's where I think we are politically. We've got to start in the first 9 months. but we have a lot more to do over the course of this Parliament.
Well, look, I think we shouldn't have collective amnesia about what happened at the last general election. I mean, the country was clearly very, very disappointed at the way things were going, having had 14 years of God. I'm sure Graham would agree. And
I'm sure that this is the first podcast that I may actually be half canned in at the end of it. But I mean, really, honestly, the absolute nonsense between this pantomime between Labour, the Liberals and the actual mainstream media that we've had to endure for years and years. Not one intellectual progressive in the actual dictionary sense of the word. And we've listened to them just criticise each other with not one of them doing anything to advance the UK. I mean, they've just... what a bunch of doughballs. Honestly, I would sack them all.
And we heard from Kevin and others. So Labour, it is absolutely true that Labour inherited a very, very difficult set of circumstances. It's very difficult to turn that around in a short period of time. But I think... time is ticking on for the Labour Party. We've got these important elections next year. There will be big elections in Scotland and Wales. As a Scot, it's very important. Labour will be hoping that Anna Sarwar will become the First Minister.
Inbred Davis. I think he may be lucky if he comes fifth.
We'll be hoping to retain power in Wales. We are pitch rolling towards the next general election. I know a lot can happen between now and then, but I think what these elections, no party should just learn the wrong set of lessons from what you can't extrapolate from one round of local elections, like the big lesson for the next general election. But the one thing I would say is that this has got to be a wake-up call for the threat of reform. And I think for the new Labour government, they really have to crack on.
I think it's more the threat of Anis Sarwar, whose uncle's a paedophile, a convicted paedophile. There's allegations that coming across to me that the Sarwars were involved in drug importations and distribution. And his family might be an original grooming gang. I think, and then he's saying that he wants to indoctrinate Scottish children into Islam and get Muslims and paedophile apologists into every position in Scottish government. I don't think he's going to do well.
With delivery and the communication of so people start to feel it. But I'm sure you...
Well, I mean, James Murray, that's probably a good question, isn't it? Are you now more worried about reform than you are about the Conservatives?
Well, I think what's occupying all of my thoughts is about delivery, and that's actually,
it's about you're doing nothing and getting Jack Diddley out of
as we've been talking about here, it is about making that difference to people's lives that they can actually feel, and they can say, yes, I've got more money in my pockets, I feel confident immigration is coming down, I feel better when I go to the doctor in the NHS. And we can point to stuff that we've done in the first 9 months, which is making really important moves in that direction. National minimum wage going up, NHS waiting list down 6 months in a row, triple lock putting more money in pensioners' pockets. All good stuff that's moving in exactly the right direction. But we need to be really straight up with people and say, look, there's a lot more to do. And actually, that's where I said, I had this, very clear kind of almost connection with people on doorstep when they say, we just want more. And I'm like, yeah, we do too.
OK, all right.
No, we don't. We want you to go away. Stammer is a hot guy. I can't believe I got these things. Hartlepool by-election win for reform. Northumbrian, another win for reform. Laugh out loud. Stammer is a hot guy. Chester Oak is close, is it? Oh, well done, Chris, mate. I heard Stammer smells like a brothel floor.
We will leave it there. James Murray, thank you very much for coming in. I appreciate your time. Thank you to our panellists. We'll speak to you again shortly. You can see on screen counting still very much underway. I
should have got the comments and the other things so I could interact with you guys when you came up. It's up now anyways. Just keep interacting, guys.
At the Doncaster, we can see there. Also at Grimsby as well. We're keeping an eye across the country as those results start to trickle in.
I like English accents, man. I don't know what it is. I like received pronunciation. I'd like to go down and swear at them as well to make them all flustered. They don't like people swearing. So I think swearing would be good with received pronunciation, just to see them fluster.
We're watching the Sky News Vote 2025 special. Coming up, I'll be speaking to Carla Denyer, Green co-leader, and also we'll be returning to Widnes there, as you can see, where the...
I hope she's got an iPad so she can get her notes.
Helby and Runcorn by-election.
That's enough.
Book your test drive to...
What the hell's that all about? Right, that's enough of that. Oh, here we go.
I would love to get 4.
It's going to be really fascinating.
No, it's not.
As a county, is a very blue county all around. You know, here
Voter
in the north
turnout
part
down
of
to 27% from 28.2%. Oh, come on, guys, you need to go out and vote. People died for this.
Lincolnshire, big Brexit voting area. All across this county was a big Brexit voting county. So traditionally, and certainly more since 2019, there's been a big blue Conservative area. But with Boston Skegness, that constituency, going to Richard Tice in the general election, there seemed to be a small wave there of Reform voters, and now seemingly it's encompassed the whole of the county. So is this Conservative voters staying at home because maybe they're not happy, maybe their trust has not already been rebuilt within Kevin Badenoch's short time as leader of the opposition, as leader of the Conservative Party, or is this just Reform gaining traction and gaining ground? We'll have to see when those votes come in. We're going to get the votes from this North East Lincolnshire Council area.
Wow, Labour down 9, the Conservatives down 5. Well, I would only mean 14 for Reform, but obviously the Liberal Democrats are down 1. So the voter finally in England have turned against the Lib Lab Con globalist shill parties. Oh, well done, England. Well done. Happy St George's Day. What the hell's happening here?
Don't forget to get in the general election. There seemed to be thinking between 3 and 4 a.m. this morning.
OK, let's hope that's closer to 3 than 4. But, Jack, thanks for joining us. And, of course, we'll be back with you as we get more updates there in Lincolnshire. Brilliant stuff. Well, we're going to move on now because we're going to look, turning from Jack, to some numbers, to some data. Yes, indeed. Let's have a look at the number of councillors that are being standing across the country today. Here we go. Surprisingly, for some perhaps, the highest number of council candidates.
I have to say, I do like him. He's a wee bit a Tory Home Office, but I still like him.
Actually comes from the Reform Party. They have been professionalising over the course of the last couple of months, and they were able to get a candidate in almost every seat in the country. 1,630 candidates compared to the Conservatives, 1,595. About the same number for the Labour Party. A couple of hundred lower for the Liberal Democrats, and again a few hundred even lower for the Greens there. But interestingly, Reform standing most candidates here tonight. Let's move on to the next slide now, because it's interesting.
No, I'm not sure, and it doesn't bother me about being gay, but he's a wee bit wet. That's what bothers me. The homosexuality thing doesn't bother me at all. I've got some great gay friends, but he's a wee bit wet, which worries me. I want to leave it there. Homosexuality doesn't bother me. Wetness does.
Interesting to note what is actually being defended tonight. Yes, almost 1,000 Conservative seats to be defended. That's including all of the councils that are up for election, but also those by-elections around the country. We've been showing them some of those on the screen throughout the night, and Reform has already picked up more than 15 seats in those by-elections that have been counted on the council level. But yes, it is really the Conservatives' night. 16 councils to defend and almost 1,000 seats to defend, because of course these were last elected back.
So there's a potential that the Conservatives are down to 23%, which would just make over. So it's 500, so it would just be probably about 530, 550 maybe. Labour on 23% could go up maybe, but I think they're down. I think they're all down. I think even the Liberal, Undemocratic Democrats are down. tranny, commie, gimp Greens, or I don't know, maybe they might go up. The Liberal, undemocratic Democrats might go up as well. And Reform it seems like they're tanking it just now. It's unbelievable.
In 2021, when the Tories were riding high in the polls. But let's have a look at the next slide now, because what we can bring you is the fact that votes don't always mean seats. Yes, this is the 2013 local election count. The Labour Party and UKIP, this was their breakthrough year, UKIP 2013, they got the same share of the vote, amazingly. But UKIP didn't have the same organisation on the ground that the Labour Party had. Their vote was disparate across the country, so 21% of the vote only turned into 8% of seats, whereas Labour was more efficient. Have Reform been able to learn from that experience, being able to be more targeted in where they campaign? Or have they fallen into the same trap that Nigel Farage fell into 11 years ago? We will find out soon. But let's have a look at Runcorn, the big star of the night, the by-election, of course. Let's see if we can get that up there. Yes.
So if it's too close to call just now, and if you add the Conservatives, probably centre left, and the Reform, well, I'm not quite sure if they know what they are, but even if you added those together, you're probably on 14,250. 14,250 is obviously significantly away from Labour, even if you aggregate the two results. So you're still 8,000 votes, and yet it's too close to call with Reform. Wow. And that's aggregated. That's not going from 7,600, which would be about just under 15,000, 14,000 votes. 14,000 votes for Reform to be equal to Labour. So that means that Labour would have to come down 7,000 votes, and Reform would have to go up 7,000, or people just didn't turn up.
This is the vote share from Runcorn and Helby in the general election not so long ago. Look at that Labour majority, a huge Labour majority there over the Reform Party. Reform's on 7,500, Labour defending 22,358 votes. We're expecting these two bars to basically align tonight. But where are these other parties going to go? Remember that at the general election, the Tories, the Greens and the Lib Dems all saved their deposits. The Conservatives weren't that far away from Reform. We're expecting them to be severely squeezed tonight. But who is going to be squeezed? Let's have a look at the candidates. Yes, these candidates, which are going to appear on the screen behind me, right there they are. We've got a huge plethora of candidates, not just the traditional Green...
So English Democrats, I'm not quite sure what the English Democrats are actually won. If they just won another parliament, see, this is what's his name? Oh, Michael Haver wants an English parliament. So even if the Scots and the Welsh didn't vote or did vote, it's very unlikely at any point that the Scots and the Welsh would overturn votes, because there were certain parties that had the majority, but that's an irrelevance. But even if you did want independent, which I understand, I'm not unsympathetic to the English wanting and wanting votes, but we also want Berwick back, because that's a Scottish town. There is no such thing as England. But the fact is, the Liberals, the Greens, Liberal Democrats. So the Liberals, remember I told you the Liberals, I was going to join the Liberals, but the Liberals and the Liberal Democrats are both globalist shell parties, so that's an irrelevance. So as I said, I'm a centrist. The Workers' Party with Georgie Porgy, Monster Raven Looney Party, Conservatives, I don't know what Volt is. Volt, man.
Lib Dem.
Independence, English Constitution, the Social Democrats, good bunch, Reform, good bunch, the Liars and Labour, rejoin the globalist shell party like Labour, like I don't know what Volt is, Conservatives, We Georgie Porges out, the Liberals, the Liberal Democrats, the Liberals, the Greens. I'm not sure what the English Democrats are want. I could put, if the English Democrats and the English Constitution are both Liberal, I'll set up a Libertarian Liberal Party and amalgamate these guys into me, and same with the Yorkshire Party and all the other fellas. If they're Liberals, Libertarian Liberals, I'll do that. We're anti these guys. These are bad guys. Rejoin the undemocratic EU and some independents. This is the problem with independents. You just don't know what they stand for.
Reform, Conservative and, of course, Labour, but also a party called the Liberal Party. Yes, they've reappeared. We've got...
Well, I'd already told you about the Liberal Party. If you watch the Guerilla TV channel, we've had conversations with the Liberal Party. And the Liberal Party did not segue against the Liberal Democrats. So basically, these are two cheeks of the same asshole. These are both globalist shell parties, and these are just the same as these pricks over here.
We've got a couple of independents. We've got the Monster Raving Lunia Party, of course, many people's favourites. The English Democrats are standing, the English Constitution Party, the Social Democrat Party, and the Rejoin EU Party too. So a huge number of candidates from various parties. How might they affect it? Will any of them save their deposits? Well, we'll find out soon. But of course, there is much more to discuss tonight. The stars of the show will, of course, be the by-election. And I want to ask you, Anna, the question that really matters. We're looking at these 1,000 or so Conservative councillors being defended. We're not going to find out a lot of these councils that don't start counting until actually tomorrow. The big stars of the show will be the Metro mayors and that by-election. Is it going to look worse for Labour earlier on in the night and perhaps a little better for them later on in the night?
Well, I mean, that totally depends. We're in the hands, aren't we, of all the people counting. I mean, there's only one local authority being counted overnight, and I think that is Northumberland, and I think that is a traditionally a Labour council. So you know that's just sort of, you know, nothing to see really there. If Labour lose the Runcorn by-election, and we hope that we'll be hearing from them, you know, relatively shortly now, I would have thought, then obviously that is going to be a disastrous start to the night for them. And then we'll go on, no doubt, to the mayoral in Lincolnshire, and if that is a reform gain, when, as I was pointing out...
There you go, this is a good thing. This is like the worst version of chewing the fat ever. Aye, well done, Carl, that's good. Good to see you, buddy. Let's see your... Here is Carol. Carol, I can't see you, buddy. Let's see, Carol. Channel activity. Go to channel.
Are you managing your money with Revolut?
A, B, C and D, and you can see tabs for these lessons in the textbooks, this video. So I start with part A.
I'm into it, big man, I'm into it. I don't mind a bit of slagging off. That's fantastic. Good stuff, Carol, good stuff. You keep it going, buddy.
Earlier last year, out of the 9 mayoralties up for grabs, Labour won 8 of them. 8 of them. So they had a spectacular year last year. If, in fact, this year they lose Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, they don't gain Lincolnshire, and I think there's another one that I noted down that I didn't think that they were going to win either. Hull is likely to go Reform. It starts to be a very bad night for them. And then if we add on to that, they're likely to lose the council in Durham, and there's a possibility they might lose the council in Doncaster. Now, if that were to happen, I mean, then I think there would be serious questions to answer. It is unbelievable that having been swept into power, obviously with not with a high percentage of the vote, but with a vote that was very widespread, but with those, a huge number, 415 MP seats, this huge...
Yeah, but they're all retarded and they all suck, so I'm not quite sure what point of reference we're making here. If you didn't I told you before the election that these people were rubbish, and everybody went, screw Dave. I told you before. I don't actually say after the fact, I knew that back then. I told you before it happened and you all voted for them. Told you these guys sucked, and yeah, you went, no, forget it, Dave. We know best. Yeah. And how's that going? How's the Labour Party going? How's rejoining of Europe when we didn't vote to rejoin Europe with lispy prick bumboy Keir Starmer?
Huge majority to end up 10 months later with your Prime Minister, minus 29% in the polls. I mean, that is unprecedented, isn't it, for a Prime Minister to become so unpopular? He's clearly going to be a one-term Prime Minister, and it's of his own making.
I'm going to interrupt the conversation just to say, in these elections, every vote counts, especially if you're from Norwich, indeed the ward of Bowthorpe, where Labour have held on to a council seat over Reform by 1 vote. Which I'm sure you're going to have a lot of canvassers in that particular seat thinking, gosh, if we'd only have knocked on one more door, or perhaps breathing a sigh of relief that they did just that. Yes, a 1-vote majority, everything does count. But we are getting more of these councils in now. Northumberland, the map does seem to be turning from red to turquoise pretty precipitously. I mean, it does seem that Reform is doing something in the northeast that perhaps it isn't managing to do maybe elsewhere in the country.
I mean, the northeast has always been a bit of a headache for Keir Starmer. Obviously, that Hartlepool by-election in 2021 was it? He almost resigned after the Labour Party lost that by-election, and clearly Northumberland is going turquoise. But I think, obviously UKIP in 2013 got the same amount of, same percentage of the votes as the Labour Party, and what are UKIP up to now?
Big shout out to Northumberland.
It doesn't last forever. I think this idea that Reform are professionalising, though, they've stood all these candidates, clearly at the limits of them vetting any of them. The head of vetting that they put in charge of candidate selection, Jack Aarons, he was praising Hitler. He said Bashar al-Assad was gentle by nature. This is the bloke that's in charge of the vetting.
I think he denies that he was praising Hitler. He wrote comments that could have been interpreted in a certain way.
Of course, But I mean, even in the Parliamentary Reform Party, they started with 5 MPs, now down to 4. One of the MPs has been jailed for beating his ex-girlfriend. Does this seem like a professional party to you?
I mean, it is worth saying that the Reform Party in the general election had a lot of candidates make front pages or second or third pages of national newspapers through embarrassing tweets and Facebook posts and whatever.
Not embarrassing, deeply controversial.
Deeply controversial. And indeed in that 2013 UKIP election you had councillors saying that the floods were due to gay people, and you had all sorts of different things. This time round, I haven't seen a single Reform council candidate on the pages of a newspaper. They seem to have been better at vetting this year than any previous.
I disagree. I've seen some really great scoops in the local papers, if nothing else. Maybe not the national papers, but in the local...
You've put a statue up to Frederick Engels in Manchester. Yeah, that's great. He did nothing at all. 100 million people dead? Shut up.
News, everyone criticises Reach PLC for their journalism, but there has actually been some really great stuff by the local democracy.
Who owns Reach PLC? Who owns it?
reporters calling out, dodgy candidates up and down the country. Almost all of the existing Reform UK councillors are Conservative defectors.
OK, I've got to bring some breaking news now. Reform UK has unseated the Conservative leader of Staffordshire Council. That's the council leader unseated by Reform tonight. We're going to bring you more results as...
Such a great day to be English, man, honestly. Fantastic, honestly. Great. Well done, guys.
We get them, of course, and we have been bringing you some of those seat totals.
Happy St George's Day.
Up on the side of the screen. We'll get that back up for you in the next hour too. But of course, we're going to bring you all of the results, council, mayoral, and indeed parliamentary, over the course of this programme. Now it's 2 o'clock. This is GB News.
2 o'clock? Jeez, that's in a few council elections. Might as well look at this, eh? So, Rangers, I'm not a Rangers supporter, by the way, just so everybody knows. Oh my God, Rangers outplayed Spurs, and they beaten Bodo Glimp. Anyway, so it looks like it's going to be
a fairly expected story, but also
it could be an All England final, which Rangers outplayed Man United and Spurs, and get cheated by 2 definite penalties not being awarded against Atletico. So really, I think Rangers could have been in the final. Not that I've got any sort of dog in the bone.
So a really interesting news story about some of those areas where the Lib Dems broke through for the first time last July.
Interesting. I want to get your thoughts on something that Nigel...
Reform has unseated Conservative leader of Stafford Council.
Farage has been saying in recent weeks, which is that he wants to learn from you. That he is sort of praising the Liberal Democrats' strategy, that he wants to almost steal the old Charlie Kennedy strategy of having these groups of councillors that then perform and work all year round and all the things that the Lib Dems are known for doing. Are you worried that the Reform Party is now... taking not only your position as a protest vote as a default none of the above option, but also actually the local work too?
Well, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, so absolutely delighted to hear that our strategy is being admired and copied. It's available for anybody to use, and do you know what? It's honest and it's sincere politics. It's about getting out on the doors. We've had 1,000 volunteers out on the doors getting out our vote today, and that's after having tens of thousands of doorstep conversations over the last few weeks and months. Listen, the truth is, I'm not worried about that. If they want to use that strategy, then do, because it's a good strategy. It builds you and your authenticity in your community. But what we're finding is that in communities where we are already dug in, where we already have great representatives, where we have those volunteers out in the doors, we are actually not seeing a large rise in reform. I think the way that we do politics is actually
when I dismantle the centrist politicians, that is going to be one of the greatest things ever.
Welcome back to the UK Bulletin, your trusted source for breaking UK news.
Runcorn by-election results after Labour MP jailed overnight for brawl.
Amazing deals this month at Currys.
We were hoping to talk to Zia Youssef, the chairman of Reform UK. I can't see him in the room now. Perhaps he is here. But if I just step aside slightly, behind me now you can see all the piles, which are pretty well established now, and most of the counting on these tables just behind me is done now. And I can tell you, the table immediately behind me, there's a big pile on the left, which is Sarah Pochin, the Reform UK candidate. But just behind one of the ladies in the orange jackets is a big, looks like a big pile too, for Karen Shaw, the Labour candidate. And the same is true, the table just that side of me. So yes, I mean, Labour have been saying that the piles are fairly similar in size, but the signs are, I mean, I've been at by-elections before where at midnight one party looks as though they're going to win and then it changes. I remember the most dramatic of those was when George Galloway won in Bradford, when Labour thought they were home and dry and George Galloway won, as it turned out. But yes, it's getting very tense here. I said it was tense early on, but it now does look as though perhaps Reform are not may not have the result, the victory that they hoped for, because certainly the piles look pretty similar in size, the Labour piles and the...
But how do you know if they're similar size, how do you know they've not won?
Reform UK piles. And the fact that Mr Youssef has gone all shy on us in the last, 20 minutes, half an hour or so, suggests that perhaps there are some wobbles in the Reform UK camp. Now, to be fair, they have said... that they're not going to call it, that it would be close, perhaps 1,000 votes. But some Reform UK sources were telling Sky News earlier on this evening they were confident they were going to...
Well, it doesn't really matter if it's 1,000 votes, because that's gone from a 16 or 14,000 majority to 1,000. So that's a 13,000 uptake, and the fact that he scuttled away in the back of that you should have been trumpeting that as a victory.
Edge it, as they put it. Now that may well still happen, but it's not looking quite so likely as it was.
The Labour Party probably cheated like they did in other by-elections, because their cheats put Muslim guys to force other Muslims to vote in a certain way, and Tony Blair got the votes to put in the postal voting, and he's just a prick.
Who knows, we might be in for some of those recounts we enjoy so much at by-election counts, but at the moment it's very tense. We're not sure who's won. Reform obviously started this by-election as favourites. Labour have fought back.
How can they start out as favourites if they had a 14,000 majority? Why would you have a favourite, somebody that's 14,000 votes behind you? It's absolutely ridiculous. Even if they're within 1,000 votes of overturning the majority, every other Labour seat's in play.
We did hear that Reform UK had done well in postal votes. Obviously, they were all cast a few weeks ago. But just looking at the piles, unscientific, I know, but they look pretty even. So we could be in for a nail-biter here.
OK, John, I'm not sure...
Doesn't matter, still a win for Reform.
We all agree recounts, perhaps as much as you do, but we shall see. John, thank you very much.
And what's his face shouldn't have puffed out there. He should have been trumpeting the fact that they've came back from 14,000 to a nail-biter. You should be trumpeting that. Absolutely useless politics.
For the moment, let's talk about Doncaster now. It's the only Labour-held council of the 23 up for grabs this morning. It also has a Labour mayor trying to defend their position, been in post since 2013. Let's go to Doncaster, join our political correspondent Liz Bates. Liz, a huge amount at stake, and we are hearing this news that perhaps Labour not as hopeful, not as concerned as they were about Reform taking that by-election in Runcorn. What's the situation where you are?
Well, there's still a lot of concern here, but we are slightly behind when it comes to counting. We have now got to that place where we can see some of the ballot papers piling up, so we'll be keeping a close eye on them. We've also had news of the turnout here, 32%. That is a little higher, I think, than we were expecting. That could be good news for reform. We do have a Labour representative here to speak to us, a Labour MP from here in Doncaster, Lee Pitcher. Now, he was elected, you were elected, Lee, I should say, you're standing right in front of me, in this time round, 2024, correct. The last general election. You just came in on that big wave of Labour.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Later on, while they're
by making the difficult decisions that we have.
But what does it say?
But these are the things that we really must do, and we have to move forward from here.
But what does it say to you, however, if we're seeing early signs of it tonight, but we've seen it in the opinion...
17 Conservatives on 10, Labour councillors on 1 independent. Oh my God, it's phenomenal today. This is in line with the exit polling. Unbelievable. This is a disaster for Labour and the Conservative Party. They're just seen like cheating liars.
Now for many, many months that people are going not to the Conservatives. You say people were let down by the Conservatives. The public seems to still feel pretty angry with the Conservatives. You would therefore agree with the public on that. But what does it say about you that voters appear to be, and we're seeing early evidence of it tonight, choosing Nigel Farage over what you're offering them? What does that say to you?
I accept that politics is changing fast again. It has, politics has not, stopped moving fast since the whole Brexit period. There are people in our country who feel insecure. They feel insecure in the economy, and they worry about values.
They're insecure because you've sold us out to the WEF, and you and Labour are both in the WEF agenda and disrespecting the indigenous population. You guys suck. Right, I'm not quite sure what's happening with Sky. I'm trying to be nice to Sky as well. Get Rupert to make sure when I'm standing in politics. What's going on here, Sky? Wow, huge council losses. Oh wow, this is a disaster. Oh no.
At Fish.
Olympic boxing gold medalists. So, we're attracting great people from across the piece. But you know what it is? It's about good people and great policies. And with regard to policies that will make decent, ordinary working people better off, it's quite clear that the Labour Party is making people poorer after the Conservatives have broken Britain, and our policies on scrapping net zero, on freezing immigration, so that we can actually start to look after British citizens, our national policy of lifting the starting point for paying income tax to 20 grand as opposed to 12.5 grand. These are the things that will turn this country around, cutting out daft, wasteful spending. And if we win control of councils, which I think we will do, then we can dig into the books and find out where all this waste has been going on, where badly procured contracts are far too much in favour of some of the contractors, and we've got to act on behalf of the council taxpayer and the British working families.
Before I let you go, I just want to ask, how many councils do you think you'll take?
That I couldn't tell you.
It doesn't actually matter. It doesn't actually matter. Right? It's just going to be going from nothing to something. So anything from nothing to something. It's like in Runcorn. It doesn't matter if you started at 7,000, now it's 1,000. It's something from nothing. And it's the closing of the gap. You should have been better prepared for these sort of questions. How they destroyed them.
In society.
By 23%,
Wow.
Reform going up by 29%.
Wow. North Tyneside mayoral elections, Labour totally tanking because of the gay bum boy that Lord Vaz is taking advantage of and giving them bribes, and the retard in the Chancellor's office have gone down 23%. I didn't see that coming. And then the Conservative Party, they've screwed everything up for as long as they've been putting their piggy snout in the trough, is gone down by 11%. So that's 34%. So we've got the tranny commie party and the Greens, and they're up 1%, and the liberal undemocratic Democrats, they're up 1%, and Reform are up 29%, which is 2%, no, sorry, that's 34%, so it's 5% less than the combination of the losses between the Labour and the Conservatives. So, quite incredible.
And the Tories falling away by 11%. Now, congratulations, Peter Carroll, the first mayoral victory of the night. Labour has held it. But my goodness, just by a tiny whisker. Look at this swing, 26% Labour to Reform. That would be enough to take Runcorn by some distance with a swing like that.
Well, let's see what happens in Runcorn. But you can't say congratulations, but, a win is a win.
You can say congratulations, but no, my question is...
A win is a win.
Congratulations.
And we've just done what it took to win. And congratulations to the Mayor. Congratulations to the team that led that victory. Congratulations to everyone who put their heart and soul into it. These are tough circumstances. We understand that these are parts of the community, parts of the country that have real needs. And
a 26% swing from Labour to Reform, and they still hold it. Oh my God, man, honestly.
Real desperate needs for change. We are early into our programme of change. We understand that, and there's a lot happening around the world that makes people feel insecure. We are delivering a programme of change which we want to deliver security into
They've probably
work.
cheated as well, man. They've obviously got a way of corrupting the political process in Scotland, the UK and in Canada. They've obviously figured out how to corrupt the political process.
In people's families, in the communities and country that they live in. So this is actually a good result for Labour. It shows that Labour is still in contention in areas where I spent the whole day being told that we don't. So the question here is why that the party of opposition has now flipped. It has changed. And in parts of the country where previously it would have been the Tory party that would have been in contention, it is existential for them now because they have slipped from where they were in the worst general election defeat in their history, and they're still going down. They have not yet hit rock bottom.
But forgive me the question for you, in a part of the world like North Tyneside, that was not a part of the country that we would have expected to be hugely in contention for the Reform Party.
Well, hang on, let's look at history here.
And you've held it, but by a whisker.
Yeah.
Does that not make you feel uncomfortable?
Of course, if there are things that we need to listen and learn. And look, Keir Starmer, I know him well. It was 4 years...
Oh, do you? Well, that's really good. I'm sure Lord Vaz knows him well as well.
Years ago.
I'm sure Lord Ahmed knows Sarwar very well as well, Ennis.
That we lost Hartlepool in the same region as this election result here. We listened, we accepted we hit rock bottom, and we did what it took to change. So Keir has a very good record of listening and adapting as the politics changes, as the political landscape...
They're obviously cheating. I understand the Labour Party are now cheating. I think it's the way, what we have to figure out is how they're cheating. Obviously they control the council, so they're able to put their guys on the payroll, and I'm sure that the WEF have found out a way to actually cheat in actual democratic elections. So scumbags like this prick get elected.
Changes, he accepts where he is and he adapts to it. So we will do if there is learning to be done. But make no difference, no doubt about it. We didn't hold this mayoralty under the last Labour
Jimmy Starmer, he's a scumbag, man.
Government. We lost seats in it to the Tories in the previous 10 years, and we have reclaimed that ground, and we are holding that ground, and this is something that actually shows a strength of this government in difficult circumstances, and circumstances so difficult, everyone has spent the whole evening telling me how difficult it is and telling me I should be preparing to lose at times like this. So this is a really good achievement.
Well, you did have a majority of 13,000 in 2021. It's not somewhere where the Tories were breezing ahead. David Bull,
yes,
what do you say to that
I would agree with
result?
you. Reform is the opposition in the north, and obviously I'm sad that 444 votes to the Conservatives lost us that campaign. But it's an amazing result for Reform.
Why do you think it happened?
I think people are so disenfranchised. I think it goes back to everything we've talked about. It's the local issues. I do agree with you about the sense of community. I think many of these northern communities feel completely abandoned, disenfranchised. They feel ignored by the Labour government. They are tribally Labour. They feel that they are desperate for change. Also, the national issues. I think the tax burden comes up time and time again. Things like the inheritance tax for farmers. I think also employers' national insurance contributions, which we've talked about extensively as well. All of these things play into it. And also, I just think the quest for net zero, it goes back for me to the quest for cheap energy. Because if you have cheap energy, everything becomes much cheaper, whether it's manufacturing or actually heating your house, all the rest of it. And I think we need to do that. And I think we need to ensure that we have safe, secure supplies of energy in this country.
Kevin Hollingworth, what do you say to that result? I mean, the Tories did have a Conservative mayor in North Tyneside on 3 separate occasions.
Yeah, we've got a lot of work to do. We freely admit that. It was a bruising defeat for us last July. And we've got a lot of work to do to get back in the game. I congratulate the hard work on the ground there in terms of our candidate and the activists. But the point is, we are still in the game. We haven't been wiped out here. We've actually we lost 10 points of our vote share.
But isn't the point here that you're third? So you're not in the game like the traditional main opposition, being behind the winners in this. You're third, the third party.
Yeah, sure. But this isn't a general election. These are completely different set of circumstances here. And at this point in time, I quite understand that people are still making a protest vote. I've spoken to hundreds of people on the doorstep for the last few weeks. I understand that being the case. I've spoken to many Conservative voters that are currently voting Reform, but I believe will come back to us. Of course, there are some Reform voters that may never come back to us. Let's see. But I think over time, we will build our vote share. It will not dissipate from here. This is we were judging ourselves, as I say, against that high watermark in 2021. Peter's wrong to say we're going backwards for the general election result. We're going backwards from 2021 because that was when we had a very high vote share. What
a lot of fucking bullshit.
The Tory leader of the council has lost his seat. Say to everybody watching,
so
Peter,
we will get there, but I accept that it's
very unhappy, very worried Labour MPs, and they may have just clung.
And believes that he is very confident Reform UK have won Greater Lincolnshire. Meanwhile, Labour sources telling our very own Sam Coates that they believe that they have clung on in that by-election in Runcorn and Helby. No official result there as yet, but lots happening. Do stay with us.
Whoosh. Tesco whoosh.
Tom, I'm going to just be a little more circumspect there, but we are on track to win some councils, put it like that.
OK, councils plural. I'll leave it at that. Thanks very much indeed for joining us live. Richard Tice, of course, Deputy Leader of the Reform Party. We're going to head straight to Runcorn now, where GB News presenter Sophie Reaper is for us. And Sophie, what can you tell us?
Well, Tom, things are moving along nicely here at the counts for Runcorn and Helby. They've now moved on to the doubtful votes, which means that we are fast approaching a result here for this particular by-election. But there's perhaps been a slight shift since we last spoke. When we spoke earlier, I mentioned when we spoke to party chairman for Reform, Zia Youssef, and he said, interestingly, that the stranglehold of dual-party politics would be broken tonight. That real confident lexicon being used there by the party chairman. However, it now seems that they're perhaps backtracking on that a little bit. Meanwhile, of course, Labour taking perhaps the more tentative approach. They're not perhaps, they weren't perhaps as confident. However, in the last few minutes, speaking to a Labour source, they've said that from what they can see, things are, quote, tight but encouraging. That's from a Labour source there. So it seems perhaps that the dynamic here has shifted. Labour perhaps feeling a little bit more confident, whereas Reform now slightly taking more of a backtracked approach. But interestingly, when we spoke to Peter Kyle earlier, he spoke about the fact that Sir Keir Starmer did not join Karen Shaw.
Remember I told you the cheat?
Or the Labour candidate on her campaign trail. A very unusual choice for a Prime Minister not to join the campaign trail for the first by-election of their premiership. But that's something that Peter Kyle defended, so let's just take a listen to what he had to say. On that subject.
The Prime Minister is absolutely determined to deliver a more ambitious programme for Britain. He does not look to David Cameron or to Theresa May in the way that their premierships ended and the state that they left our country in. So he is aiming for higher, and he's going to deliver higher. And that's why he's been so busy on all of the things that I just outlined, including saving the steelworks, including standing by Ukraine, including delivering the trade deals that will benefit everyone, every worker in our country, putting the national interests first. So I think people understand that the job of a Prime Minister should be here delivering the change our country needs from his office here at times like this.
That Peter Kyle there, suggesting perhaps that the Prime Minister's place should be in London and that maybe he had better things to do than to join his candidates here for the Runcorn and Helby by-election. Now, just to say, if you take a look over my shoulder, it seems that all of the counters here don't seem to have any paper in their hands. They don't seem to be counting anything. They're all kind of looking around with nothing else to do, for lack of a better phrase. So that could well mean that we are fast approaching a result here, and of course we will be bringing that to you as soon as we get it here on GB News. But ultimately it will be between the the Reform candidates and the Labour candidates to win that seat here in Runcorn and Helby.
Imagine bringing new life into a world of pain, filth, and uncertainty. This nightmare was reality for more than 20 pregnant donkeys discovered in South Wales. And tragically, mothers like Mango and Sharon faced bringing their foals into the same grim existence. But then came the Donkey Sanctuary's largest ever rescue. From surviving to thriving. With your support, we can continue to protect precious new lives. Together, we can change their story from £4 a month. We can continue to protect precious new lives. Together, we can change their story from £4 a month.
Oh, hello. Hello.
We can continue to protect precious new lives.
Fucking hell, man, that's a hard work, that. Is that it? We're back. Still can't hear you. Yeah. Hello? Hello. Oh, yeah, that's it. Well done, mate. Well done. Thanks, Tim. Cheers, buddy. I love Salty Cracker, man. He's awesome. So I've got 385 views on X, and I've got, let's just check the analytics. So I've got 9 likes, and cheers, mate. Cheers, thanks, Tim, man. Appreciate it. And I've got 385 views. Analytics. Four, 9 likes, 4 concurrent views, 130 views. So I've got more views, which must be going through to YouTube, because a view will be the same on X as on YouTube, and I've got 3 times as more views on YouTube than I do on YouTube. So either X is taking the piss, or YouTube's taking the piss, or there is a way of calculating a view on X which is different from YouTube. But this is, they're obviously trying, the California bunch are obviously in cahoots with the globalist shills.
It's going to be difficult.
For pausing this.
Local government you think are not sustainable. In other words, which services or which things that council do will reform councils stop doing?
That's the whole point of opening up the books and looking at everything line by line, looking at the contracts. Why have contracts been placed for like 10 years just to one national framework contractor where you've got no competition? All that's done is drive up prices. So I want to look at the contracts and really get to grips with it.
What you need to do is get to grips with the tendering process.
So that we can make significant savings, as I said earlier, and then we know where we stand. But until we've done that, it's hard to say. But I just think we can't just pretend, as the two main parties have done, that you just keep spending more than you're earning and it'll be all right on the night. It won't be. If you spend more than you earn as an individual, you go bust. The same is true of a company, and the same is true of councils. And councils are going bust up and down the country. So, yeah, we're going to take a proper look at the books and find out what's sustainable.
Richard Tice, Deputy Leader of Reform, thanks very much indeed for joining us from Lincolnshire. Maybe we'll cross with you later tonight or perhaps again tomorrow, but thanks very much indeed for your time tonight at that busy count there, and for sharing indeed his predictions. 2 councils for Reform, a Reform victory in the mayoral race in Greater Lincolnshire, and he predicted the Olympic gold medal winner Luke Campbell will become the next mayor in Hull. Actually, it's a new job of being mayor in Hull and East Yorkshire, so plenty of predictions there.
Forget the predictions. 27 Reform councillors, 13 Conservatives, 1 Labour, 1 Independent. Wow.
From Richard Tice, clearly enjoying his evening. What he wouldn't predict, though, is the result of the Runcorn by-election, and that may come in the next few minutes. So let's just talk then with our guests here around the table about the importance of this first by-election for this new government. Dr. David Bull for Reform UK, if you take this seat, what would it represent to you?
It would be a massive win for us from, excuse me, a standing start of pretty much nothing. This is a must-win for Labour. If Labour doesn't win this, I think it's in serious trouble. Look, as I said right at the beginning, this...
Voters. I don't think they have to win it. I don't think the Reform have to win it. The fact is that the Reform going from a 14,000 vote minority and going to too close to call is definitely a positive. 28 seats up for Reform, 17 down for Labour, 10 down for 17 down for Conservative, 10 down for Labour, 1 down for Lib Dems. Wow, this is playing out exactly how it was predicted by the pollsters. And hands up to the pollsters. Sometimes you get it wrong. Obviously not tonight.
Incredibly bouncy expectations, lots and lots of visits from Nigel Farage. If you don't manage to get over the edge when you've got a government that has been polling badly, you've been number 1 in the national...
If you don't get over the edge in a 14,000 seat majority in the 6th safest seat in England for Labour, it doesn't matter. It's another stupid question. What matters is the reduction in the majority.
National opinion polls for some time now. What does that say?
It would have been a great fight.
Peter Kyle, if you lose Runcorn, what will that say?
I'm not going to talk about if, because we're about to find out the facts. And you've given a great example as to why...
You're probably cheated as you have done for the last 20 years.
Why people like me come on here and are very careful of what we say on evenings like this. So, tempting though you are, I'm going to stick to the facts. And that is that this is a by-election. You've already outlined the circumstances of that by-election. That has an impact on the community that is put through a by-election, because it's a big thing to put a community through for a by-election. The second thing is that by-elections are unique in that it gives you the opportunity to go to a community and say, this is your moment in time to think differently, to free yourself of the shackles of everything you do in the past, represent the country, say something, go crazy, vote for whoever you want to, and all these sorts of things. Now, I've run by-elections in the past. I run the Bedfordshire by-election where we overturned...
Yeah, I'm sure that's really interesting.
Store to door from as little as... ...that you can grab hold of. Reform maybe about to sort of do something very similar.
That's very sad. North Tyneside, man,
and steal a march on your seats.
No, I don't think they're going to be stealing a march on our seats. I think the seats that they're contesting are very much Labour or Conservative. Where we are not finding, where we are dug in and have that good ground game, as Aisha calls it, we are not seeing a particularly large rise in Reform at all. And in fact, I think our kind of politics, that grounded, where people genuinely feel listened to, I don't think Reform are going to break through at all. I think one of the things you asked about Ed Davey before, I think one of the things that we certainly are seeing is that people like Ed Davey and some of the policies that we're pursuing, our strong stance on Donald Trump, I think that's very much appealing to kind of one nation.
Oh no, that's really good for the Conservative Academy. Wait till I actually say about you. Wait until I get the new party up. I'll smash the liberal undemocratic Democrats like a walnut up under a sledgehammer.
Conservatives, so we're finding people are moving to us, both from Labour, but also...
Oh no, oh yes. centrist dad politics.
Also from the Conservatives. And indeed, the Conservatives have actually been remarkably absent, from what I'm hearing, in terms of their ground game. You know, perhaps their volunteer base is drying up to some extent, but unless you can get people out on the doors, putting leaflets through doors and then knocking up on the day, you are really going to struggle, I think, in this new electoral reality.
I'll let you come in a moment, Aisha. I just want to take you back to North Lincolnshire. We've just seen pictures of Andrea Jenkins arriving at the count. Here she comes. It was always going to be a tough battle for her, although the polls did put her out in front, and she used to be a Tory MP, of course. She defected to...
They've just cheated anyway. We know that the Labour Party cheats anyway.
Reform. She's fully dressed in the Reform colours there, and Reform, Richard Tice, Deputy Leader of Reform, telling us that he believes that she has won the mayoralties. All the main parties fielding candidates there. Given the electoral history of the area, it was always thought that it would be a two-horse race between the Conservatives and Reform. One of two new mayoral positions that are being contested for the first time this year. Those pictures into us in the last few moments of Andrea Jenkins, former Tory MP, now a Reform MP, looking very happy and certainly looking like someone who has won. We'll bring you the figures, we'll bring you the numbers as soon as we get them. Aisha, sorry, you were going to say...
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on Al's point about the ground operation and how important that still is in politics. And I think one of the things that's going to be really difficult for the Conservatives is that often it's local councillors who are the real foot soldiers for any political party. It's the councillors, it's their families, it's the kind of friends of them. They're the people that deliver leaflets, they're the people that knock on doors. And I think one of the things that is going to be hard for the Conservatives, if they're about to have an absolutely catastrophic night of losing hundreds more councillors, that means for the next set of elections, that very much diminishes their sort of, you know, army of foot soldiers who will go out these elections. Whereas I think for the other parties, I mean, yes, Labour is definitely facing challenges, but Labour still has a very strong base of people who will go at that. The Liberal Democrats are very strong at that. I think Reform are organising themselves better. The Greens are organising. I think the Conservative Party are going to be quite hollowed out on a kind of local infrastructure level to do that kind of campaigning.
OK, and just a final word from you before we move on. As you say, early days, and you know, you may have a cause to celebrate later.
I think we'll have a great cause to celebrate later. I think by the time we get to the end of this, we could very well have 270 seats or 70 gained over the course of this election. It could very well put us, the Lib Dems, into being the second party in local government in England, which really would be quite an extraordinary transformation and potentially...
Oh, my God.
With our first sniff at one of the mayoralties as well. And actually, the Andrea Jenkins result, if it comes through, as you've suggested, really would be significant because, of course, those mayoralties have been a lockout between Conservatives and Labour since their inception. So that would be a big result, and ours would be a big one tomorrow as well.
OK, great. Al Pinkerton, Lib Dem MP, spokesman for Northern Ireland. Thanks very much for joining us.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Just want to let you know that the Runcorn and Helby by-election result isn't too far away. We are expecting that result soon. Live shots here of Widnes, where that count is taking place. The word that we're getting is that Labour are hopeful that they will cling on to that parliamentary seat. Also, this hour, Reform are confident that Andrea Jenkins will be the first mayor of Greater Lincolnshire, and also that breaking news this hour that Labour have held on to North Tyneside. Plenty more after the break.
What's the best thing about being an F1 driver?
Admitting punching a constituent. The results in the 2024 general election suggest it should be a safe Labour seat. He won 53% of the vote with a majority of almost 14,700. But Reform are hot on the heels. But sources telling Sky News that Labour believe they have held on.
How things have changed in the results.
here, Labour now down to 16%.
It's because a lot of people don't understand that if you have to get on the candidates list for Labour, you either have to be a paedophile or corrupt.
So you can...
you don't have to be, sorry, I apologise, I would just like to say I apologise for that. But it's certainly advantageous.
See, quite a clear story, I think, Jonathan. Labour will be able to claim that they are winning all over the place and the Tories are losing all over the place and losing to Reform. But you've also got this story, which is how voting is changing. And that matters because become the general election, the change in people's behaviour actually makes an enormous difference. Made an enormous difference at last year's general election. So just because...
A big shout out to England just now, man. You guys are awesome. The fact that this is the future, I'm totally respectful for you guys. I think you guys are awesome. Happy St George's Day. Love you guys.
If, as we expect, Labour hang on in Runcorn, if they continue to hold on to places like...
Don't vote for the Commie Greens, they're a bunch of freaks.
North Tyneside, where they didn't have an incumbent. The incumbent stood down. They've got a new candidate there. They held off against the Reform challenge. And they can point to a disastrous set of results in the council elections amongst councils that Tories control. All of that will be plenty of talking points for the Labour cabinet ministers that come on. But still, just the fact of this going up by this much, 30%.
It's like a big, I don't know what, I don't want to say too much. I've had a bottle of champagne and other alcoholic inebriants, and the fact is that's like a big, well, I don't know.
Increase in the Reform vote and the Labour vote going down, or sort of basically feeding.
But they suck.
About half of that, down 16%, means that there are seats all around the country that Labour wouldn't hang on to because there's a new challenger on the block that is eating their breakfast.
OK, all right, Sam, thank you very much for the moment. OK, we're just approaching the end of the hour. Let us take you once more to Widnes, where we are expecting very soon the results in the Runcorn and Helby by-election. Looks very tense there, doesn't it? People on their phones, scratching their heads, looking around anxiously. Labour believe they can cling on.
They've cheated, they've got postal votes, they cheat.
To Runcorn. That is what we are hearing. We will find out whether that is the case in the next few minutes. Turnout in the seat, 46.3%. What about turnout? 32,740 votes cast. Reform's Sarah Pochin is the bookmaker's favourite to secure that by-election victory. Will she be disappointed? Find out shortly.
They've cheated.
Pre-treat, pre-treat.
Manage your kids' time online with EE Wi-Fi controls, helping them to switch off and drift off. Search EE Broadband.
Amazing deals this month at Curry's.
Pay me!
Most sold.
Listen. Screw these bastards. Here we go. The Conservatives. So you're trying to say the Conservatives hanging on? Oh no, that's down. 38. That's wow. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look right at all. That sounds a bit wacky. That seems a bit set up. Cheats. Let's see these
25,000.
And as a result, the Conservative Party and the Labour Party are both well down. I mean, this is, at the moment, and I think the rest of Staffordshire is going to count tomorrow, but at the moment, at least, this must be a candidate for one of Richard Tice's 2 councils that he is hoping that Reform might have overall control in by the 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
And is it surprising to you, looking at the pattern of people's voting behaviour in that part of the world, that you're seeing such a dramatic shift?
Well, I mean, it's a relatively pro-Leave part of the world, and that's the kind of places where you would expect Reform to do relatively well. But the truth is, we have seen Reform so far challenging in Labour areas and challenging in Conservative areas. At the moment, one has to say there isn't any...
He's great, isn't he? I love him.
...anywhere that is necessarily immune from this really quite substantial and seemingly quite significant Reform performance.
I mean, we should underline actually just the numbers people are seeing now, that change in share on the analysis we've...
Look at that, 40% up for Reform, 35% up, down for the fake Conservatives. The Liberal, undemocratic Democrats, obviously a bunch of retards have invaded, and then those 2 banana... Wangsteins are just fucking...
got so far. Plus 40% for Reform.
Yeah, they're running at 42%. That's up 40% on what they got 4 years ago. Yeah, Reform... I mean, you talked about Staffordshire being a true blue county. Well, I think, to be honest, Nigel Farage might now respond and say, I think it's now a true turquoise county. Now, we're not there yet. We have to see what the other results come out tomorrow, but that seems to be the direction.
Big shout out to Staffordshire, man. Awesome bunch of guys down there, and girls, man. Awesome.
In which it's going.
And in terms of Northumberland, then, we now have a bit more information. Some more of the seats have been counted.
The guys up in Northumberland, man. Awesome. Girls, guys, fantastic bunch. Awesome.
Reform now there on 16. More than twice the Tories showing at 7, with Labour on 2. And if we just look at what's changed hands there, Reform have taken 16, some from the Conservatives, but also Labour have dropped back by 11%. And if we look at the share again, let's just put this...
Yeah, the Conservatives, Labour, Liberals, undemocratic. A big shout out to England, man, honestly. Fantastic bunch, man. He definitely stepped up today, guys. Well done. 10 out of 10. Happy St George's Day. Guys are awesome.
Up on the screen while we talk to John, 37% for Reform, 27% for the Tories and 29% for the Labour Party. I mean, these margins are really significant, aren't they?
Well,
I'm going to cry in the toilet, guys. You guys are awesome. You've really stepped up today. Can't thank you enough. Love England. Great. St George and all that. Fantastic. Great bunch. Awesome today, guys. Awesome. Better than... no, I don't want to say that, but awesome. I'm going to go to the toilet, back in a minute.
Both in Staffordshire and in Northumberland, it isn't just the Reform being narrowly ahead. They are actually well ahead when it comes to votes. Now, I think the thing about Northumberland, as our correspondent there pointed out a little while ago, at the moment, sure, Reform are winning over half the seats. But the question is, will they continue to do so when we get results from around places like Hexham, etc.? We'll have to wait and see. But at the moment, at least, you know, together with Staffordshire, Reform have clearly so far taken the main prizes tonight.
And let's take you to another part of the country, just so we can do the sweep of a northern seat, somewhere in the Midlands, and now somewhere in the southeast. Let's look at Hertfordshire. Yeah. Not very many seats have been counted there so far. Only 6 have been counted. 4 there for the Tories so far, 2 for Reform. So 2 gained by Reform, 2 lost by the Tories. Yep. But if you look here at the share so far, and as I say, only a few have been counted in that county so far, but Reform on 35% in Hertfordshire.
Yeah, well, actually, it's not just Hertfordshire. These are the wards that have counted in Hertfordshire overnight are in Broxbourne. And anybody who knows their electoral geography of this country knows that Broxbourne is one of the most conservative parts of the country historically. Yet Reform almost matched the Conservatives in terms of votes. And have managed to pick up 2 seats that I think, frankly, the Conservatives would never, ever really expect to lose, even in their worst kind of election performances. So, again, we've seen these remarkable performances in North Tyneside, where Reform almost managed to get the morality off Labour, and now we see equally Reform doing extremely well in a very Tory part of the country, i.e. Broxbourne, together indeed with much of Staffordshire.
John, thanks very much indeed. We'll be back with you a bit later. We are still on these pictures of the scene in Widnes. The count for the Runcorn parliamentary seat, slightly confusingly happening in Widnes, just down the road, but there we are. We do expect there to be a declaration in the not too distant future, and if you look carefully at the pictures, maybe we can put them full frame there. Oh, look, we've got them twice, lovely. If you look carefully at the pictures, there we go. I think that somewhere, if we're looking really carefully, you can see the returning officer, I understand, has called the candidates and their agents into the traditional huddle. That could be they're delivering the result and saying it's time to get up on stage because all's about to be revealed. Or it could be...
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter if Labour actually wins, because this is horrific. It's just a near contest. They've cheated in some way, postal votes and whatever way they cheat. The fact is that this is too close to call.
To tell them that there is some sort of issue. You can definitely see there, that is a huddle. That's got to be the definition of a huddle. A huddle of largely men in suits being told important political information that will change, well, all of their lives in one way or another. And let's just stay on those pictures. Can we see anybody who's smiling who might have a red rosette or a turquoise rosette for Reform? I can see the Lib Dem yellow. Perhaps this is a fool's errand, but you never know. We might just spot a grinning Labour candidate.
That guy's got a Trump hat.
I don't see much behind the Looney Party hat at the moment. But the cameraman or a woman is doing a wonderful job there, pushing in closely on the pictures. Let's just stay on those pictures in case we spot something that is a bit of a giveaway while we chat.
Yeah.
Peter Kyle, what's it like being at a count at a moment like this?
It's tough. It's really tough for everyone there, and I found all of the counts really stressful. You're exhausted. I'm being really honest here. You are completely exhausted. You've been leading a campaign and you haven't had sleep for a couple of nights usually, and then you're up there and everyone is crowding around you because everyone wants to know the gossip and they want to know what you think and what's happening, and you're just trying to take everything in, and you know full well you're going to have this moment where the eyes of the world are on you and you're carrying this load that you've had the whole time because you really want to do well for the people who've put all their effort into the campaign. So it's a really stressful evening. There are some candidates who love the count. I've never found the love of the count.
The Labour Party have cheated and managed to get a narrow victory.
You're not one of them. What you're describing is if it's tight, and that's clearly what's going on here. Whereas at some counts, if the box is empty out and it is so clear cut, which, you know, obviously I've witnessed at one or two of our by-elections. Then
there's
it
the
is
Reform
extraordinary.
chair, Zia Yusuf, actually, just at the bottom right-hand side of the shot, I believe. That was just a glimpse of him. David Bull's nodding.
Yes.
David, I know you have to leave us in a couple of moments, maybe at the moment of the declaration. Well, that would be stressful, wouldn't it?
It would.
But just a final word from you before we have to say goodbye to you. What will be going through your colleagues' minds there?
Well, I would agree. Being at one of those counts is...
They're saying, have we cheated enough to get us over the line?
One of the most stressful things I think you ever do in your life, where you've been campaigning for so long and so hard, knocking on so many doors, delivering leaflets, and it comes down to that final moment where you're looking at the piles of paper and then obviously working out whether the result comes in your favour. So there will be a lot of nerves, and obviously once that result has come through and they then brief the candidates, the question is, was there a recount there? I don't know. It looks like it was very close. Certainly, if we don't take Runcorn, I still think we will have done amazingly. really amazingly, and I'm really proud of everything that everyone's achieved.
You can really see the focus
They
and the
must be
attention there.
Checking the disputed papers?
Possibly. And we should say none of those people are the candidates, right? So they are party agents. You can see somebody there with a Labour red rosette. I think that's the back of Sia Yousaf, the Reform chair, watching so intently. And that focus and concentration does suggest that, not necessarily that there's a dispute, but certainly there's a request for clarification. Peter Kyle, Cabinet Minister, is just nodding along, veteran of many very stressful counts as he's revealed to us. A politician who doesn't like a count.
Most people in the count love it. It's just the candidates. It's just me, I think. Even the ones that weren't particularly close are pretty difficult evenings. But
there was one by-election that we had where we knew we had won so early on that we had Christine Jardine with us, lovely MP.
Probably cheated.
MP of ours. And she's so... her face is so obvious, and she was grinning ear to ear that we'd locked her in at the car park for a little bit before we put her in front of the journalists, so that we weren't giving away what we thought.
So dastardly, these politicians. There are, of course, lots of personal stories, and your anecdotes from counts are interesting for people to hear, and especially if people are with us at 3:09 in the morning. I think they are the kinds of people who are going to want to hear by-election anecdotes. But we shouldn't underplay the importance of what is happening here. Whatever the result here is, it will be a moment of history. It's the first parliamentary by-election of a new-ish government. It's the first time that Keir Starmer is facing an electoral test like this since becoming Prime Minister and having such a huge majority in making his own history in July 2024. If Reform does find success and wins this by-election, it will be the first time that Reform has won a parliamentary by-election. Of course, they won seats in the general election, and through defections, they had Reform MPs before that through the shape of Lee Anderson. But if Reform...
Some kind of recount going on.
Well,
it doesn't seem like it's settled, does it?
No, that's the Kevin Hollingray, their Shadow Minister, part of Kemi Badenoch's team. Do you think that does look cross enough for people to be, or tense enough for people to be a recount? Well, we haven't got information from the ground that it's a recount, but it certainly does look like something that
sometimes
people are...
Sometimes they do recount one particular ward or one particular... There could be one batch of votes that might be...
Perhaps it's a bundle recount, I'm being told, where it's just literally just one chunk of votes. We are going to say goodbye and thank you to Dr. David Ball. Thank you very much. Perhaps our paths will cross again in the next 24 hours, but thank you very much indeed for your time.
Labour seem very nervous in the 14,000 majority going to Nanty.
Time for now. Just while we watch these pictures, it's a bit like watching a really slow game show.
It's like watching an airport terminal when the plane's delayed.
But this is a big moment. Whatever the result is, it could be a huge moment for Reform. It could be a huge moment of relief for the Labour Party. And certainly, talking to politicians, as we have been doing here in the studio tonight, from both of those parties, it does seem that either way, it's going to be incredibly close. And the scenes we're seeing live in front of us tonight suggest it is indeed very close.
They're all very happy, the Labour Party.
Close. Because if it wasn't very close, this moment of rapt attention, and it almost looks silent in the room, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That would not be happening in that way. Let's just stay on those pictures perhaps with half of the screen and bring you some other numbers if we can, because we've got the first numbers through from the Greater Lincolnshire mayoral race that Richard Tice predicted so confidently that Andrea Jenkins was going to walk it. Well, the numbers from the first of 9 local areas have come in. This is Boston in Lincolnshire. You would expect there to be a very strong Reform showing there, as has indeed happened. You can see there Andrea Jenkins getting 7,285 votes, miles ahead of the Conservative Rob Waltham, who is also well ahead of the others. The Lincolnshire Independent there, Marianne Overton, beating Labour's Jason Stotwood into 4th place. Let's look at the share so far.
Wow.
Just a reminder, that's from only the first of 9 areas. 55% for Andrea Jenkins there, and 20% for the Conservatives. But I would just stress that's from the Boston part of Greater Lincolnshire. You would expect that to give a very strong showing for Reform. And of course, like any part of the country, any mayoralty, there are different jigsaw pieces in terms of what the area is like. But we welcome back Alex Wilson, Reform UK Assembly member in London, who's been good enough to join us in replacing Dr. David Bull. I wonder how your nerves are just watching these pictures. Have you ever stood at a general election?
I have. I stood at the general election in Ilford North, in my home borough of Redbridge, and I stood at the by-election in Chesham and Amersham. That was in the days...
Habit was catching.
That was in the days when we were very firmly in the 1% club. No one had heard of us, let alone wanted to support us. So to see us now possibly in contention for taking this seat, possibly just missing out, the progress we've made in that sort of 3 or 4 years, absolutely phenomenal. And I think our candidate, Sarah Poitrin, can be very, very proud of what she's achieved in putting reform on the map firmly in that particular corner of Cheshire. So I'm very pleased with how she's performed. She's been a fantastic candidate. She's run a really strong campaign. Organisationally, it's been the most effective campaign we've done so far. There's a lot of things we will learn from it and translate that into lots of other campaigns elsewhere. But it's absolutely on a knife edge, but we'll find out soon.
She used to be a Conservative, though, for many years, didn't she?
Yeah, so was I.
What is it that's different about the Reform compared to the Conservatives, then?
Well, for me, I mean...
So forget all that nonsense. The Reform, 35 seats up, councillor seats up, 24 down for the Tories, 10 for Labour, and nothing for the Independents, good guys, some not, and the tranny commie party.
The Conservative Party of today just does not feel like the Conservative Party I joined, 25 years ago, when it was a party that believed in low tax, freeing up the economy, getting people into work and giving people the freedom to run their own lives. It's become a big state monolith, just the same as the Labour Party. The record in government was shocking. Commitment to net zero, totally unsustainable, totally unaffordable. It's not the party it's not in government. It didn't follow an agenda that a right of centre party should have been following.
They're following the globalist agenda, like the Liberals, the Labour Liberals and SNP and the Welsh cunts.
That's why I left. That's why other people have left and have come across to Reform.
Kevin Hollingwright, what do you say to that?
Well, I don't agree with that. I mean, I agree on the net zero point, and Kemi's come out very clearly and said, we should never set a commitment of 2050.
She hasn't pledged to scrap it, though, has she?
Yes,
so
it's
meaningless words.
Yes, she has.
And she said she wants to find a more affordable, easier plan to do it.
She said net zero is undeliverable at 202050. That's exactly what she said.
But she hasn't said she'll scrap it.
That's not the same, though.
She won't rescind the
that she would get rid of the law.
target.
So, as a party, under Theresa May's prime ministership, she passed a law that committed, for good or for ill, she passed a law that committed this country to being net zero, getting rid of all carbon emissions, by 2050. You're saying now that was wrong, are you?
Yes, it was undeliverable.
Well, that's,
and to be fair to Kemi, she was one of the few people that stood up at the time and said, what's the analysis? What's the science behind this? So, and credit to her for doing that. I mean, the thing is, in opposition, you can't legislate, of course, but the reality is
Shut up! You had 14 years to legislate. You done nothing.
Let's be clear about this. I don't think anybody, including Reform, are against a transition. Nigel Farage himself.
How are you going to? How if the north freezes because you get less CO2? If that's the point of global warming, and the African barrier and the Saudis and the Shulans put plants and everything else to prevent global warming, and we get a cold streak in the north which kills more people than the hot streak in the south. How's the windmills going to go, and how's the wave tide going to go, and how's the solar panels going to go if you got a pile of snow on them?
He's not a climate change denier. He's talked about using nuclear, which we agree with. And nobody's saying, I don't think, that renewables don't have their place. It's the speed of transition that's a problem here. And it was a phasing out of fossil fuels, which has been accelerated under Labour, of course, which is a mistake. And that's Tony Blair came out and said himself this week. So there are things that we agree on, but to say somehow that my party is not a party of low taxation or low regulation is complete nonsense. Of course we are, but as I said before...
Oh, bollocks. Give me someone else. I need someone else. That's absolutely nonsense, that. Oof. Oofed.
Greens taking seats. On your right, you've got Reform taking seats. Below you, you've got the Lib Dems, and somewhere above you, you might occasionally see a Conservative. I mean, it does sort of feel like you're surrounded.
I mean, that's I suppose the joy and the burden of being Prime Minister. When you've had such success at an election, obviously someone's going to come and take, your majority away from you at some point. I think really the real threat is Reform UK.
I like his hair, man. His hair's awesome.
That's it. I think, when you look at these kind of traditional Labour voters, I'm not talking, pre-2019, I'm talking those that Blair lost. I'm talking back in the 90s, these post-industrial towns, that kind of working-class man or woman who probably left school.
Man, I can only listen to that so much.
Seen this movie before?
What?
Are we drawing tonight from a Labour Party, the first by-election in its time in government, a sort of loveless landslide, after 14 years of Tories and a bunch of different prime ministers? I mean, some people might think we've seen this movie before.
As is often the way in politics, it's not the only time that history repeats itself. What's surprising about Mike Emsbury, and you would know more about this than me, is although
Yeah, you and the Tories have been cheating for years.
He acted in a moment of madness, we can call it that. He did enjoy really high levels of popularity in that constituency, didn't he?
He was a good MP, genuinely. He was a very good well-liked constituency MP. Worked hard, good office, good caseworker team, got stuff done. He led a private member's bill in Parliament to bring down the price of school uniforms and that they wouldn't be badged, and started that whole sort of thing that the Labour Party are just sort of finishing off now. And sort of was a, relatable bloke, councillor estate kid from Withenshaw, former councillor in Manchester, and the biggest thing about the whole Mike Amesbury
Big shout out, Andy, well done, mate. Hardcore.
Situation, which I think I've spoken about before, was just so totally out of character.
I know.
Really normal, gentle, kind bloke who I think because he missed out on a spot in government, and Angela Rayner, who's been a very long friend of his, didn't bother to ring him to tell him that he'd missed out in her team.
He felt a bit abandoned, a bit hurt.
I think, I don't know for certain, I think he was going through it a little bit, and, one thing has led to another, really, especially where booze is involved.
Well, we're going to go straight back to Runcorn now, back to the counts, where Sophie Reaper has had her ear to the floor. And Sophie, this recount now, what can you tell us about it?
Well, Tom, it's actually yet still to be confirmed that whether there will be a recount or not. We're still waiting to hear. Of course, we did hear from a secondary source that it's looking very, very likely. The candidates were all called over to the corner where they were given the preliminary count and giving them the opportunity to call for a recount if they so desire. And we're told by one of the candidates that, in fact, it could be within as little as 100 votes. So very, very close between those two potential candidates. Reform.
So remember I told you earlier on when I was celebrating with the champagne, the fact that this is a win. Can you imagine going from a 14,000 seat vote majority to 100 votes? Wow, very sexy.
Sarah Pochin and Labour's Karen Shaw. Now, I will say, Tom, we're yet to see either of those candidates. There's been a presence from Reform this evening. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, we're still waiting for party leader Nigel Farage to arrive. We've been waiting for that for around the past hour. but we haven't seen either of the actual candidates. We've seen several other candidates from various other parties, of course 15 candidates in total in this particular by-election, but we haven't seen either of those from Reform or from Labour, which is very interesting considering the vote itself. We were meant to get the declaration around 3 o'clock. Of course, we're honing in at around past that hour now. So unless they're in the building somewhere waiting to be told, but we're yet to see them here in the press and media area. So it's hard to gauge from their body language exactly what might be going on. Now, of course, there's a bit of a lull in the room at the moment. You can see the press pack waiting for any small nuggets of information which they could break. In the distance, you can see the people who've spent the night counting those ballots as they've been coming in. They're waiting, some of them on the edge of their seat, to find out what the next steps will be. To the right of that, you can see several of the candidates with their coloured badges indicating exactly which party they are supporting. But that's about it. We are just in this state of waiting, essentially. We are just waiting somewhat patiently, somewhat impatiently at this stage to find out exactly what is going on. Will there be a recount? It's looking increasingly likely that there will be one, especially given that source telling us it could be within 100 votes between Reform and Labour. But we simply can't confirm anything just yet. It seems very likely, but...
I like her accent, man. Like her accent, that's nice, isn't it? I like the bird with blonde hair in GB News accent for Hull. Can't remember what she says, but it's nice. I like English accents, different English accents as well. Geordie accents, you're great. Sutherland, Manx, Liverpudlians, they're all awesome, When I take over, it's going to be a lot better, guys. That's all I'm saying. A lot of my Scottish brethren are fighting against me, but they're going to come on board at some point. Here we go. Oh, listen, I would love to do P Diddy stuff. I don't want to actually detract from the politics.
Are we drawing tonight? Clearly, we don't have any firm information out of Runcorn yet, but all of the indications are that a recount is on the cards. Given the absolutely stonking majority that your party...
A guy like Tom, saying stonking, he's completely on the money, man. To be honest with you, Tom's got a lot of criticisms, but he's... I was sharing them like Andrew and what's his face? He's a great guy as well. A lot of these fellas were gay, man. I had no problem with sharing them on the Guerilla TV channel. I thought they were all awesome commentators, great guys, man. A lot of respect for their political commentary.
He had in that seat
although I have to say Andrew and who's the other fella? A guy for Newcastle, man, he's awesome as well. I'm probably more than rather than Tom.
About 4 hours ago, surely it's deeply, deeply embarrassing that there could now be a recount, whichever way it ends up going.
Tom, 100%, brother. A great commentary. You're awesome.
Well, there were some very challenging circumstances.
Yeah, you just lied about your manifesto and talk shit.
Around this by-election, which I think you just...
And also, Anna Sarwar, uncle, we found out, was a paedophile, and he said he was a great guy.
Been discussing, and you know, this was always going to be a difficult by-election for us. So I don't know what's happening in the room. I can't comment on that, but we always thought it was going to be close. And indeed, at the start of the campaign, many pollsters were calling it for Reform. So let's see. I don't want to try and call it either way. It looks like it's going to be very close indeed.
But this is
we
a
fought
very...
for every vote. We fought a really good campaign there, and we've got an excellent candidate.
Yeah, cheated as usual.
And we fought for every vote. I was up there yesterday, and very sunny and hot it was too. So we'll see what it is. It's very difficult for me to comment on. I can't comment on the results because we don't know what it is yet.
Yeah, and of course, many Labour MPs did campaign very hard. Among them, however, was not the leader of the Labour Party, who didn't find time in his busy schedule to make a single...
And he's not going to come up with Hamilton, Stonehouse and Larkhall either.
...trip to the constituency, despite going on holiday for some of the campaign period, despite travelling all over the country, it seems, going to Wales, going to the North East, but not going to Runcorn.
It's quite normal that prime ministers don't visit by-elections, and there has been a lot going on in the world. Keir Starmer, our prime minister, has been very busy working with the United States on hopefully an economic deal with President Trump's new administration. He's been very busy with the difficulties and the ongoing war on our continent in Ukraine. He's had a lot.
That's the Boris Johnson excuse, Emma Reynolds. Whenever there was a problem, he'd always say it was something to do with Ukraine. I mean, this is a serious by-election.
That's not the point I was...
Well done, Tom, well done. 10 out of 10, buddy.
It's the first by-election of the Parliament. Tony Blair attended the first by-election of his Parliament, Gordon Brown did of his, David Cameron did of his, Theresa May did of hers. I could go on. Prime Ministers generally campaign in the first by-election of their premiership, usually because they're still ahead of the polls at that point.
Well, look, there are no hard and fast rules about whether prime ministers have to go to by-elections or not. The point that I was making is that the prime minister is very busy. He has a huge set of responsibilities. So that's the point I was making. What now matters is what happens on the night. And we are in the night, or sort of in the morning. It feels still like an extension of the evening. And we will see.
Yeah, that's great conversation. That's great. Harry helmet. Haircut, I don't know what's happening there. How come one side's higher than the other?
See what the result is.
Yeah, well, it doesn't really matter what the result is. You get pumped like an old tyre. That's the reality. Oh, I'd love that one. Oh, I can't wait to see that. Great bunch. Oh. You better tell us, Daily Express.
My brain is allergic.
Yeah, mine too, buddy. Mine too. Hurry up. What's this? None. Hurry up.
Massive leakage of support from Labour, and I think you could just as easily say, Aisha, that it's locking in that very low vote share that Labour got.
Is it better to win an election or not win an election?
I think we're all politicians here. We'd all say that we'd rather
correct.
win an election.
And I think as well, when you're looking at where the Conservatives are, as you say, let's wait till this is done. But you are looking at a massive hollowing out of local government. I mean, many of these seats, I take your point about the high watermark of the vaccine bounce, but many of these councils and are areas where they've had a Conservative council.
What a lot of shit on this fucking bitch.
Thank you very much indeed for now. We're just still sticking on these pictures of Widnes, watching closely. I think people there at the count have been given bars of chocolate in the last few minutes to help them with the...
19 fake Conservatives, 4 retards in the Labour Party and one independent, probably Muslim fascist.
A little bit of injection of sugar to keep going, because whatever is happening there, and it looks like, according to Kevin Hollingrake in the studio, his intel on the ground, some form of recount of some loose bundles of ballot papers or loose ballots. Hanging chads eat your heart out. Loose ballots in the Runcorn by-election. But what we believe is that the situation there is incredibly tight between the Labour Party and Nigel Farage's Reform Party. It's been a high-profile...
Is it like as tight as 2 coats of paint? How tight is it? A lot of these Labour planters looked very nervous. And the wee Muslim fella looked sort of nonplussed.
Our noisy by-election campaign looks again. Oh, now we can see them all marching up the side. So there we are. This is happening right in front of our eyes. It looks like the officials, campaign agents, and potentially the chair of the Reform UK Party. You can just see him on right of frame there, are being gathered together by the election officials there on the ground. It's not clear here if they're going to be given an update on the results or some kind of ruling over whether or not there are ballots that either can be included or can't be included. And look, they've got smart to us. They're gathering at the top of the hall where we can't see what's going on. So they are being delivered some kind of information. And we believe it's about whether or not some loose bundles are eligible to be counted or not in this by-election, which is so politically significant. A victory here for Reform UK would be a historic first, the first time they won a parliamentary by-election. They've had incredible success in the opinion polls in the last few months. They've grown incredibly quickly, now with about 200,000 members, which is much bigger than the Conservative Party. And it would be a real disappointment for Keir Starmer's Labour Party. It would make many Labour MPs very nervous that a seat like that, which can be incredibly safe, was their 49th safest seats in the general election, could be up for grabs and go to a different party. And you can see even there, look, holding up individual ballots. If, on the other hand, Labour managed to cling on, then I think you could probably all hear the sigh of relief from Labour HQ in your own living rooms. Because losing...
How would you be able to cling on to a 14,000 seat majority and you've just clinged on? I mean, really, is that absolutely, is it, we just at mental retardation stage?
15 candidates in Runcorn. So if 15 of them wanted to all make an individual challenge about those ballots, then that could take an awful long time. However, whatever the conversation was taking place there does now seem to have concluded. Whether that means the count is complete is a different question. And you can see actually all of those very different rosettes. There were all sorts of different parties running in Runcorn. And there with the hat, the giveaway, the Looney Party, probably the people having the most fun right now. But it still doesn't seem to be quite resolved. But just as we wait for a bit more clarity about what is going on here, shall we show you what's happened with some results that have come in from Northumberland, where Labour's been having a pretty horrible time. It's a council in an area where they have all the MPs across that county, but Reform has been doing incredibly well there tonight. 30 of 69 seats have been counted, so it doesn't give us the whole picture. Some of the more market town type parts of that lovely county were being counted more late in the day, so we don't have the whole picture. But as things stand, Reform has 16 seats, the Tories have 9, with Reform going up by 16, therefore, but the Tories falling away by 5, but Labour also losing 10. And let's look at the share. 28% for each of the Conservative and the Labour Party, with Reform very clearly ahead on 37%. Let's then talk to a man who knows much more about Northumberland and what's happened there. Glenn Sanderson, who's the Conservative leader of Northumberland Council. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you can hear us clearly here in the studio, Mr. Sanderson.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Oh, hello. Thank you. I'm glad you can hear us, and thank you for joining us. And apologies in advance if at any point we suddenly dash back to Runcorn to get the result of the by-election at the count in Widnes. But what do you think has gone wrong for your party?
Well, it hasn't gone wrong completely yet because we're only sort of 3/4 of the way through. But clearly this is a protest vote about national politicians and national politics, which is really very regrettable because in Northumberland, over the last 4 years, we've delivered a nationally important railway line, a £10 billion investment, extremely good ratings for all our education, adult work, and so either good or outstanding, and council tax kept to the least it can be, with a very strong financial base. So it's really quite tough, this result so far, but we will have to see what happens and how some of us might want to work together to see this through.
And when you say it's a protest vote, is it a protest vote against the former Conservative governments, or is it also a fact that people in your part of the world haven't made very much of what Kemi Badenoch has done so far in her time in charge?
No, I don't think it's the latter. I think it's much more that people are still hacked off with the Conservative issues from a year or two ago, and they're extremely hacked off with the Labour issues right now, which means that to many people, the way to express their opinion was to vote in a way they were told would be a useful way to vote. The sad thing is that actually this is nothing to do with national politics. This is about running a council in a really good way and making Northumberland a great place to live and work, and that's what we have done. So I wouldn't say it's heartbreaking, but it's really disappointing, and hopefully we will get it to work, and we'll have to see how many more seats we pick up as the evening goes on.
You say people are hacked off. Do you feel then people are still very hacked off with the Conservatives?
Yes, I think that's probably true. National politics. I mean, the Lib Dems haven't done terribly well as far as I can see, and independents as well. I mean, it's just a big protest vote. Thinking people have thought that this is the best way to explain that they are still hacked on. And as I say, that's a great shame because this is nothing to do with national politics. This is about running a really good council in the most beautiful place in the country. And naturally, having led the council for 4 years, it's really disappointing. But that's life, and if people feel that this was the right way to express their crossness, then, they've done that.
Could you, though, see a circumstance where you might work with reform councillors on the ground? I mean, that council has been hung for the last couple of years. Nobody's been in overall control, and even though the Conservatives won it back in 2021. So if the numbers were to stack up, could you see yourself sitting down, having a coffee with your reform opponents and saying, let's do a deal, let's work together?
I think the door is always open to working with anyone that shares my vision for the county and my ambition and commitment for it. But to do that, you have to be working with people who have the same views and have the same understanding about local government and the same understanding about working within communities, encouraging huge, massive investments like we've just done with our £10 billion data centre. So, talking is one thing, but actually coming to an agreement that will work is something else. But, I'm always happy to talk to anyone.
Do you believe, though, that reform has the same values as you do? I noticed you quite carefully said the door was open, but people would have to share some of the same beliefs and principles that you share.
Yeah, so I think, for the last 4 years, our council has worked really well together, and the differences politically have worked in harmony. We've had our rows, but nothing serious. So the politicians of the main parties want the best for Northumberland. That's what they want, and that's what I want. I'll talk to anyone who shares those views.
Glenn Sanderson, thank you for talking to us tonight. It's a busy night and a difficult one, I think, by your own admission. So we're grateful to you for your time, and we'll keep an eye on what happens as the rest of the count in Northumberland is completed. Thank you very much indeed. We're still watching these pictures in Widnes and giving a very good showing to the giant top hat of the Looney Party candidate, although I'm not sure if that's the candidate or if it's somebody in his tribe. Let's talk to Damien Grammaticus, who's there for us on the ground. Damien, can you keep us up to date with what on earth is going on? We've been trying to decode it here by watching these pictures very carefully. This is a crucial political moment for Reform UK. It's an important one for the Labour Party, the first by-election of Keir Starmer's government. Do you know what's going on?
Well, what I can tell you, Laura, is that a little earlier you were showing pictures of all of the candidates' agents being gathered at the end. That was because the returning officer announced publicly that there were some ballots, not very many, a few, that about which there were doubts and that they had to be scrutinised and checked and agreement come to them. So that's what you saw when they were all gathered round and the returning officer was holding up individual ballot papers. So that was looking at those to try to work out, could they all agree what the vote had been cast for. Now, that broke up a few minutes ago, and since then, everything has kind of paused here. We have heard from one candidate a declaration could be a few minutes away, but we don't know. A different candidate said to us, no, but look at the desks. And if you look at the desks where all the counting staff are sitting, they've all been handed a bottle of water and a bar of chocolate. And that candidate said, is that a sign that they're being, given a refuel before they might have to do a recount? We don't know. What we can say is that who's not here is either the Reform candidate or the Labour candidate, so the two crucial ones. You imagine they will come as soon as they know a declaration is imminent. So kind of put all those pieces together and you still don't quite have a full picture, I'm afraid.
And some of them are now just marching to the top of the hall again. There's been a bit of movement. I wonder if we can bring the camera out a little bit, if they can hear us here in the studio, because there is some movement towards where the returning officer was briefing them previously, as if by magic. So another huddle is now taking place. Will that be the huddle to say, yes, this is the result? And it's now complete.
Yeah, this is racism, homophobia, transphobia, and every other phobia and ism that you could potentially ask for. This is totally isms and phobias.
Or will they, any second now, be waving around some more ballot papers saying, yes, this is where somebody scribbled on it and we're not quite sure what it means? Can we all...
If anybody does a penis on the ballot paper, I'm taking it for me.
Agree.
In the future.
That it means a vote for X or a vote for Y. Such a fraught atmosphere, even watching it feels a bit stressful, Peter Kyle.
It is. But the thing is that if there was a very, very clear winner, then the returning officer wouldn't be allowing this to happen. So it is obviously fairly close. But also, having said that, the closer it gets, the more likely, if there are a few ballot papers that should be recounted, then the onus does fall on the returning officer just to make sure everything is absolutely done correctly, so that the integrity of any of these sorts of elections and any of these sorts of democratic processes is absolutely demonstrable for everyone. So it doesn't always mean that it is right down to the last few. I mean, we might well be. There were several bundles that was recounted in my first election in 2015, and the victory I had was small, but it was 1,236, and there were several bundle recounts in that election. So even when things aren't very, very, very tight, it is quite common to have a few recounts. And of course, when the returning officer will know that the focus of the country is on it and that Laura Kunsberg is sitting there on live national TV scrutinising every chocolate bar on every table.
It's totally racist. If I had I'm going to make sure if anybody puts a penis in the ballot paper, that's indicative to me.
Then there might be an increased desire just to make sure that everything is absolutely nailed down.
I'm very
and
impressed.
Now they're marching back.
Now they're marching back again. It's the Grand Old Duke of York, isn't it? I'm very, very impressed that 9 years later you remember exactly how many votes there were in your first by-election. Obviously, something very meaningful. Your first election, something very meaningful to you. This does seem to be. A bit more activity now. Look, somebody's almost running, looking sprightly. Oh, look, there's someone running at the front. Four. The Looney Party's gesticulating the number 4. Presumably that doesn't mean that they've just been told they were 4th in the election. That would be quite a result, but who knows? There does seem to have been a bit of a quickening of pace. And in case you think at home we're being ridiculous trying to decode all this for you, these are the sights and sounds of how democracy is done. This is how the sausage is made. And if we see the Reform Party chair, Zia Youssef, walking along with a broad, beaming smile on his face, then that would be a pretty important moment. So we are not being ridiculous, I promise. There is the Reform UK chair, Zia Youssef. He's now got a little earbud in his ear. He's smiling. Damien, what can you see?
Well, Laura, I've just been told something interesting. Now, this is not confirmed, I have to say, but what I've just been told from one of the parties involved is that there are 4 votes in this. And it appears that might be 4 votes to Reform ahead of Labour. That's the nod I'm being given as I'm saying that to you now. And apparently that it is that close here, in which case, could we be heading for a recount? Highly likely, but I have to say this is not confirmed. That is not officially declared, but is someone who says they have seen that, what was going on in that huddle and the tally, and is saying it could really be that close. So we will hear something, I'm sure, fairly soon from a returning officer.
So we've just seen another one of the activists there from the Looney Party, I think, gesticulate again with the number, holding up 4 fingers, saying 4. Zia Youssef, the Reform chair, has just left the hall, so that certainly seems to be incredibly likely what you've just been told. Let's just stay on these pictures. There's some Labour red rosettes bustling around. I mean, that would be an incredible turn of events if this by-election is lost or won by just 4 votes. I mean, let's ask the politicians here, if there was only 4 votes in it, Kevin Hollenreich, would you ask for a recount?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Look at these guys, man. 14,000 majority to lose by 4. Wow. I'm going to powder my nose.
The margin won't be 4 votes. If it's recounted, it'll be different. But it might be more than 1 recount. So this may go, if it's that close, it's very possible there'll be a number of recounts.
And the smallest majority at a by-election ever was 57 votes. So this, I mean, the 4 votes is absolutely, I mean, that's incredible. I've just also heard that it's a full recount in Runcorn, the provisional result. I'm being told this is not official, but I'm just being told there is a full recount in Runcorn. And as Damien was just reporting, a different source has said to me the provisional result has Labour 4 votes behind Reform, and there is now a full recount on the way. Peter, you'd be asking for a full recount, however your nerves were, wouldn't you?
Oh, I would. There's no question about it. In fact, it wouldn't have been me that made the decision. It would have probably been the agent that would have decided, well in advance. So. But actually, it's not just about requesting it. I think if it comes down to 4 votes, I think it's entirely appropriate. I don't think anyone from any party would disagree with the need to have a recount if it gets down to that kind of number. So I suspect that they are in for a long night, and it depends what comes back next. But this is one of those moments where things go right down to the wire, and this is a very important moment for the election night tonight.
Incredibly important. Ollie Grandeur.
And if it's that close, I wouldn't count on it being only one recount.
So we might be in for a very long wait, actually, for the result in Runcorn, let alone a very long night. We should all already enjoying the long night, but it could be a long wait then for that final result. Have you ever seen anything quite so tight as this, Ollie, in all the...
I was just trying to remember, wasn't there a... And, I'm not one of those by-election nerds, unlike... It sounds like Peter is a little bit.
That's a compliment in this studio, by the way.
Yes, it is. I do mean that in a complimentary way. But there was a very tight Winchester vote, I seem to remember, at one point, which was 2 votes, and then it was disputed in court. So getting this right is absolutely essential.
I suppose for citizens, incredibly reassuring to see how seriously everybody is taking this when there's such a narrow margin. Are you hearing anything more from the ground, Alex? Your phone being pinged?
The same as you just reported. So, that's where we are.
OK.
You get close results in some elections. Also in a parliamentary election, when you have a reasonable-sized electorate, you don't expect it to come quite as narrow as this. A few years ago, I was on the end of what I thought was a very narrow margin of defeat, 10 votes in a council election. My 2 running mates got in, and I didn't, the curse of being at the bottom of the alphabet with my surname. I thought that was close, but this is obviously even closer, and on a larger electorate size, percentage-wise, even closer. I think, we'll be in for a long night. I don't know if we'll be staying.
Oh, we'll all be here till the end of time.
We better get the beers in then, haven't we?
Till the end of time. Ollie, I think that reliably informed, I think you were talking about when Mark Oaten won by 2 votes in 1997 and it went to court, and then he ran again and won by 21,000 votes, I think, because people were cross that people had taken it to court in that circumstance. We're just going to stay on these pictures because it's an incredible story that it's got this close, and just in case anybody popped...
My big shout out to guys in Runcorn, I can't remember the other town, but big shout out to guys down there. You just now have changed history. Even if it's down to 4 votes from 14,000, you guys have done the right thing. The right thing for you and the rest of the UK. I mean, I can't thank you more for me staying up to this time. And big shout out to you guys. Come down and see you, man. I'll come down and see you, man. Love you guys. The fact that you've taken a 14,000 majority for the filthy scumbags that let your granny freeze to death, and you managed to put it to 4 votes, man. Utmost respect to the guys down in between Liverpool and Manchester. Guys are awesome. Awesome. I'll come down there and do some fantastic stuff with you later on, man, but love you guys.
Up or anything else happens, we're going to stay on these pictures. But I do want to go back to our colleague Lucy Ashton, who's in Doncaster for us tonight, because there's all sorts of things happening. Doncaster is one of the parts of the country where there is a mayoral race. Doncaster's mayor has been Labour for more than 10 years now, and they are hoping to hang on. But when we were talking earlier, Lucy, you were explaining how really this is a very, very, very unpredictable contest. Richard Tice was full of predictions earlier, but he wouldn't predict the Doncaster result. Where are things at now? Because we can't be that far from a declaration.
Well, to be honest, I think if I had a crystal ball, that might give me a better idea of what's going to happen in Doncaster. It is near on impossible to predict. We are probably about an hour or so away from getting the declaration, although even pinning down that time is quite tricky. We have now been told that politicians think it's back to a 3-horse race. So for most of the evening, or most of the night, we thought it was quite close between Labour and Reform. But since they've started counting the postal votes, there seems to be a surge in the votes for the Conservatives.
That's how they cheat.
So it seems to have gone from a very, very tight race between two parties to a tight race between three parties. Now, one slight quirk is that we have two candidates.
I just want to point you this. Reform up 44 councillors, Conservatives down 31. The Conservatives, Labour are down 12, and Liberal, Undemocratic Democrats down 1.
Who both have the surname Jones. We have Ros Jones for Labour and we have Alexander Jones for Reform. So actually, when us journalists are trying to earwig and try and get an idea of who might be winning, it's making it quite hard for us because we keep hearing Jones mentioned, but we don't know which candidate they're talking about. So we've actually got 12 candidates here in Doncaster, several of them independent and from more minor parties. And the count is taking longer than we expected. Now, it's not just a long night, but a very long day because pretty much...
She's a lovely lady, isn't she? She's lovely.
As soon as the mayoral count has finished, people are going to have a couple of hours where they get a little bit of sleep, and then we're back here at lunchtime for the Doncaster Council count.
Hey, listen, I'm hardcore, but I'm not that hardcore.
So it's a real full-on 24 hours in Doncaster at the moment.
And what are the faces of the parties assembled there telling you tonight?
Yes, so we've had the Secretary of State for Energy, Ed Miliband, the Secretary of State for Defence, John Healey. Both of their constituencies are sort of the Doncaster area, so they've both been around. One person we don't seem to have seen so far is the Reform candidate. We understand that he is in the building. We're at Doncaster Racecourse, but we haven't actually seen him down here on the floor where the count's taking place. So he's been a little bit elusive at the moment, but we have seen the Labour candidate, and we've also seen, we must mention, Nick Fletcher. He's the Conservative candidate. He's worthy of a mention because he was a Doncaster MP until he lost his seat in the general election last year.
Lucy, thank you very much indeed. And if there is a sign of a result, then give us a holler. And if people manage to figure out which Jones is likely to be in a better position, then that would be helpful too. And thank you so much indeed for being with us. Just while we're still waiting for witness to have the declaration in Runcorn, which might now be quite some time, that means we can check in again with Professor Sir John Curtis. John, about...
Aye, John, that's brilliant, aye.
I don't know, about an hour ago now, Richard Tice told us with great confidence that Andrea Jenkins was going to be the Mayor of Greater Lincolnshire.
To be fair to Sir John and Andy Neil, they're two standout characters. You should be respectful of them. I'm not being disrespectful. But Sir John has been a bit cheeky to me in the past.
Do the numbers now tell us that? Do we know enough to make that prediction properly?
The answer to your question is yes, and we agree with Richard Tice. We've now so far got the way these combined mayoral elections are being counted. They're being counted separately for each of the district councils within the area. In the case of Lincolnshire, that means we've now already got the figures, the official figures for 3 of the councils, including one of the larger ones. Ms Jenkins is well ahead in all 3, and as you can see there, in fact, she's got twice as many votes as her nearest competitor, the Conservative candidate, and this is an area where historically the Conservatives have always been well ahead. Lincolnshire, the county at least, is of course the most Eurosceptic county in the...
Big shout out to Lincolnshire, man, you guys are awesome.
...country, and to that extent at least this was a prime target for reform from the beginning, but it does now look as though for the first time we will have a mayor who doesn't have either the Conservative or the Labour colours. I think it'll be fascinating to see what happens in Hull, which is the other new...
Yeah, big shout out to guys down Hull, man. Love your accent. You guys are awesome as well.
...mayoralty that was elected yesterday. We won't get the result for that for tomorrow. I'm just thinking that if in the end Reform managed to pip that as well, and Liberal Democrats also claiming they did well there, I just wonder whether the enthusiasm of the government for creating more of these mayoral posts might diminish somewhat if they are in fact at risk of creating a launch pad for some of their opponents, including not least reform. And certainly the idea that having directly elected mayors is going to help Labour to deliver its own devolution agenda is going to perhaps be a wee bit more difficult if the elected mayors end up being people who have very different views about how to do things than the Labour government.
Cute thought, John. Thank you very much indeed. One of the really interesting things in the last few years actually is how these...
That was great. So John Curtis from Strathclyde University. They don't make fake sexual allegations. Not Sir John. He's awesome though. He's awesome. He's like Fat Andy Neil, man. They're two swinging dicks.
Mayoralties have sort of come of age, and you've seen whether it's Andy Burnham in Greater Manchester or Ben Houchin on Teesside. Some of these actually mayors have become quite big political figures in their own parties and have really, kept asking for more and more powers. But then it hasn't happened in some other areas, like the west of England, where we've been talking to Hannah Miller about the result there, and she was reporting earlier that actually some people in the election were thinking, why do we even have a mayor? I mean, Ollie Grant, do you think the mayors have changed the landscape?
I am personally not a huge fan of that change.
I've had enough. I've been doing 4 hours. We can't count nothing. Reform's got 44 councillors, Conservatives 21, four, one independent, and none of the retards and the Greens have got anything. I'm done. I've had enough. They're obviously chatting nonsense. They only get guys that'll chat nonsense and women that'll chat nonsense look like a bunch of reprobates. I've had enough. I'm done. Had enough.